Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Zara. Are we green, Max? I stare at the webcam, my reflection tired but sharp against the darkened room. Server load is balanced. Encryption holds. Drop the bomb Z. My cursor creates a crosshair over the publish button. The Sentinel pipeline. Profit in purgatory. 6 months extracting testimony from terrified parolees and digging through shell company filings. All of it proves that Sentinel Corrections doesn't rehabilitate. It recruits. They pay judges for lenient sentences. Funnel the vulnerable into work programs that function as modernized slave labor camps, and spit them out broken enough to reoffend. Click. Live, Max confirms. His pixelated face grins. Traffic spiking in 3, 2. My phone moves against the desk wood using the force of a drill. Then again. A constant angry buzz. Twitter is already eating itself. I swipe through the flood. Look at this trash. Top comment. User Patriot Mom 55 says I'm undermining the safety of our streets by hugging thugs. Classic. I scroll past the bots spamming eagle emojis. Here's a real one though. Current inmate's sister. They took my brother for 6 months on a possession charge. Kept him 3 years for behavioral infractions. He works the canning line for 12 hours a day. Thank you for this. The trolls are waking up, Z. Getting some heavy flags on the back end. DOX attempts, the usual script. Let them come, shows we hit a nerve. I sip cold coffee, the caffeine barely registering over the adrenaline. Sentinel stock is going to take a hit at opening bell. I want their PR rep sweating through his silk sheets. Got a weird one here? Max's voice drops an octave. Encrypted DM routed through 3 proxies. Just hit your secure inbox. Bypass filters. I tab over. The subject line is blank, no avatar, just a gray silhouette. The timestamp is 10 seconds ago. Read it to me. I open the message. The text is sparse, clinical, white font on black background. It's short. I lean in. The monitor's glow stinging my eyes. Ms. King, you mistake corruption for efficiency. The law fails. We provide alternative justice. Watch your step. Ms. King, these private partnerships alleviate taxpayer burden. The host, a man with too much hairspray and not enough spine, smiles for the camera. Critics often confuse fiscal responsibility with cruelty. I don't smile back. Alleviate? They transfer it. Sentinel Corrections charges the state triple the rate of public housing for half the oversight. They aren't housing inmates. They're warehousing labor. Efficiency often looks ugly to the uninitiated. Slavery usually does. A gasp ripples through the studio audience. The host touches his earpiece, eyes darting. We have to be careful with our terminology, Zara. Slander laws are strict. I'm very careful. I've tracked the dockets. We have teenagers getting 5 years for shoplifting because a quota specifically requested dexterous hands for the circuit board plants. This pipeline requires a faucet. It requires judges whose sentences defy logic. I stare directly into the red tally light, picturing the mahogany office of the Superior Court. Magistrates who trade years of human life for influence. The host tries to interrupt, but I lean forward. Justice isn't blind in this city. It's on a payroll. The producer cuts the feed. The on-air sign goes dark. Mary meets me behind the heavy velvet curtain. Her face is pale beneath the harsh studio lighting. She doesn't offer a good job. She hands me my jacket, her fingers tight on the leather. "You signaled out the judiciary," she snaps, hurrying me toward the rear exit. "They signed the warrants, Mary." "You practically signaled out Kessler without saying her name." She pushes through the double doors into the concrete hallway, heels clicking a frantic rhythm. "Do you know who backs her? Who sits on the board of the firm managing her blind trust? Tell me." "Elias March." I stop walking. "The Sentinel's CEO." "The architect." Mary turns, gripping her tablet like a shield. "March isn't just a businessman, Zara. He's a predator in a suit. He doesn't file lawsuits to win. He files them to bleed you until you can't afford electricity, let alone a server. He makes careers evaporate. Let him come." "He won't come. That's the problem." She lowers her voice, checking the empty corridor. "He destroys the ground you stand on. This isn't just a story anymore. It's a target on your back." "Mary, breathe." I shove my hands into my jacket pockets, shrugging off the biting wind sweeping through the loading dock alley. "You're hyperventilating. It ruins the professional veneer." "March has lawyers who cost more than our annual operating budget." She fumbles with her car keys, almost dropping them on the wet concrete. "They don't need to win a libel case. They just need to file one. The discovery process alone will bankrupt the platform. We have the documents. The receipts are bulletproof. If they sue, they open themselves up to discovery. Elias March doesn't want me deposing his board members." "He won't let it get that far." She unlocks her sedan, the chirping sound sharp against the distant siren wails. "Please, Zara, don't go home tonight. Crash at my place. Or a hotel." "I've got it covered. Go home. Unplug the router. Drink the expensive wine." I slam her door shut before she can spiral further. The car peels away, taillights blurring into the mist. I turn onto 4th Street, boots striking the pavement with a rhythmic, heavy thud. Streetlights reflect in the oily puddles, distorting the city into a smear of neon and grime. The adrenaline from the broadcast is fading, leaving behind a jagged edge of exhaustion. My phone vibrates against my hip. Caller ID? The Basement Logic, Sully. I slide to answer, keeping my pace brisk. "You're breathless, King? Running from the feds already?" "Walk into the subway, Sully. You recording?" "Always. Red light is on. We're live. The chat room is going nuclear over the Sentinel expose. Half of them want to build you a statue. The other half are taking bets on your lifespan. Put 10 on indestructible for me." I sidestep a pile of wet cardboard near a storm drain. Eyes up, scanning the parked cars. Force of habit. "Bravado sells, but let's talk brass tacks. You just accused a federal contractor of human trafficking, essentially. You have verified sources on the judicial kickbacks? Or is this just connect the dots with red yarn?" "I have bank transfers. I have emails from the warden's encrypted server discussing unit pricing for inmates transferred to the assembly line. It's not a theory. It's a ledger." "March is going to come for your neck, Zara." "Let him. He can't scrub the internet." "He can scrub the author. You think a guy who builds prisons for profit cares about bad press? He eats it. You're just seasoning." Sully's voice drops, losing the performative broadcaster lilt. "Seriously, what's the play when the cease and desist letters turn into subpoenas?" "We don't wait for paper. We dig deeper. Sentinel has a silent partner in the state legislature. I'm flushing him out." "Christ, you really don't have a survival instinct." "Survival's boring. Impact lasts longer." "Great soundbite. We're cutting to a break. Stay safe, King. Check your 6. The line clicks dead. I lower the phone, the screen glow illuminating the steam of my breath. The street ahead is empty, just a long stretch of shadow between the high rises. Back in the apartment, the bravado unzips with my boots. I double lock the deadbolt and slide the brass chain into place. My windows are covered in blackout film, turning the living room into a permanent dusk. I check the tape on the door jamb. Unbroken. I boot up the air-gapped laptop. The file is named love_letters.xlsx. Entry 402 from Patriot Eagle. Map of my parents' block with a red X over the porch. Entry 403 from Silent Majority. Photo of me buying coffee this morning. Timestamp 8:04 a.m. Caption, sugar, no cream, bad for the teeth. Sloppy, I mutter, typing the details into the log. Intimidation works best when you don't realize you're being watched until it's too late. Sending photos is desperate. It screams amateur hour. The laptop fan whirs like a dying insect. I start to close the lid, my eyes detecting a sudden flicker on the screen that indicates a new notification. My fingers twitch toward the keyboard again, but I force them still. You don't know what you're exposing. I exhale. Another cryptic nothing from another coward hiding behind a burner account. But the timing's too clean, too reactive. Like they're watching my screen in real time. My phone buzzes against the desk. Unknown number. No preview text. I swipe answer, press it to my ear. If you're selling extended warranties, I've got a better use for my time. Static hisses. Then a voice, male, gravelly, like a smoker who gave up too late. Miss King, you've got a habit of biting hands that feed you. Must be why I'm so well nourished. I stand, pacing to the window. The blackout film turns the city lights into a smudge of orange. Who's this? A friend. Concerned about your health. Funny, my doctor says I'm in peak condition, though she did warn me about stress. All these anonymous calls and messages, real drain on the nervous system. A pause. The kind that's not thinking, but deciding. You think you're exposing a corporation? You're not. You're poking a hornet's nest with a live wire. Then I'll wear a veil. I grab a pen, scribbling trace this on my notepad with violent underlines. What's the play here? Scare me into retraction? Because I don't. Listen. His voice drops, the words slow and deliberate. Judges. Wardens. They're not the top of the food chain. They're the bait. You follow this thread, you're not just burning your career, you're signing a confession. The line goes dead. I stare at the phone. No dial tone. Just the hum of my own pulse in my ears. The notepad stares back. Trace this mocks me. I rip the page off, crumple it, toss it toward the trash. Miss. My fingers fly over the keyboard before I've even sat back down. The secure browser loads, bouncing through proxies. I pull up the court transcripts again, the ones with the irregular sentencing patterns, the ones where public defenders suddenly stopped fighting, the ones where the judges used the same phrase, alternative justice arrangements. I cross-reference the dates with campaign finance disclosures. Bingo. APAC, Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, dumped 6 figures into 3 judicial races the month before the sentencing spikes. No public donor list. But the treasurer? My breath catches. Lydia Mastel, former Sentinel Corrections CFO. Left the company 2 years ago under a cloud of personal reasons. Now she's washing money through a shell, PAC to buy judges. I lean back, the chair creaking under me. This isn't just corruption, it's an ecosystem. Judges, wardens, legislators, all feeding the same beast. And I just pulled the tail.
Chapter 2. Grant. The hardest part of any job isn't the protection. It's the goodbye ritual. Really, Grant, take one, my client insists, shoving the pastry box toward me like he's negotiating a hostage release. A neat row of croissants stares up at me, glossy and overbuttered. I'm good. I say, signing off the last line of the contract on my tablet. Sugar isn't part of my operational regimen. He laughs as if I've told a joke. I haven't. Well, you were unbelievable. Unshakable, he adds, clapping a hand onto my shoulder with the tentative enthusiasm of a man who knows I could break his wrist without standing up. I ease out of reach before he gets too familiar. Glad the conference ended without incident, I reply. Stay aware for the next 72 hours. Publicity increases residual threat windows. His smile falters. Most people think safety ends when the contract does. They don't understand that danger lingers like smoke. I nod once, step outside, and let the crisp air cut through the stale perfume cloud still clinging to my clothes from the event. My watch ticks to the next minute marker. Good. Clean exit. The subway platform is packed, a humid crush of commuters jostling for position. I stay standing even when a seat opens. Habit, not pride. Sitting reduces visibility, increases reaction time, creates blind angles. The train screeches to a stop, doors parting with a mechanical sigh. I board, plant my feet wide to compensate for the sway, balancing a cup of black coffee I haven't tasted yet. My phone buzzes in my pocket, encrypted tone. Work. I switch to a secure channel and press the phone to my ear. Calloway, I say. New assignment, comes the voice of my coordinator, Lee. Journalist, high visibility, high volatility. Threat matrix is evolving hourly. I take a slow sip of coffee. Still hot. Still bitter. Name? I ask. Zara King. The name rings a distant bell, not from a byline, but from chatter among federal colleagues these past few months. Someone loud, someone persistent, someone who makes enemies on purpose. Send the file, I say. A beat. Grant. Lee exhales like he's bracing me. There are data ties to Sentinel corrections. The train lurches forward. My grip tightens just slightly on the metal pole. I see, I murmur, though I see more than I admit. Sentinel. A ghost from a part of my career I don't revisit. A federal review that vanished under pressure. A handful of names, one in particular. Mercer. Grant? Lee presses. I'm here. I adjust the angle of my body as a teenager bumps my shoulder, eyes glued to his phone. Send the package. You'll have it by the time you reach your office, Lee says. And Grant, don't dig into the old case. Just keep her alive. The line clicks dead. I pocket the phone and stare at my reflection in the darkened window. Broad shoulders, steady posture, familiarity etched into the planes of my face. I've spent years trying to fold that old case into the quiet places of my mind. Now it wants out. And Zara King, whoever she is standing right in its path. By the time I reach my office, the hallway lights have dimmed into their late afternoon hum, the building's version of a sigh. My door opens with its usual soft click, revealing the same sparse layout I prefer. A desk, a chair, and nothing on the walls. Less distraction, less noise. I drop a takeout container in the microwave, listening to it rotate with the sluggish drone of something that should have been thrown out yesterday. The scent of cold noodles fills the air. Soy, ginger, a hint of resignation. The briefing packet is already waiting on my laptop. Zara King, journalist, high-threat profile, no predictable routines, repeated public exposure. I cue up the first clip. She's on a live panel leaning into the mic, eyes sharp and unflinching. Not aggressive, precise. Her voice slices through the moderator's attempt to redirect her, and I find myself adjusting the volume without thinking. Not because it's loud, but because clarity deserves space. Halfway through the segment, someone in the crowd leans toward her. Too close, too fast. She doesn't flinch, but my hand tightens around my fork. I freeze the frame and zoom in. Unknown male, baseball cap, no distinguishing marks. Next clip, different day, different event, different man. Same energy, hovering, testing her periphery. Patterns, Always look at the patterns. I scrub through more footage and hit a frame that stops everything. Cade Mercer. The name flashes across my mind like a live charge. Former tactical contractor. Unstable. Efficient. Loyal to money, not mission. Last seen orbiting Sentinel facilities in Nevada. And now hovering near Zara King. My stomach tightens. Not fear. Recognition. Mercer is a ghost from the same buried review that Sentinel managed to suffocate years ago. The kind of man who thrives under corrupt command structures. I rewind. Zoom in. It's him. Bastard. I take 3 slow, measured breaths. 1 to acknowledge the threat. 1 to contain the reaction. 1 to prepare for what comes next. The microwave beeps. I ignore it. The briefing with Lee pops onto my screen as a video call, though he's all silhouette and tension behind frosted glass. Calloway, you're assigned to Zara King effective immediately, he says without preamble. I pick up a pencil and start sharpening it, methodical, even strokes feeding the sharpener's low hum. A grounding ritual, a rhythm, something to occupy the part of me that wants to remember Mercer's last deployment. She doesn't like authority, Lee continues. She won't accept constraints. Your job is to keep her alive without interfering in her reporting. There it is, the line designed by committee. A fantasy of clean boundaries. Understood, I say, even though nothing about this is clean. You'll run point. Evan Brooks will be available for secondary support. I nod once, still sharpening. The shavings curl neatly into the tray, pale ribbons of wood and graphite. Predictable. Contained. Grant? Lee asks, hearing the silence on my end. I read the file, I answer. King is high risk, high visibility. The escalation curve is steep. And you've handled worse. Yes, but not with Mercer in the shadows, and not with Sentinel pulling the strings from behind a curtain of political and corporate insulation. Calloway, Lee adds, don't chase ghosts. The feds aren't reopening it. This isn't personal. Not personal. That's what they always say before it becomes exactly that. I set down the freshly sharpened pencil and meet Lee's obscured gaze through the screen. I'll keep her alive, I say. That's the job. It's everything unsaid beneath that promise that tightens the knot under my ribs. I clear the takeout container from my desk and pull a fresh legal pad toward me. A protein bar sits half unwrapped beside it, stale chocolate coating flaking onto the page every time I take a bite. I start sketching her security protocols, 3 layers deep, covering travel, public appearances, digital exposure, and emergency extraction windows. Simple, direct, effective, and pointless. In the margins, I begin noting every predictable failure point. She won't maintain staggered departure times. She'll refuse escorted travel unless forcefully justified. She won't vet sources through proper channels. She will push boundaries specifically to test mine. Patterns. Every person has them. Hers are already obvious from a handful of videos, text logs, and transcripts. I've seen it 1,000 times. I draw the final line of the perimeter plan, chewing slowly on the last bite of the protein bar. The taste is nothing. Fuel. Habit. The job doesn't care if I enjoy my meals. I flip the page and begin refining the quick response contingencies, and a thought slips in uninvited. How the hell am I going to keep her alive if she's this dedicated to walking straight into danger? I crush the wrapper in my hand. That kind of thinking is useless. Emotion clouding logic. I drop it into the bin and move on. It's dark by the time I pull up the deep dive on her investigative work. The only light in my office comes from the desk lamp, an old brass thing with a warm glow that softens the edges of the room. Outside, the building's cleaning crew hums through their routines. Vacuums, carts, muffled conversation. Zara's articles aren't the loud, sensationalist reporting I assumed they'd be. They're precise, well-documented, cross-referenced, not reckless, relentless. Each paragraph hits harder than the last. Testimonies from parolees, confiscated transcripts, financial trails leading toward blind trusts and shell accounts. Sentinel's fingerprints everywhere. She's closer to the buried truth than any civilian should ever get. and dangerously close to the review my old unit was forced to pretend never happened. I scroll slowly, absorbing every citation, every detail, every inference she pulls from the evidence. It's uncomfortable, watching a civilian work with more clarity than half the investigators I served with. I rub my neck, exhaling through my teeth. If she keeps digging at this pace, she won't just expose corruption, she'll expose the rot beneath it. I close my eyes for a moment, grounding myself in the low drone of the carpet cleaner rolling past my door. She's either incredibly brave or utterly naive, probably both. Around midnight, my tea has long since gone cold, forming a thin, dull ring on the coaster. Exhaustion presses at the edges of my vision like a persistent tide, but my mind refuses to shut down. I shut off the lamp, grab my coat, and lock the office door with a crisp, metallic click. The hallway is quiet, most people left hours ago, and my footsteps echo softly as I move toward the elevator. The city outside is colder than it was earlier, a sharp wind threading through the seams of my jacket as I walk to my car. I breathe it in fully, let it wake whatever part of me drifted during the last hour. Tomorrow I meet Zara King. Tomorrow this becomes real. The supervisors think they understand the risk. They don't. They're underestimating the threat Sentinel poses, underestimating the people involved, underestimating the evidence she's already sitting on. But I know better. I've seen what this corporation does when threatened. I unlock the car and slide into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel until my pulse steadies. This assignment won't just be difficult. It'll be a collision course. Hers with the truth, mine with the past. Quietly, methodically, I prepare myself. Resistance is guaranteed. Danger is inevitable. And yet, I volunteered anyway.
Chapter 3. Zara. Mary is waiting for me the moment I shove the newsroom door open, her posture too stiff, her face too pale, and her tablet clutched like a flotation device. That alone is enough to raise the hair on my arms. "Close the door," she says. I do, and the click echoes louder than it should in the cramped office. Papers are stacked in uneven towers on every flat surface, and last night's coffee sits abandoned beside my keyboard, a thin film forming at the top. Everything is exactly as I left it, except Mary. She hands me a packet, printed, stapled, official-looking in a way I already hate. "Threat assessment," she says quietly. "Zara, it's escalating faster than we expected." I can handle angry emails. I set the packet on the desk without looking at it. This isn't emails. Her voice tightens, fraying at the edges. We're past the point where we can pretend this blows over. Sentinel's retaliation patterns are violent, targeted, and, look, you're being assigned private security effective immediately. The sentence hits harder than any threat in my inbox. I blink at her. Assigned? As in mandatory? As in sit down, shut up, and let us babysit you? Mary presses her fingertips to her temples. "For your protection." No. I laugh once, sharp, humorless. Call it what it is. Sanitized censorship wrapped in concern. They want me still. They want me quiet. They want you alive, she snaps. And that stops me. For half a second. I move before she can say anything else, scooping the nearest stack of files into my bag. Hard drives, chargers, 2 burner phones, a half-crumpled granola bar. I shove everything in while adrenaline crackles under my skin like static. This is exactly how institutions silence people like me, I say. They put a leash on you and call it protection. It's not a leash, Mary insists, stepping into my path. It's a buffer between you and a corporation that has put people in the hospital for less than what you published. I sling the bag over my shoulder and reach for the second burner phone. If Sentinel thinks they can scare me into hiding, this isn't about fear. Her voice breaks, not loud, but real. "Zara, they know your building. They know your routines. They know what door you use when you're in a rush. This is beyond what you can navigate alone. I pause. Not long, but long enough that Mary catches it. She softens. I'm not asking you to be fragile. I'm asking you not to be a martyr. I'm not a martyr, I say, pushing past her toward the whiteboard. I'm a journalist, and that means I move. I question. I dig. And now someone else moves with you, she says, following me. Someone trained to deal with what's coming. I freeze at that wording. What's coming? I echo. Mary looks down at the tablet again, shoulders tight. Just hear him out when he gets here. Him? My eyebrows climb. Great. Because nothing says empowerment like being assigned a stranger with muscles and a checklist. Mary exhales like she wants to argue but knows better. I don't give her a chance anyway. Because I refuse, absolutely refuse, to play the part the world keeps trying to cast me in. Fragile, breakable, containable. They want me protected. Too bad. I was built to expose the things that hide in the dark. And nobody, especially not Sentinel, gets to cage my voice. I'm halfway through jamming a portable charger into my bag when the newsroom door opens without a knock. A man steps inside. Broad shoulders, clean lines, dark jacket, posture sharp enough to slice through the cluttered chaos of my office. Not to mention ridiculously handsome. He doesn't hesitate, doesn't shuffle awkwardly, doesn't blink at the mess. He just exists there, composed and unreadable, like someone who's been waiting his whole life for a crisis to walk into. Mary straightens so fast, I hear something crack in her spine. Zara, this is Grant Calloway, he says, voice clipped, professional, devoid of any unnecessary syllables. He offers a small nod. Not a bow, not a handshake. A nod, calculated acknowledgement without invitation. I stare at him. He stares back. Calm eyes, steady breath, absolutely no reaction to my irritation, radiating like microwaves. Fantastic. They sent me an Adonis statue with a security clearance. His gaze sweeps my office in one clean pass. Whiteboard, stacks of files, half-eaten granola bars, 2 burner phones, my backpack practically hemorrhaging USB cables. If he's judging me, he hides it under that tactical graveyard of a face. You must be Zara King, he says. No, I'm Beyoncé, I shoot back, zipping my bag with a vicious tug. But I understand that the resemblance gets confusing. Mary closes her eyes like she's praying for deliverance. Grant doesn't flinch, doesn't smile, doesn't crack. He simply adjusts his stance, subtle shift of weight, boots planted just enough to say, I take myself very seriously, and I will not apologize for it. My spine bristles in response. Of course, they would send a man who looks like a human rulebook to monitor my movements. Great. Perfect. Exactly what I needed today. Ms. King, Grant begins, tone neutral in that infuriatingly calm way people use when they assume you're about to be unreasonable. We need to establish immediate protocols regarding your safety. I'm busy, I say, slinging the bag over my shoulder. Send me an email. He continues as if I never spoke. No unannounced travel, no solo interviews, especially at night. You'll provide me with a daily itinerary, and you won't meet any sources we haven't vetted in advance. I freeze mid-step. Absolutely not. He doesn't blink. It's not optional. Oh, I assure you, I fire back. Everything in my life is optional except death and taxes. His jaw tightens. That's something. A small crack in the granite. You are currently under credible threat, he says. Your patterns of movement increase your risk level and your digital footprint. Is my business. Is part of the threat landscape, he corrects. The air between us sharpens. Mary inches backward like the neutral bystander trying to avoid crossfire. I take a step closer. not intimidation, not fear. Just proximity charged like static. He doesn't move, but his gaze flicks, just once, to the strap of my bag slipping off my shoulder before snapping back to my eyes. Interesting, observant, even when annoyed. You don't get to dictate the terms of my reporting, I say, lifting my chin. You're here to stop bullets, not my momentum. Grant's voice stays maddeningly even. My job is to keep you alive, so you can report. Those goals are compatible unless you insist on making them oppositional. Oh, trust me, I say. You haven't seen oppositional yet. For a fraction of a second, just a blink, something sparks behind his eyes. Not amusement, not attraction, recognition, challenge, meeting challenge. He straightens, not backing up, not crowding me, just holding his ground with the kind of presence that says he's used to winning arguments without raising his voice. The tension crackles between us, irritation, defiance, and something unnamed, threading through the space like a live wire neither of us chooses to acknowledge. Very well, he says, but this conversation isn't over. It absolutely is, I counter, brushing past him with the heat in my chest. I pretend is anger. It's not. And that realization annoys me more than all his rules combined. Grant glances at the threat assessment on Mary's desk, then at me. Something shifts in his expression. Not fear, not judgment, something colder. Calculating. Your recent movements, he says, voice steady as bedrock, align with escalation patterns we've documented in prior Sentinel-linked cases. The room goes still. Mary's head snaps toward him. My pulse spikes. Oh, absolutely not, I say, heat detonating in my chest. I'm not slowing down because a corporation with a body count wants me housebroken. His face doesn't change. Not a twitch, not a flare of annoyance. Just that maddening, infuriating calm. I'm not suggesting you slow down, he replies. I'm telling you the threat curve is steepening. Oh, thanks for the vocabulary lesson, Grant, I snap. But I don't adjust my reporting schedule based on corporate tantrums. It isn't a tantrum. His tone remains neutral, evenly modulated. It's coordinated retaliation. And I'm supposed to what, respect it? No, he says simply. Survive it. The worst part? He believes he's being helpful. His calm makes my fury spike harder. Mary steps forward, palms up. Okay, you two. Let's just take a breath. Nope. We're locked in. Eyes, posture, oxygen. He stands like he's been carved out of granite by someone, and I stand like every rule in the room personally offends me. When I swing my bag over my shoulder and move toward the door, he shifts. Not much. Just one step sideways. But it's enough to block my exit. I stop inches from him. He doesn't back up. I don't either. The air turns tight, electric, adrenaline, irritation, defiance, and something else neither of us wants to name. Move, I say quietly. His gaze drops to my chin, subtle flick, barely there, before returning to my eyes. No, we need to finalize protocols. Grant, I murmur, lifting my chin a single deliberate inch. If you try to corral me like some flight risk, I swear to God. I'm trying, he says, to keep you alive. I step closer until our breath almost touches, then try harder without stepping on my throat. That gets him. A tiny flare in his eyes. Heat or frustration or both. He holds his ground another half second. 2. Then slowly he exhales and steps aside. The shift is subtle. The tension isn't. Not attraction, not yet, but something shaped like it, carved from challenge and friction. I storm past him, boots hitting the tile almost angrily. Mary calls after me, but the hallway swallows her voice. Every step I take is loud, defiant, stubborn, and entirely for show, because beneath the heat and bravado, I feel it. The truth burning low in my gut. The danger is real. Sentinel isn't bluffing. The messages, the calls, the patterns, they're tightening around me like a net. Grant isn't wrong. But fear has never dictated my movement, and I'll be damned if I let it start now. As I hit the stairwell door, I whisper my decision aloud. Not for him, not for Mary, but for myself. I'm still chasing this story, with or without him. And I mean every syllable, even if that certainty is the very thing that might get me killed.
Chapter 4. Grant. The downtown library wasn't built for security. It was built for open access, open space, open invitation, all the things that make my job harder. But Zara moves through the front doors like she's walking into a friendly neighborhood potluck instead of a high-risk convergence zone. Her stride is loose, energized, purposeful, but not cautious. I shadow her 6 feet back, scanning the environment with trained muscle memory. The event hall is already overflowing. Rows of metal chairs pushed far too close together, volunteers milling around with clipboards, teenagers putting up Community Justice Forum banners, and at least 3 unmanned entrances I can see from here. Too many blind angles, too many people, too much noise. A perfect place for someone to disappear into, or disappear someone else. Zara doesn't notice any of it. Of course she doesn't. She's already being pulled into conversations the second someone recognizes her. Activists, former inmates, a public defender I vaguely remember from a case years back. Popularity isn't the problem. Predictability is. Every person she greets is another variable I have to track. She's here! Zara King! We loved your exposé! You changed my nephew's entire case. Tell us what's next. They swarm her in a way that would make most targets panic. Zara thrives in it. She smiles, listens, leans in close, hand on someone's arm in that disarming way she has. She's fluent in human connection. It's admirable. It's a nightmare. She acts like she's immune to risk. The problem is that other people won't treat her that way. I shift closer, scanning over the sea of bodies. Shoes, jackets, posture lines, gaze direction. 90% of people here are either excited, anxious, or bored. The other 10%, the ones who are too still, too quiet, are the ones that matter. Zara moves to the staging area near the front, prepping for her panel interview with a moderator who looks underpaid and overwhelmed. Cameras are being set up, microphones tested. The crowd's energy buzzes like static. That's when I see him. Second row, far left, leaning against the wall with a posture that doesn't belong in public space. Shoulders angled for visibility, weight centered on the balls of his feet, eyes narrowed in tracking mode. The badge around his neck hangs outward just enough for the logo to catch the light. Sentinel Corrections. Community Outreach Associate. No civilian stands like that. No outreach worker watches people the way he's watching Zara. My jaw tightens. My pulse doesn't spike. It drills into focus, clean and cold. I shift position immediately, moving down the side aisle under the guise of checking the perimeter. My eyes stay on him. His stay on her. He notices me noticing him. His gaze flicks over my stance, my line of sight, and then he smiles. Small, wrong, knowing. He doesn't approach. He doesn't leave. He just waits. Zara steps toward the stage and the crowd erupts in applause. She doesn't see the man with the lanyard, but I do. And if Sentinel is showing its face this early, the threat curve just went vertical. I close in, adjusting my position to intercept without tipping her off. She thinks I'm here to annoy her with rules. If only it were that simple. The forum is in full swing when I notice the shift. Crowds have patterns, even loud ones. They tend to move in waves with predictable fluctuations of energy. The shift is smaller, more surgical. like someone easing through the bodies rather than being carried by them. A man breaks away from the edge of the audience and drifts toward Zara. His posture is jittery, his eyes darting with the restless calculation of someone who regrets being in public at all. His jacket sleeve rides up enough for me to catch a faint discoloration, an old security tattoo common among corrections staff. He hesitates a single step before committing to the approach. Zara senses him before she sees him. She always does. She turns toward him with that unguarded curiosity she uses like a blade, ready to cut straight to whatever truth is hiding under a person's skin. "Miss King," he whispers, leaning in, "I worked at—" His voice breaks and he glances over his shoulder. "You don't know what they're doing in there. You don't... Here." He reaches into his jacket and palms a sealed envelope, the edges softened with handling. She leans forward, eyes sharp with recognition that something important is within reach. I move before the envelope touches her hand. A clean sidestep through the crowd, a shift of shoulders, and I step between them without raising my voice or drawing attention. My arm comes up just enough to block the handoff, the gesture minimal but unmistakable. "Sir," I say evenly, "this is not the place." He freezes. Whatever courage brought him this far evaporates. His gaze flicks from my face to Zara's and back to the envelope crushed slightly between his fingers. Fear collapses his posture, and he turns away so abruptly he nearly stumbles into a row of chairs. Zara's breath hits my shoulder. "What the hell was that?" she demands. But I'm already guiding her toward the side exit, away from the crowd, away from eyes that have shifted in our direction. I do not release the pressure at her elbow until the hallway door closes behind us. The corridor outside the event hall is quiet, except for the distant hum of the audience and the muffled thump of bass from a street performer outside the building. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting the space in a harsh, sterile glow. Zara spins on me the moment we're out of sight, eyes blazing. Her anger carries a heat that fills the hallway faster than sound. "You do not get to intercept my sources," she says, stabbing a finger toward me. "You do not get to decide who I talk to, what I hear, or what information reaches me. That is not protection. That is obstruction." My stance remains steady, feet planted evenly, breathing controlled. "He was unstable and panicking. You have no idea who he was or who sent him." "That is why I take the envelope. That is my job. You don't get to kill the story because you're afraid of shadows." I hold her gaze without flinching. This is not about fear. Sentinel-linked actors have escalated from observation to attempted contact. That man may have been coerced, compromised, or used as bait. The envelope could contain a tracker, a chemical agent, or information designed to lure you into an ambush. You approached him without assessing a single risk factor. Her breaths come fast, sharp, each one edged with outrage. She steps closer, her chin lifting in pure defiance. "Danger is part of this work. I have survived it for over a decade. What I cannot survive is someone deciding which information I deserve to uncover. You also cannot survive being targeted by professionals who specialize in disappearing inconvenient people." My voice stays level, but the words land with weight. "They are not playing on your field. They are playing on mine." She folds her arms tightly, the gesture defensive and furious all at once. "So what? I'm supposed to slow down? Sit quietly until you give me permission to do the job I was doing long before you showed up?" "No," I say. "You adapt because the threat level has changed." She laughs, but there is no amusement in it, only exhaustion threaded with rage. "Grant, if you are expecting me to become cautious now, you picked the wrong journalist." I meet her stare, refusing to yield an inch. "And if you expect me to let a hostile actor walk you into a kill box, you picked the wrong protector." For a moment, neither of us speaks. The air between us sits dense and heated, crackling with the same friction that sparked in Mary's office. Challenge meets challenge. Neither of us is willing to bend. Finally, Zara shakes her head and shoulders past me, back toward the noise and the lights and the danger she refuses to acknowledge. I let her go, even though every part of my training demands that I pull her right back. Because she isn't a client in the traditional sense. She is a force, a storm, a catalyst. And storms don't slow down for the sake of safety. They change the landscape. I follow at a distance, recalculating every tactic in my arsenal. She isn't just high risk, she is high significance. And that is becoming a problem I didn't expect to care about. I catch up to her at the end of the hallway, but this time I don't step in front of her or block her path. That approach only sharpens her defiance, and defiance already burns bright enough in her without my help. Instead, I match her stride, keeping just enough distance to give her back the illusion of autonomy she keeps insisting she doesn't need. "Zara," I say quietly, forgoing the command cadence she reacts to like a flame to oxygen. "If you insist on speaking to sources today, then I need periodic updates on your position and your proximity to unknown individuals. You choose where you stand. I'll adjust the perimeter accordingly." She narrows her eyes at me, suspicion and irritation tangled together. "That's not a yes, Grant. That's barely a compromise." "It's a tactical adjustment," I reply. "You keep momentum. I keep visibility. Neither of us walks blind." She opens her mouth, likely to reject even that, but hesitates instead. It's brief, barely a glitch in her forward motion, but I register it with precise accuracy. She knows she needs the information that envelope might have held. She also knows she nearly grabbed a threat she didn't see coming. Her chin lifts. "Fine, but you don't get to reroute my work." "I'm not rerouting anything," I answer. "I'm reinforcing the ground beneath you." She doesn't thank me. I didn't expect her to. But she doesn't walk away as quickly as before, and that is its own sort of acknowledgement. When she steps back into the event hall, the fluorescent lights catch in her curls, giving her the appearance of someone illuminated by something other than overhead bulbs. Purpose, fury, conviction. She cuts through the crowd with that relentless energy she wears like armor. She isn't just unafraid of the target painted on her back. She's daring whoever painted it to try harder. Watching her makes something tighten behind my sternum. It isn't frustration, though I have plenty of that. It isn't admiration, though it would be easier if that were all it was. It's the recognition of a person who refuses to bow to systems designed to break people exactly like her. I spent years upholding those systems, telling myself survival required obedience. Zara tears into them without hesitation, without apology, without fear. She provokes the machine because she knows it needs provoking, and I hate how much I respect her for it. Back at my car later, after the crowd disperses and the adrenaline thins into something heavier, I open my encrypted notes and update her profile. The cursor blinks, waiting for classifications that should never appear together. High risk, high resistance, high significance. 3 categories that should raise caution flags in my mind, not something warmer, heavier, more dangerous. I add them anyway, then lock the file with a level of encryption usually reserved for covert operations. She's going to be hell to protect, and I'm already in deeper than I should be.
Chapter 5. Zara. By the time I escape the downtown library, my ears are still ringing with applause, microphone feedback, and a dozen variations of "be careful out there" delivered like I'm on my way to war instead of back to my apartment. In a way, maybe I am. Grant walks half a step behind me as we exit through the side doors. His presence so steady and controlled, it feels like an extra spine shadowing my movements. I refuse to let him hustle me out the main entrance like some VIP hostage. I drew the line at that. Barely. The late afternoon light has flattened into that washed-out gray the city gets when it can't decide if it wants to rain. Traffic hums along the avenue. A bus sighs at the curb. A food truck across the street leaks the smell of grilled onions and something fried that my stomach notices before I do. I ignore all of it and check my phone instead. One new message on the secure tip line. Same burner account from last night. Same fractured syntax. Luis. Today only. 4 p.m. Community Justice Legal Aid, South Side. No cops, no security. Please, they're watching. I glance at the time, 3:22. Your next stop is home, Grant says, as if he has read my mind instead of my calendar. You've done enough public-facing work for one day. Threat visibility is high. I slide my phone back into my pocket. Didn't realize you were in charge of my daily step count? I'm in charge of making sure you survive long enough to regret at least half of what you say on camera, he replies. His tone stays even, but the words land with a dry bite that would almost be funny if I weren't so tired. We reach the curb where his SUV waits, black and nondescript in the way that screams private security to anyone paying attention. Grant opens the back door for me. I'll take you home. You can route sources through encrypted channels, and we'll schedule vetted meetings for another day. I stand there for a moment, my hand resting on the top edge of the door, the interior of the SUV yawning open like a padded climate-controlled trap. Question, I say. Didn't we just agree you're here to reinforce the ground beneath me, not chain me to the furniture? He studies my face, searching. We agreed you'd communicate changes to your movements. We agreed to share a schedule. I correct. Not welded to the floor. The corner of his jaw flexes. This isn't negotiable. Almost unconsciously, my gaze slides past him to the library's glass facade. For a split second, I see the reflection of the man with the Sentinel lanyard, still standing inside near the security desk, talking to someone who looks like event staff. Casual, smiling, perfectly harmless to anyone who doesn't know what that logo actually represents. The hairs on my arms prickle. I look back at Grant and arrange my face into something bright and neutral. Fine, take me home. He steps aside, giving me room to slide into the back seat. I do, swinging my bag in after me. The leather sticks slightly to the upholstery, catching on my zipper. He closes the door and circles to the passenger side. I feel the SUV dip slightly as he gets in. We merge into traffic, the downtown grid stretching out behind us in a matrix of glass and concrete. I stare out the window, watching the city smear past in a blur of gray and red and muted storefronts. My reflection hovers on the glass. Dark curls frizzing from the humidity, eyeliner starting to smudge at the corners, jaw still tense. I thumb my phone awake in my lap and tilt the screen just enough that Grant can't see it from the front. At least I think he can't. Knowing him, he has memorized the angle of every reflective surface in the car. Luisha's message blinks at me. 4 p.m. I picture the legal aid clinic he mentioned. South side near the tracks, squeezed between a pawn shop and a discount dental office. I interviewed a volunteer there last year for a piece on plea bargains. It is the exact opposite of safe, and the exact place a desperate clerk might choose if he wants to talk without being seen. Max is pinging you, Grant says, voice casual but not casual enough. He wants to debrief on the forum turnout. I swallow the reflexive urge to ask how he knows that. My phone is on silent. He probably identified the notification tone earlier. He probably recognizes the pattern of my habits better than I do now. I'll call him later, I say. You should prioritize secure debriefs after public events, he replies, looking at the side mirror. Your digital footprint is part of your threat surface. I lean my head against the seat and let out a breath. Does everything in your world have a tactical phrase? Most things, he says. Some have several. The highway sign flashes ahead. South Industrial Exit 12B. Drop me at the corner of 6th and Halpern, I say. Grant turns slightly in his seat. That isn't your building. It's close enough. I want to grab something from the corner store. You have food at home. I also have free will. The driver glances in the rearview mirror, eyes briefly meeting mine before flicking toward Grant. I can practically feel the silent conversation happening between them. Grant exhales slowly A measured release of air. We'll take you to your building. If you need supplies, I can... No. I straighten, heat rising under my skin. You are not going to buy me snacks while you ferry me to safety against my will. You're not my warden. You're not my keeper. You don't own my time. I don't want your time, he says. I want you alive. The words hit harder than I expect. It isn't the content. Plenty of people have told me to be careful before. It's the way he says it. Quiet, flat, like a fact he resents having to state. I look back out the window, the landscape shifting into warehouses and discount auto shops. A chain-link fence topped with razor wire runs parallel to the road. 6th and Halpern, I repeat. His silence stretches long enough that I can feel it settle across the back seat. Okay, he says finally. Take the exit. 6th and Halpern. I let myself relax half an inch. Not victory, exactly. More like a temporary ceasefire. 10 minutes later, we pull to the curb in front of a corner bodega with a flickering neon sign that claims it is open 24 hours, though the buzz of the light suggests it might give up at any moment. Across the street, the block slopes downward toward the tracks. 3 doors down, the faded sign for Community Justice Legal Aid hangs crooked over a narrow glass door, smudged with fingerprints. Grant twists in his seat to look at me. How long? Half an hour, I say, already reaching for the door handle. You can circle the block and enjoy the scenic view of rusted dumpsters and broken dreams. We'll walk you in, he replies. No, you'll sit right here and be obvious. My source is jumpy. He will vaporize if he sees suits. I'm not wearing a suit. You're radiating authority, I say. It's worse. His eyes narrow just slightly. Zara, I will be in and out, I cut in. 30 minutes. I'll text you if anything goes sideways. His stare feels like the weight of a body scan. I don't look away. Eventually, he nods once. Jack stays with the vehicle. I'll stay within line of sight. Creepy, I murmur, but my hand is already on the door. The air outside hits cooler than inside the SUV, tinged with dust, exhaust, and the metallic tang of rail lines. I adjust my bag on my shoulder and walk toward the clinic's entrance, counting security cameras and windows out of habit. 1 camera, 2 visible exits. Too many blind spots. I tell myself that the flutter under my breastbone is irritation. The glass door resists for a second before the bottom edge scrapes over the warped threshold and opens. Inside, the air smells faintly of copier toner, old coffee, and the kind of institutional carpet cleaner that never quite cuts through the grime. A receptionist's desk sits empty. Flyers for expungement workshops and tenant rights sessions are pinned to a bulletin board with curling edges. Luis, I call softly. He appears from a hallway to the left. Mid-30s, maybe, hairline receding, shirt collar wilted from sweat and hours. His eyes hold the particular desperation of someone caught between the truth and their own survival instinct. Ms. King, he says, voice low. Thank you for coming. You sounded urgent, I reply. Urgent usually gets my attention. He glances at the front door behind me, then at the narrow windows facing the street. You came alone? The lie is instinctive. Yes. His shoulders loosen a fraction. It bothers me that the premise of my safety bothers him. Okay, he says, gesturing toward a small conference room off the hall. In here, please. The room is windowless, lit by a single fluorescent panel that flickers every few seconds like a nervous tick. A metal table occupies the center, ringed by mismatched chairs. A stack of unused intake forms sits in the middle, along with a chipped mug full of pens. I take the chair facing the door. Old habit, old instincts. Being watched does not mean I don't know how to watch back. Luis sits across from me, hands flat on the table, fingers splayed like he is grounding himself. You said you worked intake on Sentinel-related cases? I prompt. He nods quickly. I'm a clerk at the public defender's office. I process files, coordinate discovery, track sentencing recommendations. I'm not a lawyer. I don't make decisions. I just see the paper. Sometimes the paper is where the crime lives, I say gently. He swallows, Adam's apple bobbing. I started noticing patterns, small things, files with the same judge's name, sentences that didn't match the usual guidelines, same private prison contracts popping up again and again. At first I thought it was just bias, one of those judges, you know? I know. There are always one of those judges. But then I press. Then I saw the case numbers. He licks his lips. Repeated references to a docket that didn't exist anymore. 742-D. Attached memos would mention it, but when I went into the system, there was nothing. No file, no transcript, nothing. Just vacuum. The number drops into my chest with an impact that feels disproportionate to its simplicity. 742-D. I see my laptop screen in my mind, the pre-dawn glow of the threat message that pinged my secure inbox 2 nights ago. The lines were short, clipped, precise. You don't understand what 742-D cost. Stop digging. At the time, it felt like one more attempt to rattle me. Now my heart gives one hard, painful thump that I cannot blame on anger. How is that possible? I manage. Files do not disappear, especially not criminal ones. They can be sealed, he says. They can be redacted, but this was different. It was like someone had reached into the archive and cut a hole out of the middle, and every time I saw that number referenced in another case, the client ended up at a Sentinel facility. Not sometimes. Every time. My fingers curl against the underside of the table. How far back does 742-D go? I ask. He glances at the door again, shoulders jumping at some distant noise in the hallway. 7, 8 years maybe? It was early, when Sentinel first started contracting in this county. There was supposed to be a federal review of that case. Internal audits. Then, silence. The docket vanished, and we were told not to worry about administrative anomalies. Who told you that? He shakes his head quickly. I can't name people. I shouldn't even be here. They told me. His gaze snags on something behind me, and all the color drains from his face. I don't turn immediately. I have to fight the primal urge to whip around. Instead, I shift my eyes to the side, catching the faint reflection in the glass of a framed motivational poster on the wall. Through the distortion of the cheap glass, I can still make out the outline. A man across the street in the building's front window, dark jacket, relaxed stance, a phone in his hand, the screen tilted toward his face. The posture is loose, casual, but the direction of his attention is very clear. Cade Mercer. My pulse leaps, a visceral full-body jolt that tightens my shoulders and rings my ears for a second. I recognize him from Grant's footage, from the still frame burned into my memory when I zoomed in, from the way his eyes never looked at the camera, but at whoever the camera was pointed toward. Damn, I whisper under my breath. Luis scrapes his chair back so hard it squeals. I told you they were watching, he hisses. I told you. He was at the courthouse last week. I thought I was imagining it, but... Luis, breathe, I say, forcing my own lungs to obey the command first. Look at me, not at him. His eyes flick to mine, wild and shiny. You need to leave. If they saw you come in here... They saw me go a lot of places, I say. Tell me what 742-D is. Do you know what is actually in that file? He shakes his head, hands trembling now. I never saw the full case, only references. But every time that number comes up, People get moved. Clients, staff, judges get promotions, wardens get reassigned. Then the paper trail goes quiet. He leans forward, voice dropping. Whatever that case was, it didn't just go away. It was buried. And anyone who asks the wrong questions, he lets the sentence hang. Outside, the sound of a door opening echoes faintly down the hallway. Heavy steps, measured, not rushing, not uncertain. My skin prickles. There is a knock on the conference room door. 3 slow, evenly spaced knocks that suggest patience rather than urgency. Before I can say anything, before I can decide whether to call out, the door swings inward. It is not Cade standing there. It is Grant. He fills the doorway, shoulders broad enough to block most of the view into the hall, his eyes taking the scene in one sweep. Luisha's posture, my expression, the angle of the chairs. "We're leaving," he says, and this time there is no pretense of suggestion in his voice. "Absolutely not," I say, rising from my chair so fast it almost topples. "We are in the middle of—" "Cade Mercer is stationed across the street," he says. "He has been there for 11 minutes and 30 seconds. He has not looked at his phone in the last 60. His attention is split between this entrance and the alley. That is surveillance behavior, not coincidence. You are not staying." The efficient way he lists the timing does something unpleasant to my breathing. I realize I am already moving, stepping out from behind the table as if my body trusts him before my brain has given permission. Luis stands too, his chair scraping again. "If he knows I talked to you?" Grant's gaze flicks to him. "You should exit through the rear lot. Lose the jacket. Take a different route home than usual." Luis nods, already shaken to the point where instructions are the only thing keeping him upright. "I still need that case number confirmed," I say. "If 742-D..." "It's 742D, Luis blurts, as if the words are trying to escape his mouth before his fear can catch them. All the anomalies were linked to it, everyone. The air tightens in my chest. There it is, the confirmation I didn't know I was afraid to get. 742-D. The same code buried in a 2 a.m. threat message that told me to stop digging or risk becoming evidence of consequences. For a moment, my heart slams so hard I feel it in my throat. Heat rushes to my face and then drops, leaving the rest of me weirdly cold. Grant registers it. I can tell. Something in his expression shifts. Barely, but enough. "We're leaving," he repeats, and reaches for my elbow. His hand closes around my arm, fingers firm but not bruising, guiding rather than dragging. The contact is purely functional. There is no hesitation in it, no tenderness. My body betrays me anyway. For half a second, the solid pressure of his grip steadies the spike of adrenaline. The corridor outside the room feels sharper, clearer. My balance slots back into place. I hate that he did that. I hate that it worked. We move down the hallway, his pace controlled, mine slightly faster than usual. I glance at the glass door as we pass. Cade is still out there, leaning against the lamppost now, pretending to scroll, his eyes tracking the building like it owes him something. Grant steps between me and the glass, blocking my line of sight. "Subtle," I mutter. "You're not the one who needs to be subtle," he says. "You're the one they want to see." We push through the side exit instead of the front. The alley smells like oil and damp cardboard. Somewhere nearby, a train horn wails. Grant steers us along the narrow passage to the next street over, where Evan rolls up in the SUV, engine already running. Once we're inside and the doors are closed, the silence is loud enough to be its own sound. I stare straight ahead, my heart rate returning to something near normal, while my mind runs laps. "You followed me," I say finally. "Yes," Grant replies. "You told me you would stay within line of sight. That was a lie." "No, he says. It was a boundary. You crossed it. I turn to glare at him. You realize that your entire job is one long violation of personal boundaries, right? Your personal boundaries are not more important than your survival. Funny, I say, fingers digging into my thighs. My personal boundaries are the only reason this story exists. People talk to me because they know I won't hand them over to men who move them around like pieces on a tactical board. He goes quiet at that. Not because he has no response, but because he is choosing not to say it. I pivot toward him fully now, seatbelt cutting diagonally across my torso. You knew his name, I say. Cade Mercer. You knew exactly how long he'd been out there, and when Louise said 742-D, you did not look confused. You looked familiar? A muscle in his cheek shifts. I recognize patterns. That wasn't a pattern. That was recognition. I arch a brow. Where have you seen 742-D before, Grant? He looks ahead, jaw set. Drop it. The command is soft. It still makes my skin heat. Not how this works, I say. You're not just some hired wall who showed up to walk me from studio to studio. The way you moved in that building, the way you gave Louise instructions, the way you tracked Mercer's presence, none of that is standard rented muscle. You know something you're not telling me. Grant's hand flexes once on his knee. There are parts of my past work I am not at liberty to discuss, but somehow relentlessly at liberty to let it decide how you manage my life? I ask. If Sentinel and 742-D are part of what you used to do, that means you're not just my security detail. You're a possible witness, or worse, a participant. He turns his head then, meeting my eyes with something that looks a lot like warning. Be careful with that leap, he says. You're playing with incomplete data. That's my job description. I shoot back. Gather incomplete data until someone panics enough to fill in the rest. We hold each other's stare. The air in the SUV feels compressed, like a pressurized cabin. You want to know what I used to do? He says eventually. You want to know why 742-D matters to me. I want to know why a code in my threat log makes a professional like you look like you swallowed glass, I say. I want to know how deep Sentinel's hooks go, and I want to know whether the man sitting next to me is a liability, an asset, or both at once. His gaze does not waver. In that stillness, I see something flicker behind his eyes. Fatigue, maybe, or guilt, or the weight of years spent obeying orders he did not agree with. It's both, he says quietly. The admission is small in volume and enormous in weight. My breath catches, not dramatically, not visibly, but enough that I feel it. The city blurs past the window again, blocks of concrete and glass slipping by without sticking. I lean my head against the cool surface, watching his reflection instead of his face. His shoulders are squared, his posture rigid, but there is something tense at the corners of his mouth now. I'm going to find out what 742-D is, I say. I know, he answers. And I'm going to find out what you did with it. His jaw tightens, but he doesn't deny it. Then I hope, he says, voice low, you're prepared for what you are going to find. The SUV slides into the late afternoon traffic, the industrial district falling away behind us. I focus on the pulse beating steady in my throat, on the new knot of information tightening in my chest. 742-D Sentinel. A clerk who is terrified enough to risk everything. A mercenary with a smile that looks like a threat, and a protector who may have helped bury the truth I am trying to exhume. I am not fully aware yet of how deep this goes. But deep or not, I am already in. And I am not climbing out. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, You don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Grant. Dinner sits untouched at the corner of my desk. Chicken breast, steamed vegetables, the kind of meal that tastes like routine instead of preference. The steam has already faded, leaving the plate as cold as the rest of the apartment. My jacket hangs on the back of the chair, sleeves still creased from the clinic extraction. My holster sits on the counter within easy reach, angled out of habit rather than paranoia. The apartment is quiet, too quiet. No city noise seeps through the windows at this hour, just the low hum of my secondary server syncing encrypted logs in the background. Most people would call it peaceful. I call it a space where thoughts get too loud. I open the newest intel packet on Zara's case, the one I pulled after dropping her off. Surveillance captures Luis's statements, the sentencing pattern files she's been digging into, all of it layered in clean lines on my screen. I scroll through, half expecting the usual misconduct profiles, bias clusters, repeat offender sentencing disparities, the standard judicial rot. What I see instead makes my hand still on the mouse. Timestamps. Old ones. Ones I haven't allowed myself to think about in years. Names buried inside the metadata. Redacted sections with the same formatting I remember from the review room, where we pretended not to watch hard drives being swapped out. And then 742-D. The code sits there on the screen, unremarkable to anyone else, short enough to overlook. I read it once, then again, expecting it to morph into something less familiar. It doesn't. My pulse doesn't spike. That would be too obvious. Instead, my breathing drops into the low, controlled cadence that always precedes memory I don't want. A quiet narrowing of focus. A tightening behind the sternum. A slide back into a place I swore I'd burned shut when I left federal service. 742-D wasn't supposed to surface again. Not outside sealed archives. Not attached to Zara King's investigation. I shift my attention to the next data block, forcing the reaction down, sealing it behind the same discipline that kept me functional in rooms where truth wasn't welcome. Then a set of names catches my eye. Kessler. Arden. Judge Helena Kessler. Immaculate posture, voice sharp enough to cut glass, rulings delivered like mathematical equations. Cold, precise, disproportionately punitive. I can still hear the tick of her pen when she signed off on contracts that fed the early Sentinel pipeline. Defense attorney Malcolm Arden, slick hair, slicker smile, a man who never met a plea deal he didn't want to shove down a client's throat. He wasn't incompetent. He was compliant. A cog designed to look like a safeguard. I slide my finger across the overlay, isolating the sentencing clusters. They appear 11 times in the span of 3 months. Probationary recommendations overridden. Plea deals adjusted mid-negotiation. Transfer orders routed through facilities that didn't officially exist yet. This is the same cluster pattern we flagged before the federal review. The same one we were told to stand down on. The same one swallowed whole by 742-D. My reaction spikes, Anger first, sharp and clean. Then guilt, heavier, slower, dragging memory with it. And underneath both, that old, unwelcome flicker of fear. Not for myself, for what this means, what it implies, how close Zara is to a truth people killed to bury. I force all of it down, controlled, ordered, contained. Emotion only serves people who get to walk away from consequences. I forfeited that luxury. I straighten in my chair, aligning the documents again. My breathing resets to the cadence I trained to. 4-count inhale, slow release. The tension doesn't leave. It simply relocates, settling into my spine like a warning. Kessler, Arden, 742-D. Zara has no idea what she's walking into. But I do, and I cannot afford to feel the weight of that. Not yet. The longer I stare at the cluster pattern on my screen, the more the edges of the room begin to shift. Not physically, but in that subtle mental tilt that happens when old memory threads start tugging at the present. Nevada. The cold conference room with blinds drawn tight enough to mimic a bunker. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. The smell of burnt dust in the air vents. The dead silence after the order came down to shut the review. Not your concern, they said. Sign here, they said. Forget it, they said. My thoughts begin to circle too fast, picking up speed like a storm forming around a single point of pressure. That pressure has a name. 742-D. I refuse the spiral. I reroute it, not into avoidance. Avoidance is how mistakes multiply. I reroute it into precision, into protection. I pull up the surveillance logs from Zara's last 2 public appearances. Library forum first, then the courthouse stop she made before that. Frame by frame, I scrub through the crowds, the entrances, the peripheral bodies that most people's eyes skim past. There he is, Cade Mercer. In the library, leaning against the wall, arms folded, head angled just enough to look like idle curiosity, but not enough to disguise the active tracking patterns of someone running a threat assessment. In the courthouse footage, he is further back, near the smoking area, pretending to watch the street, but shifting his focus every time Zara crosses into a different sightline. Different clothes, different positioning, same predatory stillness. My jaw tightens until the muscle near my ear aches. Mercer doesn't shadow people for sport. He follows only those someone has paid him to monitor, intimidate, or remove. And Sentinel has more than enough money to pay him well. I stand abruptly, the chair legs scraping against the hardwood floor. The movement snaps the apartment into sharper focus, giving my mind something physical to anchor to. I pace the length of the room once, twice, letting the measured rhythm settle back into my bones. Then I sit again. The protection matrix appears on my second monitor, lines and nodes mapping Zara's daily movements, anticipated routes, communication windows, safe zones, and extraction points. She has no idea how much of her life I've mapped already. She would hate it. I begin to adjust the matrix with a level of precision that feels almost surgical. First, new travel routes, never the same twice, avoiding predictable grids, high-traffic choke points, and intersections with limited escape vectors. South Side is off the table for a while, at least as a primary corridor. Next, rotating entry and exit points for every building she steps into. She won't notice. Not yet. Not unless I want her to. Then I harden the communications channels. She already thinks she's using secure apps. She has no clue how many of her messages rely on infrastructure Sentinel helped build. I implement triple encrypted fallback channels, set to activate automatically if her primary signal degrades or pings a spoofing alert. Finally, proximity discipline. Rules she doesn't know she's following because I haven't told her she is. I restructure my approach. Angles of intercept, distances that allow intervention without crowding, line-of-sight tactics that keep her within reach but not within irritation radius. She interprets it as obstinance. She doesn't realize she's moving through a perimeter I engineered to keep her alive. I continue updating, the hum of my server syncing with the soft tapping of keys. Layer after layer, I rebuild the fortress around her, not because she wants it, but because she won't survive without it. She thinks I'm overbearing. I think she's alive because of it. And the unsettling truth is that neither of us is entirely wrong. The protection matrix finishes rendering with a soft ping, the room returning to its quiet, late-night stillness. Outside my window, the city hums low and distant, a white noise pulse beneath the more private storm gathering inside my chest. I push back from the desk and sit on the edge of the bed, elbows braced on my knees, hands hanging loosely between them. The posture is automatic, centering, grounding, a habit I built years ago when the line between obedience and morality still felt negotiable. The lamplight casts long shadows across the room, turning its minimal furniture into silhouettes sharper than they should be. I close my eyes. I should tell her. The thought drops heavy into my mind, carrying the weight of every sealed file and classified briefing I ever signed without hesitation. I should warn her that Sentinel has not simply retaliated before. It has erased an entire investigation, an entire narrative, an entire set of people whose names never reached the public record because someone decided they were more useful as ghosts. 742-D. Not a code. A count. The memory hits harder than I expect, pulling at the edges of a door I've kept locked for years. My pulse stays even, but my breathing falters. One silent hitch, almost imperceptible, except that I feel it in the old scar tissue at the base of my ribs. I lace my fingers together, stare down at my hands. Steady, capable, built for control, and stained, in ways Zara doesn't know, in ways I've spent years telling myself were unavoidable, necessary, survivable. Silence isn't a clean choice. It leaves residue. It gets into the seams. She isn't ready for the truth. Not because she isn't strong enough, she is, but because she is already pushing hard enough against Sentinel's walls to crack bone. Telling her everything now would sharpen her defiance into something reckless. It would turn her pursuit of truth into an uncalculated sprint into enemy fire. Not yet. Not when her life is a pattern of boundary testing, rule shredding, momentum-drunk forward motion. Not when one wrong step could turn her into another uncounted casualty of the same system she wants to dismantle. I breathe out slowly, the exhale thick with a decision I do not like, but know I am making anyway. I stand, return to the desk, and reopen the encrypted file only I can access. The cursor waits like an accusation. I type 742-D resurfacing. King approaching critical exposure point. Risk of informing her equals escalation she isn't prepared for. Maintain silence until threat proximity dictates full disclosure. The words settle on the screen, sharp as a blade's edge. I stare at the last line for a long time, because I know exactly what that silence cost in Nevada. I know the names of the people who disappeared under it. I know the weight of the signatures that helped bury the truth. And I know how quickly morality erodes when silence becomes policy. This time, it isn't a file I'm protecting. It isn't a directive. It isn't an institution. It's a person. A woman whose voice slices through noise with precision. A woman whose conviction reminds me of everything I used to believe before obedience became a survival tactic. A woman who doesn't understand how deep the rot goes, but will dig until she hits bone. I know silence is a mistake. I choose it anyway. Knowing it may break her trust. Knowing it may break something in me.
Chapter 7. Zara. The auditorium lights buzz as they power down, the warm stage glow dissolving into the flat fluorescence of a university evening event. People shake my hand on the way out. Professors in blazers too soft for real conflict. Law students with notebooks full of theories they haven't tested against the heat of actual consequences. Activists who know exactly why I speak the way I do. Complimentary wine sloshes in plastic cups. Someone presses a business card into my palm for future collaboration. Everything smells like carpet cleaner and polite concern. I'm still riding the edge of that performative adrenaline, saying the hard thing into a microphone, watching heads nod even when I know half the room didn't want to agree. There's always a high after a panel like this, and a low. I can feel both approaching in the same breath. Grant shadows me through the crowd, half a step behind, the same position he kept at the library, but with an edge sharpened into his movement now. His eyes track windows, exits, reflections in glass. He's not listening to the compliments thrown my way. He's listening to everything else. I force myself not to acknowledge it. The more I look for danger, the more my brain starts finding it in innocuous places. And tonight was supposed to be easy. An academic panel at a law school, not a protest, not a courthouse, not a Southside clinic with someone shaking in fear. Still, when we step into the night, the riverfront wind cool against my face, something in the air feels off. Too still beneath the traffic hum, too quiet between passing voices. We cross the brick walkway toward the campus parking structure, the overhead lamps casting long rectangles of light in alternating shades of yellow and shadow. Grant's pace shortens by a fraction, subtle, surgical. His shoulders shift, tension tightening across the upper line of his back, like a cord being pulled taut. I notice. Of course I notice. I've been noticing everything lately. What? I murmur, not even turning my head. He doesn't answer, doesn't need to. The silence is as telling as a flare gun. By the time we reach the SUV on the second level of the garage, that faint buzzing in my bloodstream has transformed into something else. Anticipation, maybe, or dread. They feel identical when they start. We get inside. Doors lock with a muted click. Grant says nothing as we roll out of the garage and onto the Riverside Road. The kind planners designed to look picturesque at night. Water shimmering beside us, bike paths lined with decorative lamps, newly seeded trees spaced like afterthoughts. I assume he chose this route to calm himself, or to calm me. Or maybe it's simply efficient, though instinct tells me Grant doesn't choose anything simply. The road curves gently along the river. The city skyline reflects across the dark surface like a mirage trying to reach itself. I lean back, exhaling. Maybe tonight will just be... Then I see it. A dark sedan, 3 cars behind us. No headlights, no turn signals. Its silhouette glides into focus in the side mirror, smooth, deliberate, threaded through traffic like it's reading our intentions. Something cold unfurls at the base of my spine. I watch for a minute. 1 beat, 2, 3. Lane shift left. The sedan shifts left. Merge around a slow-moving taxi. The sedan merges, maintaining distance with unnatural precision. I wouldn't have noticed this a month ago. Maybe not even last week, but Mercer taught me what intent looks like when someone isn't hiding it. Grant taught me what it looks like when they are. My breath thins. Grant, I say quietly. I see it, he replies. 4 words, flat as steel. The sedan closes the gap, not aggressively, not dramatically, just enough. Then its engine surges. A quick, sharp burst of acceleration. Fast, too fast. Every hair on my arms lifts. This isn't traffic. This is a tail. And it's coming closer. Grant's fingers tighten on the steering wheel at the same instant the sedan behind us makes its next move. It glides into the adjacent lane, not drifting, not hesitating, but sliding forward with the smooth, silent intent of someone who knows exactly where we are going before we do. Before I can fully process that shift, another car edges out from a side street to the right. A third vehicle drifts in behind us, too close, too aligned, too perfectly timed to be coincidence. My stomach drops. Not fans, not trolls, not one of Sentinel's passive scare tactics. This is a box. A tactical pinch maneuver. 2 cars closing the exit vector, one pressing from behind, another waiting to cut off the front. I've reported on enough gang and trafficking cases to recognize the choreography, but seeing it aimed at me makes my pulse hit a jagged new rhythm. Grant. I start, but he is already gone. Not physically, mentally, operationally. The quiet alertness he carried out of the auditorium, fractures into something far more precise, far more terrifying. His breathing stills. His posture shifts into a solid, immovable line. His eyes narrow, not in panic but in calculation. The car behind us edges closer. Grant reacts. The SUV leaps forward so abruptly the force slams me back into my seat. My breath catches in my throat. The world outside turns into streaks of riverfront lights and blurred concrete. "Hold on," he says. But it isn't a warning. It's a command. The sedan beside us accelerates to keep pace. Grant cuts sharply across a lane. Too sharply for a civilian driver, too deliberately for anyone untrained to attempt without risking a rollover. Tires scream against asphalt. The SUV fishtails once, just enough to make my heart lurch into my mouth. Then the vehicle snaps back under his control, like it's responding to muscle memory instead of mechanics. We hit the elevated service road just as the lead car from the oncoming box overshoots the turn by an entire lane, its momentum carrying it wide. Grant uses the opening like he saw it coming minutes ago. Rearview mirror. The sedan behind us adjusts. Not panicking, not giving up, recalibrating. But Grant is already 3 moves ahead. Every motion he makes is terrifyingly calm. Hands steady, shoulders loose, gaze flicking between mirrors and the road like his brain is running several simulations at once. He weaves through narrow lanes and blind patches of concrete barrier that make my breath snag, but he never hesitates, never doubts, never questions the line he takes. This isn't improvisation. This is repetition. This is a man who has done this before. Not once, not twice, dozens of times. The realization lands heavy enough to tilt my ribs inward. Who is he when he isn't shadowing me? What job trains you to treat a box and attempt like an inconvenient puzzle? A flash of bright brake lights ahead. A crowded on-ramp feeding into the interstate. Perfect chaos, perfect cover. Grant merges into the crush of evening traffic with a precision so seamless that for a moment, I can't tell which cars are threats and which are ordinary commuters just trying to get home. The anonymity swallows us whole. I twist in my seat, searching the mirrors, the reflections, the shadows between headlights. The sedan is gone, no pursuit, no lingering silhouette, no second wave. Just traffic, just the hum of the city, just my pulse in my ears, loud enough to drown out everything else. I exhale slowly, my hands trembling before I even feel them shaking. Because for the first time, not in theory, not in abstraction, not as a story I've told about someone else, I understand that danger isn't circling the perimeter of my life. It's here. It's active. It's aimed at me. Silence fills the SUV in the aftermath. Thick, electric, almost shimmering. The kind of silence that doesn't soothe. It expands. My pulse is still trapped high in my throat, thudding too fast, too uneven. I press my palms against my thighs, and that's when I notice it. My hands are shaking. Not dramatically, not uncontrollably, but shaking. A fine tremor spreading from my fingers, betraying me before I can set my expression into something sharp, something dismissive, something that looks like control. I curl them into fists, but even that feels wrong. Too tight, too visible, too revealing. This wasn't a scare tactic. This wasn't a warning lap. This was a move, a coordinated, purposeful, surgical move to isolate me. And I've spent so many years reporting on violence that I've tricked myself into believing I'm adjacent to it, not inside its radius. Tonight breaks that illusion clean in two. I swallow hard, but the breath that follows stutters. My vision swims for a beat, the edges of the city lights turning soft, unreal. I hate the feeling, the vulnerability of it, the disobedience of my own body. Then I feel Grant looking at me. He doesn't say anything at first. He doesn't reach for me or react with dramatics. He just sees it. My shaking hands, the shallow rise of my breath. and somehow that makes it worse. Finally, his voice cuts through the quiet. Steady, controlled, a tone I used to misinterpret as arrogance, but now hear for what it is. Discipline forged in places I don't want to imagine. We're adjusting protocols. The words land like a gavel, not a suggestion, not a conversation, a verdict. I bristle on instinct, my spine snapping straight, my chin lifting, my mouth opening with the beginning of a retort. Something sharp, something about autonomy, something about not being managed like evidence in a chain of custody box. But the words don't make it out. They dissolve on my tongue, leaving the taste of something unfamiliar. Because this time, his protocols don't sound like control. They sound like survival. I pull in a breath through my nose. It tastes like adrenaline, metal, the afterimage of fear I'm refusing to fully acknowledge. Grant continues, his eyes on the road, his posture a study in tension hidden beneath calm. No solo transit after dark. No meetings without prior vetting. Routes must be cleared before you leave any building. Your phone needs to be encrypted and mirrored to my system. The list goes on. Each rule is a lock added to a door I used to walk through freely. My instinct is to fight every single one. I want to tell him I'm not a caged witness. I want to remind him I'm not fragile. I want to reclaim the air in my lungs with a sharpened tongue and a narrowed stare. But then I remember the sedan lunging forward. The timing, perfect. The choreography, professional. The intent, undeniable. Someone out there wants me boxed in. Not intimidated, not warned. Intercepted. The tremor in my hands returns, smaller now, but still there. I unclench my jaw just enough to speak. Fine. Grant doesn't look satisfied. He doesn't smirk or nod triumphantly or act like winning an argument was the goal. In fact, his expression shifts into something almost unnerving. Not reassurance, not victory. Fear. Fear of me agreeing. Fear of what that agreement means. Fear of how close the danger must be for me to comply at all. Temporary, I add, lifting my chin. Conditional. Don't get used to it. He doesn't answer right away. When he finally does, his voice is quiet. I hope I don't have to. The SUV merges into traffic again, disappearing into the blur of headlights and darkened windows. But something fundamental has already shifted. I'm not just reporting the story anymore. I'm in it. And so is he.
Chapter 8. Grant. The diner's fluorescent lights hum like a live wire, casting a sickly glow over the laminated menu Zara isn't reading. She's got her laptop open, one hand stabbing at the keys, the other gripping a half-eaten turkey sandwich she's been clutching, not eating for 10 minutes. The screen reflects in her eyes, sharp, focused, the kind of look that tells me she's already 3 steps ahead of whatever's in front of her. I don't interrupt. Not yet. Instead, I slide her phone across the table, the new encryption app already installed, the mirroring protocol active. Her browser history's been scrubbed, her location services locked down, her contacts backed up to a secure server she doesn't know exists. She doesn't need to. She just needs to use it. Passcode's your mother's birthday backward, I say, tapping the screen. Change it after you log in. She doesn't look up. You're enjoying this? No. I drop a burner phone beside her plate. But I'm good at it. That gets her attention. Her fingers pause mid-type, her gaze flicking from the phone to me. You're good at turning my life into a spy novel. You're the one who published an exposé that's got half the city's power structure sweating. I lean back, arms crossed. This isn't overkill. It's baseline. She scoffs, but there's no real heat in it. Just habit. Baseline for what? A war zone? Baseline for someone who just got boxed in by a multi-car intercept team. I keep my voice level, but the words land like a weight. You want to keep working? Then we work smart. She exhales through her nose, a sound that's half frustration, half surrender. Then she picks up the burner, thumbs moving over the screen. No argument, no pushback, just compliance. First sign of alignment. I file it away. My tablet pings, a background scan flagging an anomaly. I pull it up, fingers moving fast. Zara's calendar, her next interview. The location's been accessed. Not by her, but by a proxy server linked to Mercer's network. I go still. This isn't passive. This isn't someone watching. This is someone planning. Zara's still talking, something about source verification, but the words blur into static. My pulse kicks up, steady but insistent. The diner's background noise, the clatter of dishes, the low murmur of conversation, fades into irrelevance. They're not just tracking her. They're inside her schedule. I close the tablet. Recalibrate. Everything just changed. The diner's door swings shut behind us, the bell jingling like a cheap alarm. Zara's still muttering under her breath, something about overreach, as she tosses her bag into the back seat. I don't answer. Just slide behind the wheel, adjust the mirrors, and pull out smooth, like we've got all the time in the world. We don't. My tablet's propped on the dash, the live feed from the tracking sweep running silent. No alerts, no red flags, just the quiet hum of a system waiting to scream. Then it does. A blip. A ghost ping, there and gone. Someone tapping into the GPS signal, testing the waters. My grip tightens on the wheel. Not a glitch. A probe. Zara's still talking, her voice sharp with the kind of energy that comes from too much coffee and not enough sleep. And if they think I'm backing off now, they're delusional. The story's bigger than... Quiet. She cuts off mid-sentence, the sudden silence thick enough to cut. Her head snaps toward me, eyes narrowing. Excuse me? I don't look at her. Can't. My focus is split. Road ahead, mirrors, the tablet's flickering data. Another ping. Longer this time. They're not just watching. They're locking on. Someone's in your schedule, I say low. And now they're in our route. Her breath hitches, just for a second. Then her jaw sets, her fingers digging into the armrest. How long? Since the diner. She doesn't ask how I know. Doesn't waste time on questions that don't matter. Just leans forward, scanning the street like she's expecting a sniper. What's the play? I don't answer. Not with words. I take the next turn hard, tires biting pavement, and floor it. The engine growls, the city blurring past in streaks of neon and shadow. Behind us, a black sedan, the same one before, peels away from the curb. Too smooth, too fast. They're moving. So am I. The GPS chirps a turn alert. I ignore it, flicking the wheel hard left instead. Tires bite asphalt as we swing onto a narrow service road, the kind maintenance crews use to access the highway's underbelly. Zara's head snaps up from her notes. This isn't the way. Nope. Grant. Eyes forward. She twists in her seat, scanning the empty stretch behind us. You said the interview was at 2. We're not going there. A beat. Then sharp. The hell we aren't. I don't look at her. My focus stays locked on the rear view, the side mirrors, the skeletal outlines of warehouses sliding past. That location's compromised. Since when? Since I checked the access logs on your calendar. Her breath hitches, just slightly. Not fear. Calculation. You hacked my calendar. No, I monitored it. A right turn, no signal. The car hugs the curve tight. Someone else hacked it. Mercer's people, most likely. She goes very still, then quiet. You're sure? It's not a question. I don't answer. The road narrows further, potholes forcing me to weave. Zara's fingers dig into the armrest, but her voice stays level. Where are we going? Somewhere they won't expect. She exhales, a sound like a laugh without humor. You seem like you're really enjoying this. I don't correct her. Let her think it's about control. Better than letting her see the real calculation. The way my pulse stays steady even as my brain maps exits, choke points. The exact second I'd need to hit the gas if a tail appears. We hit a stretch of broken pavement, the car jostling. She doesn't flinch, just watches. "You're not just security," she says finally. "No, I'm not." The car idles in the shadow of an abandoned textile factory, its windows boarded, its lot empty except for a single rusted dumpster. Not a place anyone would pick for a meeting, which is exactly why we're here. I kill the engine. The silence presses in, thick with the hum of distant traffic and the metallic tang of old rain on concrete. Zara doesn't move, just stares at the building, then at me. "You can't be serious." "Dead serious." She exhales, a slow release of tension. "This is where we're doing the interview. This is where we're not getting ambushed." I reach into the glove box, pull out 2 earpieces, toss one to her. "Wear it. Sound carries clean in here, but if something goes sideways, I need you to move fast." She catches it, turns it over in her fingers. No argument, just a nod. "Progress." I step out, scan the perimeter. No movement, no reflections in the broken glass, no fresh tire tracks in the gravel. The air's too still, the kind of quiet that means we're alone. For now. Zara follows, boots crunching on loose stone. She doesn't ask how I knew about this place. Doesn't ask how I got the keys. Just waits while I unlock the side door, the hinges groaning like a warning. Inside, the space opens up. Raw concrete floors, exposed beams, the skeletal remains of old machinery. Dust swirls in the slanted light cutting through the cracked skylights. I point to a cluster of overturned crates near the far wall. "There, you'll have a clear line to the exit, and the acoustics will work for the recording." She doesn't hesitate, just moves, setting up her gear with efficient motions. I watch her for a second, how she adjusts the mic stand, tests the levels, her focus absolute. No wasted movement, no fear, just trust. It's a dangerous thing. I pull up the building schematics on my tablet, mark the exits, the blind spots, the weak points in the structure. Filming runs 20 minutes max. After that, we're gone. She glances up just for a second. "You're not staying?" "Outside, watching." I tap the earpiece in her ear. "Talk. I'll hear you." A beat. Then, dry. "You're giving me space." Call it tactical compromise. The corner of her mouth twitches. Almost a smile. Almost. She turns back to her setup. "Don't get used to it." I don't answer. Just move to the door, my gaze sweeping the lot one last time. Space is a risk, but so is a leash. And Zara King doesn't break easy. The door creaks shut behind me, the sound swallowed by the cavernous space. I don't look back. Just take a position outside, leaning against the rust-streaked wall where the shadows hit right. My tablet's propped against my thigh, the live feed from Zara's mic, a thin green line pulsing in time with her voice. She's already started recording. No small talk, no easing in, just straight to the questions that cut. I adjust the earpiece, her words sharp in my ear. "You're telling me the department buried 3 internal reviews in 6 months. That's not incompetence. That's a pattern. Who gave the order?" The source hesitates. A beat too long. My fingers tighten around the tablet. I don't like hesitation. It's where lies live. I don't know names, but I know the files were pulled by someone with clearance, someone who shouldn't have had access. Zara's breath hitches, just slightly. Not fear. Recognition. She's onto something. Then her voice drops, quieter now, deliberate. "And the Mercer case. Was that part of it?" Static. A long pause. My pulse kicks up. "You shouldn't be asking about Mercer." I straighten. The hairs on my neck stands up. That's not caution in the source's voice. That's warning. Zara doesn't back down. I'm asking. "Then you're a fool." The line goes dead. I'm moving before the silence registers. The door slams open under my boot, the hinges screaming. Zara's already on her feet, her expression locked down, but her fingers are white-knuckled around the recorder. "That's enough," I say. She doesn't argue, just yanks the mic free, her jaw set. "We were just getting to—" "No." I grab her arm, not hard, but firm. "We're done." She jerks back like I burned her. "You don't get to decide that." I do when the threat level just spiked. I shove the tablet at her, the audio waveform still glowing on screen. "You hear that? That wasn't a source. That was a trap." Her eyes flick to the device, then back to me. Something flashes in them. Anger, maybe. Or the first real flicker of doubt. "You think I don't know what I'm doing? I think you're too busy proving you're fearless to see when you're being played." I step closer, drop my voice. "If I thought you were incapable, I wouldn't be here." She goes still. The fight drains out of her posture just for a second. Not surrender. Reassessment. Then quiet. "You're saying I'm reckless." "I'm saying you're good." I turn, scan the lot again. Clear. For now. But good doesn't mean invincible. A beat. She exhales, sharp. Doesn't thank me. Doesn't have to. She just nods. And at last, when I tell her to move, she moves.
Chapter 9. Zara. The Veterans Hall Cafe smells like burnt coffee and floor polish, the kind of scent that clings to uniforms, and memory long after both have faded. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead, flickering with the tired persistence of a building that's seen too much. Only a few tables are occupied. 2 older men playing cribbage in the corner. A woman scrolling through her phone at the counter. But the room feels crowded anyway. Officers never quite shed the habit of scanning for threats, and retired Patrol Lieutenant Daniel Rourke is no exception. He sits across from me with his spine straight, shoulders squared as if a commanding officer might walk in at any moment, but his hands betray him. They tremble around a styrofoam cup of coffee that's gone cold, his thumb rubbing a thin groove into the rim. His gaze flicks to the windows every few seconds. Parking lot, sidewalk, passing cars, each time snapping back like he's afraid I'll notice. He insists he doesn't know much. Men who say that usually know too much. I start gently, asking about transfer patterns, docket assignments, standard review procedures from 20 years ago. His answers come clipped at first, wrapped in caution. But the more I press, the more his guard frays at the edges. A memory slips, then a name, then a timeline. The cracks widen. Finally, after a long hesitation, he exhales and tells the truth in the tone of someone confessing more to himself than to me. "There were deals," he murmurs. "Quiet ones. Judges and defense attorneys funneling certain offenders into initiatives, rehabilitation programs. Nothing official. Nothing documented." He swallows, his throat bobbing hard. "Those initiatives turned into the early Sentinel placements." My pulse stutters, then climbs. Sentinel, years earlier than their public rollout. Earlier than anyone admitted. "What kind of deals?" I ask. He stares into his coffee like he expects the answer to surface there. Names were removed. Files rewritten. Whole case histories disappeared. Judges signed transfer orders without reading them. His jaw tightens. We were told it was reform, but reform doesn't hide itself. The room feels suddenly smaller, the air too warm. This is the first real confirmation from someone inside the machinery, someone who participated, however unwillingly. The patterns I've been mapping aren't echoes, they're continuations. Roots, not branches. Rourke realizes what he said the moment the words leave his mouth. Regret floods his expression, washing out the faint color in his cheeks. His fingers tighten around the cup until the thin styrofoam bows inward. He opens his mouth to backtrack, to soften it, to lie. But the chance evaporates when his phone rings. The sound isn't ominous, just a default ringtone. Ordinary, harmless. But Rourke goes rigid. His hand hovers over the phone without touching it, like he's afraid the call might burn him. When he finally answers, his voice cracks on the first word. "Yeah, I'm here." A pause follows, not long in seconds, but long in meaning. His eyes flick to the window again, quick, panicked, then to the hallway that leads to the back exit. Finally, they land on me. Something cold sweeps through his expression, extinguishing whatever courage pushed him to speak. His shoulders round inward, his posture collapsing into something smaller, older, hunted. "Yes," he whispers to the caller. "I understand." Whatever he hears isn't loud. I can't make out a single syllable from the other end, but it hits him with the force of a blow. His jaw twitches. His fingers twitch. Even the air around him seems to lock in place. The call ends. He doesn't look at me. He stands so abruptly his chair scrapes across the linoleum, drawing a startled glance from the cribbage players in the corner. "This conversation is over," he says, voice low and final. "Don't contact me again." Before I can respond, before I can even stand, he's already halfway to the door, moving with the stiff urgency of a man trying to outrun something invisible. His coffee remains on the table, full, untouched. He doesn't meet my eyes as he leaves. He doesn't look back. The door swings shut behind him, and the hollow thud reverberates through my ribs. In the empty seat across from me, a thin curl of steam rises from his abandoned cup, dissipating in the stale air. Something dangerous, something old, intentional, and very much alive, has just brushed the edge of this investigation, and it knows my name. I gather my bag, sliding my recorder into the side pocket with a hand that's steadier than I expect. Adrenaline feels like certainty when I'm sitting in front of someone willing to talk. It turns to something colder when their fear outweighs their conscience. Rourke's exit still echoes in my ears. The door hasn't finished settling back into its frame before I take my first step toward it. Then I stop. Grant is standing a few feet away, close enough to seem casual, far enough to pretend he's not shadowing me. But something is different now. Tilted, calibrated. His right foot angles toward the hallway behind us. His shoulder blocks my path to the side exit, just subtly enough that I'd miss it if I weren't paying attention. His gaze drifts. Table of two older men who haven't moved for the last 15 minutes. The back corridor. The parking lot beyond the window. The door Rourke fled through. He's not waiting for me. He's running calculations. Suddenly, I see it. All of it. The way he's positioned himself between me and the widest vulnerability zone. The way he's placed his back to a reflective surface without ever looking at it. The subtle shift of his weight, ready to move without telegraphing the intent. He's mapped threat vectors in the time it took me to zip my bag, and I didn't see a single one until now. A cold prickle slides across my skin. Not fear, not exactly, but awareness. The uncomfortable realization that I walked into this interview thinking the danger was the story. Grant's presence tells a different version. The danger is the light I keep shining into the wrong rooms. I straighten, swallow, walk past him like I didn't just learn something about the way he thinks and how little I've noticed before now. Outside, the parking lot is washed in late afternoon sun, glare bouncing off windshields and pooling in white-hot shapes on the asphalt. I'm still adjusting to the brightness when I turn on him. "You can't do that," I snap. He looks at me, unreadable. Do what? Hover like I'm a target in some kind of... I gesture vaguely back toward the cafe, words sharper than I mean them to be. Training simulation. It's paranoia, Grant. He doesn't react. Not with irritation, not with amusement, not with anything that would give me leverage in this argument. His expression remains level, dissecting, calm in the way that makes me feel exposed rather than reassured. Then he lists them, not angrily, not defensively, like he's reading from a case file I should have already memorized. 1. The officer's posture shifted as soon as you mentioned undocumented transfers. His tone is even, factual. 2. He checked the reflective surface behind you 3 times in under a minute. I blink, once, hard. 3. An unfamiliar sedan pulled into the lot after we arrived and left 30 seconds after Rourke took that call. That's pattern, not coincidence. My mouth opens. Nothing comes out. 4. The timing of the call, precise enough to interrupt disclosure, not conversation. I take a step back without meaning to. 5. The men in the corner booth were too still. They weren't eating. They weren't talking. They were listening. I think back. Cribbage, unreadable expressions, silence that didn't match the setting. And 6. His gaze flicks to the doorway, then back to me. Rourke's glance at the security camera before he walked out. People only do that when they know someone's watching. The air between us goes still. My retort is nowhere. My argument dissolves before I can find its shape. He finishes quietly. If that wasn't surveillance, it was its cousin. A slow, unwelcome truth settles in my chest. This wasn't paranoia. It was pattern recognition. And he saw everything long before I saw anything. The moment the car door shut, the quiet feels different. Denser, like the air itself wants to press against my ribs. Grant pulls out of the lot smoothly. No flash of tires or sharp turns, just controlled motion. The opposite of what's happening in my head, because my mind is moving too fast. Connections slamming together hard enough to bruise. Rourke's trembling hands. The way he said deals were made, plural, deliberate. Offenders routed into rehabilitation initiatives that predated Sentinel's expansion. Names scrubbed, files erased, judges signing off without hesitation. Then the cluster patterns I dug up last week rise into focus. Kessler's rulings, Arden's defense filings, timestamps that shouldn't match but absolutely do. Old anomalies, new anomalies, identical signatures. My pulse hammers as the realization hits. This isn't 2 separate eras of corruption. This is one continuous system refining itself in the dark. 742D wasn't a dead investigation. It was a template. My stomach drops, heat rushing to the base of my neck. I stare out the windshield, but all I see are lines of data, names, case numbers, decisions that echoed through decades without anyone daring to connect them. I wasn't starting from scratch when I began this story. I was stepping onto a path someone else already tried to walk, right before the ground gave way beneath them. A slow breath shudders out of me. I'm not uncovering a conspiracy. I'm waking up the one they thought they killed. Grant's hands tighten on the wheel. For him, a tell. For me, a confirmation. He knows something. Maybe everything. And if Rourke's reaction is any indicator, someone else knows we're getting closer. The thought forms with sickening clarity. Anyone connected to the old review is being watched. Rourke, Luis, my courthouse source, even casual informants who wander too close to the truth. Pressure points, weak links, loose threads to pull or cut. And if that table of silent watchers in the cafe was any clue, the people orchestrating this aren't waiting for the truth to surface. They're tracking who gets near it. Judge Helena Kessler, defense attorney Malcolm Arden, Elias March, the billionaire philanthropist who built his career on the skeleton of public sector contracts. They weren't adjacent to the system. They engineered it. Sentinel wasn't a program that evolved. It was cultivated. Hand-picked offenders. Manufactured sentencing funnels. Judicial signatures that fast-tracked bodies into facilities that shouldn't have existed. And when someone inside federal oversight pushed too close, 742-D happened. My chest tightens, not with fear, not exactly, with something heavier, more precise, the weight of seeing the full shape of the machine for the first time. This isn't a dangerous investigation. It's an active conspiracy that never went dormant. And I'm not just reporting near it anymore. I'm in its trajectory. Grant turns onto a busier street, merging into traffic without a word. He doesn't have to say anything. I feel the shift inside myself clearly enough. The fear is there. But underneath it, sharper, steadier, cutting clean through the noise, is resolve, anger, conviction, purpose forged under pressure. They buried this once. They will not bury it again. And they're not the only ones watching now.
Chapter 10. Grant. The white noise machine hums like static from a dead channel. I stand in the shadow of her bookshelf, fingers tight around my phone, the screen casting a pale glow over documents I haven't let myself remember in years. 742-D. Just the designation makes my throat lock. Zara's still at her desk, digging through digital archives, oblivious. She doesn't see me freeze, doesn't hear the sharp inhale when the sentencing clusters on her screen align perfectly with the ones I buried in my own reports. The same anomalies, the same gaps, the same names. My thumb lingers over the screen. One tap expands the file. Operation Nightfall. The precursor. The test run. The thing we were told was a success. Rehabilitation initiatives. That's what they called it. A pilot program for non-violent offenders, privately funded, judicially fast-tracked. Except the offenders weren't non-violent. The transfers weren't voluntary. And the facilities weren't on any map. I scroll. Kessler's rulings. Flawless, airtight, identical phrasing in every order. Arden's filings. Plea deals that routed defendants straight into black-site custody. March's signature on every contract. His company logo stamped beneath progress through partnership. Progress. Yeah. Right. I exhale, slow and controlled. The kind of breath you take before a breach, when the door's rigged and the only way out is through. Zara's voice cuts the silence. You're quiet. I don't look up. Just reviewing. Nonsense. Her chair creaks as she leans back. You've been staring at that screen like it's a ghost. I tap the phone dark, slip it into my pocket. Ghosts don't leave paper trails. She watches me. Too sharp. Too perceptive. Always watching. That's the second time you've done that. Reacted to something you won't name. I turn, lean against the shelf, crossing my arms. Some things aren't mine to name. Funny. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. I thought protecting me meant telling me what I'm up against. Protecting you means knowing when to shut the hell up. She stands abruptly, palms flat on the desk. So that's it? You just, what, recognize something and decide I don't get to know? I don't answer. Can't. Not without admitting I've been lying by omission since the moment I walked into her life. Zara steps closer. You know what this is, don't you? The thing I'm chasing. You've seen it. My jaw tightens. She's not asking anymore. And that's the problem. Because the second I confirm it, she won't stop. And if she doesn't stop, they'll make sure she can't. I push off the shelf, move toward the door. Get your things, we're leaving. Grant. I don't turn. If this is what I think it is, she says, voice low, then you and I both know silence is what got us here. The door clicks shut behind me. I don't tell her she's right. I don't tell her I'm the reason it worked. The hallway light flickers. Cheap fixture, loose wiring. I block her path anyway, shoulders squared. She's got a stack of printed notes in one hand, her phone in the other, thumbs flying over the screen. We need to pause. She doesn't look up. Move! Zara! My voice drops, low and locked. Delay publishing. Delay outreach. Delay everything. That gets her attention. Her fingers still. Slowly she lifts her gaze, dark eyes sharp enough to cut. Why? Because you say so? The air between us goes thin. I can't tell her the truth. That the second she drops this name, this connection, they'll activate protocols I helped design. That she'll vanish before her article even hits the server. So I give her the shell of it. I need time to assess exposure risk. Her laugh is short, humorless. Exposure risk. She repeats it like it's a foreign language. You sound like a corporate memo. I don't flinch. That's the job. No. She steps closer, close enough that I catch the scent of coffee and something sharper. Anger, maybe, or just pure stubbornness. Your job is to keep me alive while I do mine. I hold her stare. And if doing yours gets you killed? A beat. Her chin lifts. Then maybe it's worth it. Something twists in my chest. That's not how this works. Oh, I get it now. Her voice goes quiet, lethal. The kind of quiet that comes before a storm. You're not protecting me. I don't move. Don't blink. You're protecting them. She spits the word like it's poison. Your old colleagues, the judges, the attorneys, whatever agency trained you to stand still when the system breaks. My hands flex at my sides. That's not... isn't it? She cuts me off, voice rising. You see something in these files that scares you and suddenly I'm supposed to stop? After everything? I try to speak, try to correct her. But the words lodge in my throat, heavy as stones. She watches me, waits. My silence is all the answer she needs. Her expression shuts down, goes cold. Just say it, Grant. You don't want me to publish this because of loyalty. Number one. I don't want you to publish because they will erase you. I don't want you to publish because I was the one who taught them how. The air between us isn't just tension. It's a live wire, humming. I can feel her pulse in the space where our shoulders nearly brush, fast and uneven. Like mine. You're stalling, she says again, voice low. And I want to know why. I don't look away. Can't. Because if I do, she'll see the crack in the armor. I'm assessing. Assessing what? My capability? She laughs, sharp and hollow. Or your own? That hits closer than she knows. This isn't about me. Then what's it about? She steps into my space, close enough that I catch the scent of her. Coffee, ink, something electric. Because right now it looks like you're more worried about them than me. Them. The word lands like a blade. I don't correct her. Don't tell her the truth. That the second she drops this name, this connection, the system she's fighting will swallow her whole. That I've seen it happen. That I've helped it happen. My silence is all the confirmation she needs. Her eyes darken. Wow! I reach for her arm, just to steer her back, put distance between us, but she jerks away like my touch burns. Don't. The word is a whip crack. I drop my hand. Zara! No. She cuts me off, voice shaking with something raw. You don't get to do that. You don't get to stand there, all controlled and professional, and act like you're not choosing sides. I am. I have. And it's not the side she thinks. But I can't tell her that. Not yet. She slams her laptop shut. The sound echoes like a gunshot. You can't have it both ways, she says, voice low and lethal. You can't protect me and lie to me. I flinch. She sees it. That's what I thought. She turns and grabs her jacket off the back of the chair. I move to block the door. Instinct, not intention. But she doesn't even try to go around me. Just stops. Close enough that I can see the fury in her eyes. I'm leaving, she says. And if you try to stop me, I'll scream so loud your precious protocols won't matter. I don't move. She doesn't either. The stalemate lasts 3 seconds. 5. Then she steps back, shakes her head like she's disappointed. You're just like the rest of them. That one hurts. I don't stop her when she walks out, because she's wrong, and I can't tell her how. The door slams behind her. I don't move. The silence isn't empty. It's alive, thick with everything I didn't say. My fingers twitch at my sides, itching to grab my phone, pull up the files, fix this. But there's no fixing it. Not now. Not when the truth is a grenade and I'm the one holding the pin. I turn back to the desk. Her laptop's still open, screen glowing with the half-finished article. The cursor blinks like a pulse. I reach out, hesitate, then shut the lid. Hard. The sound doesn't make me feel better. Nothing does. I pull out my phone, thumb hovering over the encrypted line to my old handler. One call. That's all it would take. A single coded phrase and the machinery I used to oil would grind into motion. They'd pull her in. Protect her. Make sure she never digs this deep again. My thumb doesn't press send, because I know what protection looks like in this world. Looks like a windowless room. Looks like a file marked classified. Looks like a name scrubbed from every record. I shove the phone back in my pocket. The apartment's too quiet. I move to the window, pull the blinds just enough to see the street below. Zara's already at the curb, flagging down a ride. She doesn't look back. She should. I scan the sidewalk, the parked cars, the shadows between the street lamps. Nothing moves. No one lingers. But that doesn't mean they're not there. They're always there. Waiting. I exhale, sharp, and turn away from the glass. My reflection stares back. Same face, same eyes, same training. But something's different. Something's broken. I grab my jacket off the chair, shrug it on. The weight of the holster at my back is familiar, comforting, a reminder of what I can control. The door clicks shut behind me. I take the stairs 2 at a time, burst out into the cold night air just as her ride pulls up. She doesn't see me, doesn't hear me. I don't call out, just slide into the back seat of my own car, engine already running, and follow.
Chapter 11. Zara. I hit publish with a steadiness I don't entirely feel, the cursor blinking like a held breath before the page refreshes. The article is live, my follow-up, my escalation, the one that maps out the newest rot in this system with surgical clarity. High-profile offenders, all of them with money or proximity to it, quietly diverted into Sentinel's alternative sentencing programs. Records adjusted, files scrubbed, dockets rewritten like someone took an eraser to justice and called it reform. The impact is instant. My notifications explode, the screen lighting up so fast it blurs. Outrage, disbelief, denial, the usual cocktail. But threaded through it is something else. Not fear, not anger. Recognition. The kind of recognition that shouldn't exist outside sealed chambers, in private briefings. My article isn't rippling outward, it's detonating. And the force of the backlash tells me exactly how deep the blade went. I lean back in my chair, watching the metrics spike upward like a heart rate monitor hitting panic. I expected noise. I didn't expect the system to twitch this violently, this immediately. This isn't blowback. This is exposure. And someone out there felt it like a nerve hit raw. 2 hours later, my phone buzzes with a message from a colleague. No greeting, no context, just a screenshot and a single line. Is this really your address? My stomach doesn't drop. It goes still. I tap the link. A forum loads. Black background, jagged typography, the digital equivalent of a growl. A far-right clearinghouse built for threats disguised as opinions. And at the top of the newest thread, my name sits like a target. Then the address. My address. Posted by an anonymous user whose profile shows nothing but a snake emoji and a timestamp. comments already piled beneath it. She wanted attention. Give it to her. Someone should shut her up for good. Journalist trash. The floor doesn't fall out from under me. It tilts, sharp and undeniable. Not fear, not yet, but awareness. The kind that comes with a very specific calculation. The speed of the leak is the message. This wasn't organic. This wasn't accidental. This wasn't a troll digging too deep. This was coordinated, precise, timed perfectly to coincide with my article hitting peak visibility. Someone didn't just want to intimidate me. They wanted to remind me how easily they can reach into my life and expose the softest parts of it. My pulse thuds, but my hand stays steady as I close the tab and set my phone down. If they think this will make me run, they don't know me at all. By dusk, the noise starts as a low, vibrating hum. Like the building itself is warning me to stay away from the windows. I edge toward the blinds anyway, peel them back just enough to see the street. A crowd has formed, not neighbors, not curious onlookers. A manufactured mob. Men with their phones raised like weapons, women holding glossy, pre-printed signs that haven't had time to fade, Sentinel's PR vocabulary stamped across them in bold, sanitized slogans. And threaded between them are people who look like anger was handed to them in an envelope. Stiff posture, blank eyes, the kind of agitation that comes preloaded. The chants roll upward, hitting the brick facade like thrown stones. Zara King lies. Defamation isn't reporting. Protect Sentinel. Stop the smear. My name is the loudest part. My full name, shouted by strangers who shouldn't know where I live, shouldn't know what floor I'm on, shouldn't echo the same language Malcolm Arden used in every interview he gave this week. My throat goes tight, not from fear, from clarity. Crowds don't spring up like this in hours. Signs don't go to print unless someone funds the ink. This isn't a reaction. This is a deployment. The knock never comes. Instead, my front door swings open with a force that makes the frame shudder, and Grant is already inside before I can speak. His eyes sweep the apartment in a single lethal pass. Windows, angles, shadows. His posture coiled, expression carved down to function. Move, he says, voice flat, stripped of anything human. I don't argue. There's no space for it. He grabs my bag before I can reach for it, slings it over his shoulder and guides me, positions me toward the back stairwell, his body angled to shield mine from every exposed stretch of hallway. We descend fast, our footsteps barely audible over the crowd roaring from the street. On the landing, he pauses just long enough to tap his earpiece. Decoy is parked. Someone whispers on the other end. Grant nods once, then he's moving again, down the concrete steps, cutting corners with practiced precision, hand hovering near his waistband in a way that turns my pulse into a drum. When we reach the service exit, he stops abruptly and cracks the door open 2 inches. I glimpse the alley, a black SUV idling with its lights off, and beyond it, shadows moving with intention. Mercer's men, they aren't part of the crowd. They're apart from it. Watching the edges, sweeping the perimeter, faces unreadable. Predators circling the noise. Grant curses under his breath. Quiet, sharp. Then pushes the door wider and moves me forward with a hand between my shoulder blades. Stay low. Don't stop. Don't speak. His voice leaves no room for anything but obedience. I understand just how close death can stand without making a sound. The service corridor smells like bleach and rust, the kind of place no one lingers unless they're running for their life. Grant keeps me moving with a hand at the center of my back. Steady pressure, no hesitation. But as soon as the alley noise punches through the concrete walls, instinct takes over. I lift my phone, not to call for help, to record. The camera catches the crowd spilling toward the decoy SUV like a tide pulled by a single furious moon. Signs waving, voices cracking, people climbing onto the curb, shoving each other for a clearer look at the target they think I am. "This is evidence," I whisper, breath short as I angle the lens through the narrow window in the stairwell door. If they're willing to do this now, imagine what they'll attempt when the next article drops. Grant doesn't answer. He's focused on the exit routes, the shadows, the timing of every footfall outside. But I'm focused too, on documentation, on truth, on not letting the narrative get buried beneath someone else's version of events. If they want to weaponize fear, I'll weaponize transparency. Even if my hands shake while I film. Even if the chaos rises like a storm I can't outrun. The second we step outside, the night splits open. A brick arcs out of the mob, fast, spinning, aimed with intention, and slams into the decoy SUV's back window. The crack echoes like a gunshot, a sharp, violent sound that rips through the air and through me. I gasp, nearly dropping my phone. Before I can steady myself, Grant's hand sweeps in. He snatches the phone straight out of my grip, killing the recording with a single ruthless press of his thumb. No hesitation, no softness, just decisive force. "Grant?" "No." His voice is pure steel, carved down to instinct. "You film later. You survive now." The crowd surges toward the SUV, and the officers flanking it tighten their formation. Someone throws another object, metal this time, a pipe or a wrench, and it clangs off the bumper. My breath stutters, because this isn't protest, it's a hunt. And I'm the thing being chased. Grant steps in front of me, blocking the sight line, shielding me completely. His body language says nothing and everything at once. Move now or die here. For one suspended second, between the brick's impact and the next shouted threat, the world goes painfully quiet. Not outside, not physically, but inside me. A kind of stunned, crystalline stillness. Because I finally see it. The scale, the precision, the intent. This isn't political pressure or online harassment or the normal backlash that comes with my job. This is violence, organized, funded, directed, aimed at me with frightening accuracy. I can't intellectualize it anymore. I can't outrun it with logic. I could have been killed tonight. And Grant, still angled between me and every possible threat vector, sees something different when he turns toward me, his jaw clenched, eyes colder than I've ever seen them. He sees how close the brick came. He sees the trajectory. He sees the future I almost had. Sprawled on the pavement, phone still recording. His voice drops, barely audible over the chaos. "Zara, this is what they do before the real move." I swallow hard. For once, I don't argue, because the story didn't escalate. The war did, and I'm standing in its direct crosshairs. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vic Vaughn Romance. Chapter 12. Grant. The road narrows into a single unmarked lane, my headlights cutting a thin blade of white through the trees. It's nearly midnight, the forest preserve empty except for the hum of cicadas and the crunch of gravel under the tires. Zara hasn't spoken in 10 minutes. Not since the extraction. Not since the SUV behind us peeled off to run interference. But I can feel the heat of her anger radiating from the passenger seat, like a live wire pressed against my ribs. She doesn't know where we're going. Good. The less she knows, the safer she is. The safe house appears only when we're nearly on top of it. An old ranger cabin sunk back into the tree line, its silhouette swallowed by shadow. No porch lights, no cameras, no external power grid, just a dark rectangle in the woods. The kind of place most people would drive past without ever seeing. I killed the beacon on this property years ago, deleted its coordinates from every system that mattered. I never intended to use it again. And yet here we are. I park beneath the canopy of pines, engine ticking as it cools. Zara finally breaks her silence when I reach for her door. Where? Inside, I say. No room for argument. No time. She stiffens but follows, boots hitting the soft earth with more force than necessary. I lead her to the side entrance, the reinforced one, disguised under a rotting awning, key in the old manual code, and push the door open. A wall of cold air hits us. The safe house smells like dust, metal, and years of silence. No windows, just blackout panels, concrete floors, a narrow strip of overhead lighting flickering awake as if offended by the disturbance. Zara takes one step inside, stops, turns. Her eyes lock on mine, dark and sparking with something far hotter than fear. "You moved me," she says, voice low and serrated, without asking, without telling me where we were going, without even giving me a chance to grab my things. This is temporary. I shut the door behind us, slide the deadbolt home. You'll be safer here. Oh, safer, she repeats, a sharp, incredulous laugh breaking out of her. That's what this is? Safety? She takes another step toward me, jabbing a finger into the center of my chest. You don't get to make decisions like that for me. You don't get to relocate me like I'm... She gestures wildly at the concrete room. Evidence in a chain of custody locker. Her voice cuts through the dark like glass. She's furious, rightfully so. You didn't have a choice, I say. No, she snaps back. You didn't give me one. Her breath shakes, not from fear, but from rage she's trying and failing to suppress. You used protocol on me, weaponized it, dragged me to... She sweeps an arm around the barren space. This bunker in the woods like I'm some asset you're stashing offshore. I hold her stare, my pulse steady even as something tightens painfully in my chest. You're not an asset, I say quietly. You're a target. The words land. Her gaze flickers, but the fury doesn't fade. It sharpens. So instead of talking to me, she says, voice trembling with restrained emotion, you controlled me. Her accusation is a blade, and she hasn't a clue how close it cuts to the truth. I don't step back. I don't defend myself. I just stand there in the cold glow of the safe house lights, absorbing every ounce of her fury like penance. Because she's right about one thing. I moved her without consent, and I would do it again. Her fury still crackles in the air between us when I step farther into the safe house and switch on the secondary lights. They hum to life slowly, exposing more of the room's bare geometry. Metal shelving, sealed crates, a concrete counter with emergency supplies stacked in rigid rows. The starkness matches the ache building behind my ribs. She deserves an explanation, but the explanation itself is a wound I've spent years stitching shut. Zara, I begin, but she folds her arms across her chest and waits with the kind of hard, unyielding focus that leaves no room to soften the truth. I draw a steady breath. The leak wasn't random. It wasn't a troll post or a one-off doxing attempt. Mercer tracked you through your building's access logs. Her expression falters in the space between disbelief and dawning comprehension, so I push on before she can interrupt. He triangulated your entry and exit patterns in under an hour. He pinpointed your floor, your door, and your routine with a level of precision that requires administrative clearance or a back door into the system. The room seems to contract around those words. Zara's anger dims for a moment, not extinguished but recalibrated, redirected toward the shape of the threat pressing in from the outside. I watch her take it in, absorbing the enormity of what Mercer demonstrated tonight. The leak wasn't intended to scare her. It was intended to show how easily he could reach her. I continue, keeping my voice level and controlled despite the urge to pace. This wasn't a message to the public. It was a message to you, and to me. He's flagging every move you make, every building you enter, every server you touch. She swallows hard, visibly fighting the instinct to deny the possibility. She settles for anger instead. It's easier to hold. Then tell Mary. Tell my platform. Tell security so they can lock it down properly. I expected the demand. It was inevitable. Still, it hits with a force I feel behind my sternum. Zara steps closer, her jaw set with conviction as sharp as a blade. You don't get to disappear me into the woods and refuse to notify the people who are actually responsible for my safety. I can't tell them, I say, and the refusal comes out harder than I intend. Her eyes narrow in a slow, dangerous shift. Can't, she repeats, as if translating it into something more damning. Or won't. I hold her stare, aware that anything I say now will either deepen the fracture or push us past a point we can't return from. Sentinel already has influence inside the legal system, I explain. Judicial offices, clerical pipelines, software maintenance for case management servers. Every one of those channels is compromised to some extent. If I transmit this location through any official line, it will be intercepted long before it reaches Mary or her team. She shakes her head, incredulous. You're telling me my employer's security division is infiltrated? I'm telling you the people you trust to process information are monitored by the people who want to erase you, I answer quietly, controlled but unyielding. This safe house is the only reason Mercer's men didn't follow us here. The moment I broadcast coordinates or send a traceable update, we lose the last advantage we have. Her breath leaves her in a slow exhale that feels like the beginning of a storm. Her posture stiffens, not just with anger now, but with a sense of betrayal that hits deeper than anything she said out loud. She presses her hands to her hips and looks around the room as if recalculating her place in it. When she finally turns back to me, her voice carries a sharp, exhausted edge. So, I'm supposed to rely on you? Alone? No oversight, no verification, no one else knowing where the hell I am? Against every instinct, I answer honestly. Yes. For now you have to. Her jaw tightens, her disappointment palpable enough to feel like a physical blow. The silence stretches between us, thick, charged, and far more intimate than safety protocol should ever allow. The truth stands in the room with us, undeniable and unwelcome. I cannot give her what she wants, not without signing her death warrant, and she cannot accept what I'm asking, not without trusting me in ways neither of us is ready to name. Her silence doesn't last long. It fractures into something sharp and fast, an edge she wields because she knows precision will cut deeper than volume ever could. So that's it, she says, stepping into my space, her shoulders squared in defiance, and something that looks a hell of a lot like fear wearing anger as armor. You decide where I go, when I breathe, what I'm allowed to know. That isn't protection, Grant. It's captivity dressed up in tactical vocabulary. She doesn't shout, but the words hit harder than if she did. I feel them in the place I've kept sealed for years, the place that still remembers what it cost to follow orders without question. I force myself to stay steady, to hold the line, because her fury is a living thing and I cannot let mine surface with it. It's not captivity, I say, quiet but unwavering. It's survival. She laughs, a sound that's more heartbreak than humor. Survival for who? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're trying to keep your conscience clean by controlling every variable except your own silence. That hits deep. Too deep. I feel something under my ribs twist, an old wound reopening in a way I didn't prepare for. I take one step toward her, not aggressive but unguarded enough that she still stiffens, matching me inch for inch. You think I'm doing this to protect myself? My voice comes out low, coiled, threaded with a tension I don't have time to analyze. I'm doing this because if I don't control every variable, Mercer will. And the next time he does, there won't be a safe house left to hide you in. Her breath hitches, not in fear, but in offense. Don't you dare make this about my capability. Don't you dare stand there and imply that if I die, it'll be because I didn't follow your damn protocols. I close the distance so close the heat of her frustration brushes my skin. If you die, I say, each word carved from a place I didn't know still existed. It will be because the people coming for you have already killed better trained operatives than me. And those rules you keep mocking are the only reason you're standing in front of me right now instead of zipped into a morgue drawer. The room goes silent, not empty, but weighted, vibrating with something too raw to name. She stares at me, eyes wide, pupils blown, and for a moment the fury between us shifts into something else entirely, something hotter, something neither of us intended to invite into the conversation. Zara steps closer. She doesn't retreat, doesn't flinch, doesn't look away. Her voice drops into a register that is both accusation and confession. You hide behind walls because you don't know how to exist without them. I lean in, just enough that our breath tangles between us. And you tear down walls because you're terrified of what happens if you stop moving. Her throat works on a swallow. My hands curl into fists at my sides, not because I'm angry, though I am, but because every instinct trained into me is roaring to do something reckless. Her gaze flickers to my mouth, barely a second, barely a breath, but enough to send heat through me like a fuse catching flame. The air tightens, molten and electric. She is too close. I'm too compromised. The room is too small, the distance too thin, and everything that's been building between us, anger, fear, frustration, the gravitational pull we pretend isn't there, swells until it's a live current running through the space between our bodies. Neither of us moves. Neither of us breathes right. Every part of me is locked between instinct and training, wanting to step back, needing to step forward. Her eyes soften, only for a heartbeat, but it's enough to undo something in me that I've spent years holding together with duty and denial. The attraction has been there since day one, threaded beneath every argument, every order, every second of proximity. And now it sits naked between us, undeniable and dangerous in a room with no exits that don't require my clearance. I force myself to blink, to breathe, to break the spell before it detonates in a way we won't recover from. But she doesn't step back, and neither do I.
Chapter 13. Zara. I don't think, I just move. My hands fist in the front of his jacket, pulling him down to me before I can second-guess the impulse. His body is rigid against mine, all coiled tension and restraint, but I don't care. I need this. The heat of his skin under my palms, the sharp inhale that tells me I've surprised him, the way his pulse jumps against my lips when I press them to the base of his throat. He doesn't push me away, but he doesn't move either. I can feel the war in him, the way his breath comes ragged, the way his hands hover at my waist like he's afraid to touch me, like if he does, something will break. Zara. My name is rough in his mouth, half warning, half plea. I tilt my head up, meeting his gaze. His eyes are dark, storm-lit. And I see it then. Not rejection, but fear. The kind that doesn't come from a threat he can neutralize with a gun or a knife. The kind that comes from knowing exactly how much it will cost him if he lets himself want this. I don't let him think. I drag my thumb along the scar on his jaw, the one I've watched him touch when he's weighing a decision, and lean in until our lips are a breath apart. You're not going to lose me, I whisper. A muscle jumps in his jaw. His fingers flex just once against my hips. Then his control snaps, His mouth crashes into mine, hot and desperate, and suddenly there's no space left between us, no protocol, no past, just this. His hands in my hair, my back against the wall, the taste of him like a promise and a surrender all at once. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
I don't need to see his face to know his walls aren't just cracked. They're gone. And so are mine.
Chapter 14. Grant. Morning comes in thin, colorless stripes through the warped blinds, light that doesn't warm anything, least of all me. I'm already out of bed before it fully hits the floorboards, the cold air cutting clean through whatever heat lingered from the night before. I shower fast, dress faster, and run inventory on my gear with the kind of mechanical precision usually reserved for hostile deployments. It's not protocol, it's armor. I don't look at the bed, not at the imprint of her body on the sheet, not at the way the blanket is still tangled from where I pulled her beneath me, not at the memory that threatens to rise if I let myself linger. Instead, I check the chamber on my sidearm, inspect the breach alarm on the back door, reconfirm the sight lines through the single window. Anything to keep from thinking about her warmth against my skin, her breath at my throat, the way she said my name right before I lost control. When Zara stirs, the mattress creaks softly, too softly. The sound lands like a punch to the ribs. I force myself into the doorway, posture straight, tone neutral. We'll be leaving the property in 90 minutes, I say. You'll need to pack light. I'll sweep the route once you're ready. Her eyes snap to mine, searching, sharp, expecting something I don't let her find. Forecast shows increased drone activity in the eastern corridor, I continue. We'll adjust our movement pattern accordingly. Every word lands flat, efficient, sterile. She studies me, and her expression shifts into something I don't have a defense for. Confusion softening into recognition, then tightening again into something edged. She's used to my distance. She spent weeks railing against it. But this isn't distance. It's a wall rebuilt brick by brick before she even woke up. She climbs out of bed, movements clipped. The air between us is colder than the room. "You're really doing this," she says quietly. I don't answer. I check the perimeter again instead. Step outside. Sweep the tree line. Come back in. Do it all over. She notices. Of course she notices. "You already checked that," she mutters when I pass the window for the second time. I don't correct her. This is the third. I keep my stance loose but ready, palms open, awareness fixed on every sound the cabin makes. I stay close enough to intercept anything that comes through the door, but not close enough for her to brush my arm the way she did last night, when everything in me leaned toward her without thinking. She watches me move through the room, and something flickers in her expression. Not anger. Not yet. Something quieter. Something that sees more than I want her to. "You didn't sleep," she says. I don't confirm it. She knows. She heard the boards creak when I left, before the sun cracked the horizon. I grab my jacket off the chair and slide my arms into the sleeves with a tightness I can't hide. This isn't detachment. This is vigilance sharpened to a breaking point, and she feels every inch of it. The part that frightens me most? So do I. The alert hits my tablet like a blade, one sharp, piercing tone that doesn't belong in this cabin's hush. Zara freezes mid-movement, a question half-formed on her lips, but I'm already crossing the room, snatching the device off the table before the screen has fully lit. The data spreads across the display in tight, encrypted lines. I recognize the signature instantly. Metadata I haven't seen since the Federal Review. My stomach turns, not in fear, but in recognition, in inevitability. I move fast, fingers flying across the interface, peeling back the layers. Source mask, relay path, rerouted traffic. This wasn't scraped from a public leak tree. This wasn't someone guessing coordinates based on probabilities or drone sweeps. This is internal. I strip the final layer of obfuscation, and the server tag appears. A familiar alphanumeric string stamped onto every judiciary case file transfer for the last decade. The originating node belongs to Judge Helena Kessler's clerk. It takes everything in me not to swear. This isn't some fringe troll, some mercenary scraping forum metadata. This is judiciary infrastructure. A court system employee tried to push her location out through a disguised, encrypted relay meant for internal communications. This isn't a fissure in the system. It is the system. A cold, steady pulse moves through me. Training threading into instinct, instinct threading into fury I don't have time to feel. I lock down the signal, reroute decoys, sever the relay before the coordinates complete their handshake with the external server. Then I turn to Zara. She's standing near the counter, hair still damp from the quick shower she took to clear her head, her morning armor. There's a mug in her hand she hasn't lifted in minutes. Her gaze is already narrowed, already reading something in my posture I haven't voiced yet. I force the words out, low and unvarnished. Someone with authority wants you found. The silence that follows isn't empty. It's dense, charged, humming with the storm rolling in behind the truth. Her fingers tighten around the mug. Not fear, not shock. Calculation. The moment where a journalist stops being part of the audience and starts being the headline. They're inside the judiciary, she says, voice barely above breath. They always were, I answer. Her inhale shatters into something ragged. She understands. Because she's fast. They're not just hunting sources. They're not just burying evidence. They're hunting her. And for the very first time since we entered this cabin, the fear she feels isn't for the story. It's for her life. His encrypted line vibrates against the counter. 3 short pulses, 1 long. A code that used to straighten my spine, that used to mean movement, that used to mean orders. I glance at Zara, still reading over the intel I showed her, still holding herself taut like she's bracing for an impact she can't yet name, before flipping the phone face down and stepping into the narrow kitchen. I open the secure channel. The message is short, purposefully vague. The kind of language that trusts I can read everything between the lines. Recommend immediate withdrawal from civilian attachment. Detail unsustainable. Risk of compromise escalating. Reassign until stabilization confirmed. In any legitimate operation, that would be the moment I step back. Another agent would take over. Distance would be reestablished. The threat would shrink to something manageable. But none of this is legitimate anymore, and they know it. They're telling me to sever contact. To abandon the detail. To abandon her. My thumb hesitates over the response field. Protocol screaming at me. Training tightening my throat. Past failures rising like ghosts that know exactly how I break under pressure. Then I hit delete. No hesitation. No second thoughts. I don't acknowledge the message. I don't file a report. I don't request backup. I choose her. I choose to stay. I choose the thing I'm not supposed to want and the mission I'm no longer officially authorized to run. Duty and desire have become indistinguishable threads, pulled so tight between us that I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. The phone screen goes black, but the tension it leaves behind doesn't fade. It settles under my skin like a ticking clock. I lean both hands on the sink, head bowed slightly, the warped window in front of me offering a sliver of gray daylight and dense tree line. The cabin is quiet, too quiet for a man whose mind won't stop moving. And in this small, stolen moment of stillness, the truth lands with brutal clarity. The fallout is coming, the second she publishes again. The second Kessler realizes we cut off the leak. The second Mercer adjusts whatever net he's casting in the dark. There is no version of this where we walk away unscathed. Not her career. Not my freedom. Not whatever boundary-breaking, protocol-shattering thing flared between us last night and still hums beneath my ribs like an aftershock. There's no path forward without cost, and no version of myself that's willing to leave her to face that cost alone. The safe house feels like it's shrinking around us, walls drawing closer with every passing hour. The forest outside, once just scenery, now presses in like a living thing, dense, watchful, complicit. Threats that used to feel abstract now have names, servers, signatures. Judge Kessler's clerk. Judicial encryption pathways, a chain of command aimed directly at her. Zara sits at the small table across the room, scrolling through documents with a focus sharpened by fear she won't admit out loud. She doesn't have to. I see it in the way her breath snags, in the way her shoulders stiffen when she reads the metadata I showed her. She sees it now. The scale. The reach. The fact that she's not fighting rumors or shadows, but people with authority, infrastructure, intent. And I feel it, not just professionally, but bone deep, personal in a way that makes my pulse stumble. The danger isn't theoretical anymore. It's here, in the circuits of my tablet, in the coded language from my old network, in the rhythm of her footsteps across creaking floorboards. Danger and desire move in sync, each tightening its hold on the other until I can't tell which I'm trying to control more, my instincts or my restraint. She looks up at me, and for a beat neither of us speaks. We don't need to. The air is thick with an understanding neither of us can afford to voice. There is no going back, not to the distance we kept, not to the lines we pretended existed, not to the illusion that this is just a story, or just protection, or just a job. Whatever happens next isn't optional. It's already in motion.
Chapter 15. Zara. I'm halfway through reorganizing the evidence board Grant insisted I keep analog. No Wi-Fi, no cloud, no digital footprint. When the burner phone he gave me buzzes on the counter. The number is unfamiliar. The encryption signature familiar only in its intensity. I answer anyway. A quiet voice crackles through the line. Calloway told me you were persistent. A pause. He didn't tell me you were right. Officer Ana Torres. One of the internal auditors from the Buried Review. A woman whose name vanished off rosters years ago. Before I can ask anything, a secure download link appears on the screen. My stomach tightens, not with fear, but with the instinctive rush that comes when a wall finally cracks. I open the file. Pages flood my tablet. Internal memos, routing slips, incident logs, and my breath catches. An early termination recommendation written in language so blunt and damning it feels radioactive. The signatures at the bottom belong to members of Grant's former unit, his people, his chain of command. Some margins are blacked out with the same heavy block-style redaction I've seen a dozen times in the files he won't talk about. I know the patterns by now. The clipped phrasing, the coded acronyms, the neat omission of anything that would implicate the architects upstairs. This isn't bureaucratic oversight. This is erasure. Intentional, calculated, systemic. I scroll further and the next document hits like a blow to the ribs. The original investigation did exactly what I've been trying to do. It identified Sentinel as an ethical liability. It confirmed unlawful detentions at private facilities disguised as rehabilitation programs. It recommended a full shutdown before expansion. And then, pages later, there's a second memo. Shorter, authorless. The kind of document that only exists in the shadows. Recommendation overruled. Proceed with scale up. Federal clearance granted. My hands shake so badly I have to set the tablet down. Not from fear. Not even close. It's vindication. Hot, electric, furious. I was right. They buried this once, and they expected it to stay buried. Not this time. I find him in the kitchen, hunched over a topographical map, marked with penciled extraction routes, circles, arrows, contingency paths, layered so heavily the paper looks bruised. His shoulders are rigid, every line of his posture coiled like he's bracing for impact he hasn't identified yet. Good. I've identified it for him. The documents burn hot in my hand as I move closer. The safe house suddenly too small, too silent, too full of things neither of us is saying. The air feels dense, pressing against my ribs, but my voice slices straight through it. Grant. He looks up, but not all the way. Not at me. At the stack of papers I slam down onto the map. The pages scatter, fanning out between us like a deck of indictments. Memos, logs, redactions, signatures. His world, his unit, his silence. This was your chain of command, I say, my voice shaking in a way that isn't weakness, just too much truth trying to fit into too small a space. These were your people, your signatures. You watched this get buried. He stares at the documents for a long, dangerous second. No flinch, no denial. Just a stillness I've only seen right before he reaches for a weapon. Finally, he exhales. Yes, he says quietly. Operation Nightfall was real. The suppression was real. The confirmation should feel like victory. It doesn't. It feels like the floor falling out from under both of us. But then he adds, I filed reports. That's all. I wasn't the decision maker. I didn't run the program. He delivers the lines quietly. Controlled, measured, polished by years of practice. Not a lie, but nowhere close to enough. So that's it, I whisper. That's your defense? You were just following orders? His jaw tightens, but he doesn't answer. And suddenly I understand. He's not evading the truth. He's evading the part of it that implicates him, the part that might make me walk away, the part he's terrified I'll see. His non-answer hangs between us like a live wire, humming with everything he won't admit and everything I can no longer ignore. The anger that's been simmering in my chest sharpens into something scalpel-like, carving straight through the excuses, the protocol, the walls he thinks he can hide behind. Silence is complicity, Grant. My voice doesn't rise. It cuts. Especially when that silence protects men with power. Men who built programs like Sentinel. Men who operated above the law because people like you filed reports and said nothing. His eyes flicker. Just once, but it's enough. I've hit something vital. I press harder. You want to talk about threat vectors? Patterns? Here's one. Men in power protecting other men in power. And right now, from where I'm standing, that looks exactly like what you're doing. The words land clean and devastating. I see them hit him. See the way his shoulders stiffen. See the breath he doesn't take. For a man trained to absorb damage without reaction, this is the closest he comes to flinching. But he still says nothing. Nothing. And the silence, the same silence that allowed Sentinel to grow like a disease, becomes all the answer I need. The space between us splits wide open. He stands there, jaw clenched, eyes shadowed with something rawer than guilt. Fear, maybe. Exposure. The terror of being seen too clearly by someone who refuses to look away. His silence now isn't avoidance. It's confession. It tells me everything he can't. But I don't hear confession. I hear cowardice. A refusal to stand against the machine hunting me. A refusal to use his knowledge, his access, his past to do anything other than hide behind protocol and regret. The rift between us doesn't crack. It widens, sudden, cavernous, undeniable. I'm not sure which side of it he's standing on. The safe house feels different now. Smaller, hotter, like the air has thickened with everything we just tore open between us. The walls that once felt protective now feel like they're pressing inward, trapping us with the fallout of truths neither of us is ready to name. There's no exit here, no distraction, no protocol strong enough to smother the crack running straight through the center of us. He stands on one side of the room, rigid and unreadable, and I stand on the other, pulse still hammering, the documents spread between us like shrapnel. This isn't just a disagreement. It isn't professional conflict or tactical friction. It's trust, fractured, openly and irrevocably, and the sound of that fracture is still vibrating in my bones. Our alliance was fragile to begin with, held together by necessity and danger, and whatever burned between us in the dark. Now it feels fatal, a fault line running under our feet, trembling, widening, promising only one thing: rupture. I can't look at him without seeing the secrets he chose over me. He can't look at me without seeing the truth he's terrified I'll uncover. This moment isn't about the case anymore. It's personal, deeply, dangerously personal. And somewhere in the back of my mind, a cold certainty settles. Whatever comes next, the revelation, the blow, the betrayal, it won't just break the conspiracy open. It will break us. The stage is set, the fuse is lit, and we're both standing too close to survive the blast. The burner phone in Grant's pocket buzzes again, sharp, insistent. He doesn't reach for it, doesn't need to. The tension in his shoulders tells me everything. Another alert, another threat, another piece of the net tightening around us. I watch him process it, his face a mask of controlled focus, but his fingers flex once against his thigh. A tell. The only one he's ever given me. Mercer, I say, not a question. His jaw tightens. He's at the community center, the one where you're scheduled tomorrow. A beat. Then the weight of it lands. That location wasn't public, not yet. Only Mary, my source, and you're the only one who knew, I say, voice low. He shakes his head, already moving. No, but someone in my old unit did. The words hang there, raw and final. An admission, a confession, a line crossed. I should push, should demand answers, should scream, should do anything. But the look in his eyes stops me. Something dark and resolute, like a man who's just made a decision he can't unmake. He's not just protecting me anymore. He's choosing a side. Pack what you need, he says, voice clipped. We're moving, now. No explanation, no apology, just action. I should argue, should refuse, should do anything but follow him like some trusting ally when every instinct says this is the moment everything changes. But I don't, because for the first time, I see it in him. The same fire that's been burning in me since the beginning. The same refusal to look away. And that terrifies me more than the threats outside.
Chapter 16. Grant. The storm slams another fist against the windows. Glass shudders. I don't flinch. Zara's still standing there, arms crossed, waiting. Not for an explanation. She's past that. For proof. For the thing I've spent a decade locking down. My fingers dig into the table edge. The wood groans. I could lie. I've got protocols for this. Deflect, minimize, redirect. But she's already seen the cracks. She's standing in them. So I stop calculating. Operation Nightfall, I say. The name tastes like rust. That's what they called it before it got rebranded as Sentinel. Early phase, we were pulling detentions based on predictive algorithms. No warrants, no oversight, just probabilities. Her breath catches. Not shock, recognition. I was part of the review team when the first red flags hit. 47 detainees with no criminal records. 3 attempted suicides in custody. A 14-year-old kid held for 72 hours because his search history matched a pattern. My voice doesn't break. It shouldn't. I trained it not to. We flagged it. Wrote the reports. Handed them up the chain. A beat. The storm howls. Then the meeting started. Closed sessions. They told us the program was critical, that the ends justified the gaps, that we were protecting the country. I exhaled sharply. The agents who pushed back, first they got transferred, then they got medical discharges, then they just disappeared. Training accidents, suicides. One guy's car went off a bridge. No skid marks. Zara's gone very still. And you? I meet her eyes. I filed the reports. Then I shut up and followed orders. The words hang there, ugly and precise. I've never been more ashamed of myself. She doesn't move, doesn't speak. The silence isn't judgment. It's worse. It's the sound of her recalibrating everything she thought she knew about me. Outside, thunder splits the sky. I don't look away. The air between us thickens. My pulse hammers, but I keep my voice steady. I was 24, fresh out of training, still thinking the badge meant something. They drilled it into us. Loyalty above all. You question the mission, you're questioning the team. You're weak. You're a liability. My fingers curl into fists, then force themselves flat. I saw what happened to the ones who talked. They didn't just lose their jobs. They lost everything. Reputations, pensions, families. One guy's wife got a call saying he'd been unfaithful. Another's kid was denied college scholarships. They made it so no one would ever hire them, trust them, look at them without suspicion. Zara's gaze doesn't waver, doesn't soften. I told myself if I stayed useful, I could fix it from the inside, that I'd find the right moment, the right leverage. But the deeper I got, the clearer it was. There was no right moment. The system wasn't broken. It was working exactly how they designed it. The words almost make me gag. So I followed orders. I signed off on reports I knew were lies. I stood in rooms where people I knew were innocent got labeled threats, and I told myself it was survival. A muscle feathers in her jaw. I'm not asking you to understand, I say. I'm telling you why I didn't walk away sooner. She exhales through her nose, sharp and controlled. You still didn't walk away. You just repackaged yourself. Private security. Independent consultant. Her voice drops. Same skills, cleaner conscience. The hit lands. I take it. Yeah. Silence. The kind that hums. Zara turns toward the window where rain streaks the glass like tears. My father used to say there are two kinds of people in the world. Those who see a fire and run for water, and those who just stand there watching it burn because they're too scared of getting hurt. I don't answer. There's nothing to say. She looks back at me, eyes dark with something worse than anger. Disappointment. Which one are you, Grant? The storm rages on. The question hangs between us, raw and unanswered. The weight of her question presses down, but I don't flinch. I've carried heavier. I lean back in the chair, the wood creaking under the shift. The storm outside throws another volley at the windows. Nature's verdict. Indifferent. They'll pull me the second your article drops, I say. No inflection, just fact. Agency'll issue a statement about unauthorized disclosures, revoke my clearances by end of day. Your safety becomes someone else's problem. A beat. Someone who doesn't know the patterns, doesn't recognize the tells. Her fingers tighten around the armrest, not fear. Calculation. I tilt my head toward the encrypted phone on the table. That's my burner. One number programmed in, mine. After today, it's the only way to reach me. My voice doesn't change. Doesn't need to. They'll scrub my file clean. No record of this assignment. No paper trail tying me to you. Plausible deniability. A muscle jumps in her throat. I'm not telling you this so you'll hold back. My gaze locks onto hers. I'm telling you so you know what you're walking into. They'll come at you hard. Lawsuits, doxing, discrediting. They'll call you unstable, obsessive. They'll dig up every mistake you've ever made and parade it like truth. A pause. And when that doesn't work, They'll get creative. She doesn't look away. I can't stop you from publishing. My hands flex, then still. But I can give you the names of 3 lawyers who specialize in federal whistleblower cases, 2 journalists who've survived this kind of pushback, and a locksmith who doesn't ask questions. A ghost of a smirk, gone before it fully forms. You'll need him. The air between us is thick with things unsaid. I reach into my jacket, pull out a folded slip of paper, slide it across the table. That's everything. Contacts, safe houses, codes. My fingers tap the paper once, memorize it, then burn it. She doesn't touch it. I stand. The chair scrapes back. Grant! Her voice cuts through the storm's roar. I stop. Don't turn. You really think this is it? The words are quiet, dangerous. That you just walk away? My back stiffens. I don't need your permission to publish, she says, but I will need your help to survive it. The storm howls. The paper lies between us, untouched. I don't answer. I don't have to. The phone buzzes again in my pocket like a warning. I don't need to check the screen. The vibration pattern's wrong, too sharp, too insistent. Encrypted alert. Only one person still has that number. I pull it out. The message glows, stark against the dim. Mercer, 22nd and Vine, 10 minutes ago. My fingers lock around the device. 22nd and Vine. That's the diner. The one Zara's source suggested for tomorrow's meet. The one no one outside this room should know about. The storm's still screaming outside, but the sound fades. My pulse doesn't. Mercer isn't just a tale. He's a hunter. And he shouldn't be able to find her this fast. Unless someone's feeding him intel. I exhale through my nose, slow and controlled. The pieces click into place, too neat, too deliberate. The leaked address, the protesters, the way the threats escalated the second she got close to the buried case. This isn't just pushback. It's a goddamn witch hunt. My thumb brushes over the screen. One call. That's all it would take. Warn her. Pull her into the safe room. Lock it down until I can get eyes on Mercer's movements. But the second I do, she'll know. She'll know I'm still here. Still tracking. Still involved. And she'll ask why. I don't have an answer that won't make this worse. The phone buzzes again. Another alert. This time a photo. Grainy. Time-stamped. Mercer leaning against a black SUV, talking to a guy in a maintenance vest. The vest's too clean. The guy's stance is all wrong. My jaw tightens. They're not just watching her. They're preparing. I shove the phone into my pocket. The paper with the contacts is still on the table, untouched. I should leave it. Walk out. Let her make the call. But my feet don't move. Because here's the thing about fires. You can stand there watching them burn. You can tell yourself it's not your fight, not your risk, not your problem. Or you can grab the damn hose. And this time, I'm done watching. I stand there for a long moment, the storm pounding the roof like it's trying to shake the truth out of me. And I let the weight of what comes next settle in my chest. I know what it means to step back into this fight. I know what it costs. I've watched men smarter than me disappear for less. But when I look at the door Zara disappeared behind, when I think of Mercer leaning against that SUV like a wolf scenting blood, something in me locks into place with brutal clarity. This isn't survival anymore. It isn't duty or protocol or the ghost of the badge I used to serve. It's her. And I don't walk away from her. Not now. Not again. Not while there's still a chance to rewrite the ending I ran from a decade ago. The storm outside roars, relentless. I grab my jacket, open the door, and step into it.
Chapter 17. Zara. The apartment Grant moved us into smells like dust, cold metal, and the kind of old brick that remembers more storms than people. It's barely a living space, just a square room above a shuttered warehouse with paint peeling off the walls and a single bare bulb humming overhead. The air is dry enough to sting. I sit at the metal table in the middle of the room, laptop open, pages fanned across the surface like an autopsy in progress. I keep my jaw tight, my spine rigid, my breathing slow and even. The memory of Grant's confession tries to wedge itself under my ribs, his voice steady as he admitted to following orders, keeping his head down, surviving the fallout while others didn't. But I refuse to let it soften anything in me. Anger is cleaner, sharper, easier to hold. I'm furious at the system that built Sentinel, gutted by the scope of the damage it's done, and even more furious that the man who saw it firsthand didn't burn it to the ground when he had the chance. So I do what I've always done. I turn that rage into work. I drag every document, every printout, every scribbled note into new formations across the table, rearranging the evidence like battle formations. March, Kessler, Arden. I stop pretending they're tangential players circling influence. They sit dead center now. Architects of suppression, not beneficiaries of it. I rewrite entire sections of my draft, reframing not just the corruption, but the system designed to hide it. Every paragraph shifts tone. Every headline sharpens. I trace the machinery of silence, the engineered erasure, the places where fingerprints should be and aren't. Each edit chisels my determination into something surgical, clean, precise, unforgiving. This isn't just an expose anymore. It's an indictment. And I will not let anyone, Grant, Sentinel, or my own misplaced grief, pull me off target again. Grant moves through the apartment like a ghost wearing a badge. Hyper-professional, distant, every motion precise enough to cut. He gives updates without inflection, standing just inside my peripheral vision like a shadow trained to breathe on command. 2 unknown vehicles passed twice in the last hour. No digital breach attempts detected in the last sweep. Your whistleblower hasn't logged in again. His voice stays perfectly level, never touching anything personal, never brushing against the fault line between us. But the tension hums underneath every clipped report, a low-voltage current running between us, whether we acknowledge it or not. I hate that I feel it. Hate even more that part of me looks up when he enters the room, expecting something. A softness he isn't offering anymore. A truth he still doesn't know how to give. And the worst part, the part I refuse to say out loud, is that even now, simmering with betrayal and fury, I still trust him with my life. That dissonance eats at me from the inside out. The man who once stayed silent when he should have spoken up is now the man checking every window twice before I sit down, the one intercepting alerts before my devices even register them, the one sleeping in a chair by the door because he doesn't trust the locks. I press my palms to the table, staring at the chaotic spread of evidence, but it's no use. The truth presses in anyway. He failed people once by staying quiet, and now he's trying to save me by refusing to look away. And I don't know what to do with the part of myself that still believes he won't let me fall. I watch him work, not openly, not enough for him to notice, but enough that the contradiction hits me like a strike to the sternum. Grant moves through the apartment with silent precision, reinforcing the locks he already reinforced, adjusting the blinds by millimeters so no one can map our silhouettes, rerouting our comms through a relay network I'm 90% sure is illegal. Every motion is deliberate, efficient, instinctive, the kind of vigilance born from guilt or training, or both. And it hits me, sharp and disorienting. The man who once stayed silent is now the only reason I'm still breathing. It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't make sense. My anger wants to paint him in absolutes, cowardice, complicity, failure. But the truth refuses to stay in the lines. This man, the one fortifying the room around me like he's daring the world to get through him first, is also the man who didn't speak up when the system demanded silence. The man who watched injustice and survived it instead of burning it down. The dissonance burns through my chest, hot and sour. It terrifies me. It destabilizes me. It refuses to fit into any moral category I've ever built my life around. How am I supposed to reconcile the danger he once walked away from with the danger he's now willing to walk straight into? For me? I tighten my grip on the table's edge. I can't. Not yet. Grant's voice cuts off mid-sentence, the kind of abrupt silence that makes my pulse stutter. He's still holding my tablet, thumb frozen just above the screen, eyes narrowing with that razor-edged focus that never means anything good. What now? I ask, already bracing. He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he angles the tablet so I can see the alert stream myself. At first, it's just noise. Timestamps, pings, IP scrambles, the usual digital static of being hunted. Then the pattern sharpens, cold and unmistakable. A second Sentinel-linked vehicle pattern, same make, same route. Circling our old safe location as if sniffing for residue. A message referencing my sealed case number. Something no civilian should ever see. Something that was supposed to exist only in locked federal archives. In a drone tag, one that doesn't match any registered model, caught in the corner of a traffic cam frame near where we parked last night. Barely visible, almost an optical illusion. My stomach drops. The room seems to tilt, every molecule rearranging around a single truth. They aren't just watching, they're escalating. Grant's jaw flexes once, the only sign he's rattled. This drone, it shouldn't be detectable. His voice is low, clinical, but the tension under it vibrates like a tripwire. They're testing your perimeter, probing reactions, shortening the leash. I swallow hard, the air suddenly too thin. Sentinel isn't waiting for my next move. They're anticipating it, pushing boundaries, mapping vulnerabilities, testing how close they can get before we notice. Grant sets the tablet down carefully, like the wrong touch might trigger something explosive. His eyes meet mine, and for one terrifying second, I see the truth he's trying not to say. This isn't surveillance anymore. It's preparation. The room feels smaller all at once, shadows tightening at the edges, walls pressing closer, like the whole space is inhaling around me. I sink back into the chair, the metal frame biting cold through my shirt, and press a palm to my sternum, as if that might steady the heartbeat thundering underneath. But it doesn't, because the truth is clawing its way up my spine, sharp and undeniable. This isn't a story I can outrun. This isn't a corruption scandal I can expose and walk away from with a bruised reputation and a few hate emails. This isn't even a conspiracy. It's a system, a machine, a decades-old mechanism built to erase people who pull too hard on the wrong threads. People exactly like me. My throat tightens, breath catching on the realization as it clicks fully into place. The drone, the recircling vehicles, the messages referencing things that should have been sealed forever. Every escalation isn't meant to scare me. It's meant to contain me. My fingers go numb around the edge of the table. I'm good at fear, at dissecting it, reframing it, outrunning it before it can pin me. But this isn't fear. It's clarity, cold, surgical, final. For the first time, I see the whole shape of the danger rising around me, closing in with a precision that mirrors Grant's, but without a single intention of keeping me alive. My work won't protect me. My platform won't protect me. My truth won't protect me. And the illusion I've been clinging to, that I can do this alone, that I should, splinters cleanly down the center. Grant watches me, muscles coiled, eyes scanning me the way he scans entry points and firing lines. Not protective, not possessive, just aware, exactly aware of the moment my reality shifts. I hate how much steadier I feel because he's in the room. But I'm not stupid. I'm not naive. I'm not reckless enough to pretend otherwise anymore. I finally exhale, the breath shaky and low. I cannot survive this alone. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18. Grant. I hated this venue from the moment she put it on the schedule. The university's Centennial Hall is a tactical nightmare. 3 tiers of seating, open balconies, and enough glass to build a greenhouse. But Zara was adamant. "If we hide, they win," she'd said while packing her bag this morning. "We need to be loud. We need witnesses." So here we are. Loud, exposed, and waiting for the hammer to drop. I sweep my gaze across the auditorium, marking the exits for the 3rd time since we entered. Too many bodies. Too many blind spots. The air is thick with the humidity of 1,000 people breathing in a confined space, but the temperature on my neck is cold. The first tremor hits the audio feed in my ear. A split second of compressed static that feels deliberate, not accidental. I sweep my gaze across the auditorium, marking the exits for the 3rd time since we entered. Too many bodies. Too many blind spots. Zara's at the podium, her voice sharp and clear, cutting through the polite applause. I clock the anomaly 2 rows back from the stage. A man in a dark windbreaker, hands in his pockets, not clapping. His focus isn't on Zara. It's on the fire exit to the left of the stage. My throat tightens. Then the fire alarm blares, screaming through the hall. The house lights flicker. Instant chaos. People stand, confused, turning toward the sound. Movement in my periphery. The windbreaker guy is moving, not toward the exit like everyone else, but parallel to the stage. Heading for the access stairs. Too slow. I was 1 second too slow. A popping sound, dry and sharp, cuts under the alarm. Not a gunshot. A distraction charge. I'm moving before my brain registers the command. I hit the stage in 3 strides. Zara's eyes widen, her mouth still open mid-sentence. I don't speak. I wrap an arm around her waist, yanking her backward off the podium. "Grant, what?" I shove her down, my body a shield between her and the crowd. A bottle smashes against the lectern where she stood, spraying liquid and glass. Acid. The scent hits me. Acrid. Chemical. Screams erupt. The crowd surges. Protocol says secure the principal and wait for local PD. Protocol is a death sentence. I haul Zara to her feet, keeping her low. With me. Now. I bull through the heavy velvet curtain behind the stage. A service corridor. Narrow, poorly lit. I drag her along, one hand locked on her arm, the other pulling my sidearm. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of failure. I identified the threads but didn't pull them fast enough. She stumbles, her breathing ragged. Who was that? Don't know. Don't stop. I glance back. No one following. Yet. But Mercer's signature is all over this. The precision, the misdirection. He's here. And he just made his opening move. We don't speak. I guide her through a labyrinth of back corridors, my grip firm on her arm. The silence between us is thick, perforated only by the distant wail of sirens and the frantic hammering of my own pulse in my ears. I key in a 7-digit code on an unmarked service elevator, then press my thumb against a hidden scanner. The doors slide open to a different kind of silence, cold, sterile, and utterly still. The room is a concrete cube, windowless, smelling of recycled air and dust. A single bunk is bolted to the wall. A hardened communications terminal sits on a steel desk. The door hisses shut behind us, the locks engaging with a series of heavy final thuds. I release her arm and move to the terminal, my back to her. My hands are steady as I bring the security feed online, scanning the corridors we just fled. Empty. For now. The control is a lie. Every muscle in my body is a tightly coiled spring. I was a breath away from failure, from watching her burn. This isn't one of Sentinel's official boxes. Her voice is quiet, stripped of its usual challenge. It scrapes against my raw nerves. No. You held out on them. I held out on everyone. The words are gritted out. I can't look at her. I see the bottle arcing through the air, the chemical haze, a signature move. Mercer's favorite way to send a message. My former partner, the one I never reported. The guilt is a physical weight, crushing my ribs, making it hard to draw a full breath. Grant. I keep my eyes locked on the grayscale feeds. I saw the thread. I saw him. I was a second slow. That's all it takes. 1 second. Her hand touches my back, just between my shoulder blades. I flinch. The contact is an electric jolt. You got me out. I almost didn't. The confession tears out of me. I finally turn. Her face is pale, the defiance she wears like armor completely gone. In its place is a raw, open fear that mirrors the churning in my gut. She's trembling. She tries to hide it by crossing her arms, but it's a weak, telling gesture. You think this is your fault? It isn't a question. I know the man who threw that bottle. I trained with him. I drank with him. I stood by while he... I have to look away, my gaze landing on the sterile gray wall. The silence. It wasn't neutrality. It was compliance. She doesn't offer empty absolution. She just watches me, and in her eyes I see the full, horrifying reflection of my own failure. The terror she's feeling isn't just for the acid or the chaos. It's for the realization that the man sworn to protect her is buckling under the weight of the very system she's trying to expose. I turn fully to face her, and the look in her eyes undoes me. It's not pity. It's recognition. She sees the fissure in my control, the raw shame of my failure, and she doesn't look away. She just reaches up, her fingers tracing the tense line of my jaw. You're here. I'm here. That's the math. I catch her wrist, my grip gentler than I intend. The words are gravel. The math only works if I'm faster, smarter. Then be smarter with me, not for me. Her other hand fists in the fabric of my jacket, not pulling me closer, just holding on. I need you present, Grant. Not just your protocol. I need you. It's the crack in the dam. All the disciplined restraint I've built my life on shatters. I don't kiss her with anger or defiance this time. I pull her against me, and my mouth finds hers with a desperation that feels like my last breath. It's not about dominance. It's a surrender. A confession. We don't make it to the bunk. My back hits the cool concrete wall and she follows, her body pressing into mine as if she can fuse us together. Our hands aren't gentle. They're frantic, mapping skin, seeking proof of life. My jacket hits the floor. Her fingers work the buttons of my shirt with an urgency that mirrors the pounding in my chest.
Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at VixAvonRomance.com.
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
You'll find it waiting for you at VicSavonRomance.com. So, she says, her voice a quiet hum in the stillness. This safe house isn't on the books. No, you've been holding out on Sentinel, on me. There's no accusation in it, just a statement of fact. It seemed prudent. She lifts her head, propping her chin on my sternum. Her eyes search mine in the dim light. Prudent. That's one word for it. Reckless insubordination is another. Call it a strategic asset. A faint smile touches her lips. I'll call it a secret. I'm good with those. She lets her head drop back down. He knew where I'd be. The timing was perfect. He's good. He was always good. The admission tastes like ash. But you were better tonight. Her hand stills on my chest. This changes the math, doesn't it? For you. Mercer knows you're with me. Really with me. Not just a paycheck. The math was already changed. I run a hand over the tight curls at the base of her skull. This just makes the variables more personal. She lets out a soft, breathy laugh. Personal. Another good word. She shifts, rolling onto her side to face me, the thin blanket pooling at our waists. The exposed skin of her shoulder is a dark contrast against the gray wool. I'm not sorry. Neither am I. Even though it complicates your exit strategy. My exit strategy was shot to hell the moment a bottle of hydrofluoric acid became part of the decor. I traced the line of her collarbone with my thumb. This just makes the bunker more comfortable. Her smile is wider this time, a flash of white in the gloom. Comfortable. I don't think that's the word I'd use. She gestures at the stark walls, the humming comms unit. The decor is still aggressively bleak. I'll put in a request for a potted plant. Make it a ficus. They're resilient. She grows quiet again, her playful tone fading. What happens when we open that door? I don't know. Liar, you've already run a dozen scenarios. They all end the same way. I keep you alive. And then, I don't have an answer for that. The future is a locked door I haven't found the key for. All my plans were built on a foundation of professional distance, and that foundation is now dust. She sees the hesitation, the uncharacteristic lack of a plan. She doesn't press. Instead, she leans forward and kisses me, a soft, lingering press of her lips that feels more intimate than anything that came before. It's not about heat or hunger. It's an anchor. When she pulls back, she simply says, "Then that's enough for tonight."
Chapter 19. Zara. The glow of the laptop screen paints the sterile gray walls of the bunker in cold blue light. I've been sitting here for an hour, Grant's steady breathing from the bunk the only other sound. He's not sleeping. He's waiting. He knows what's coming. My finger hovers over the enter key. The article is a bomb, meticulously built. Every wire leads back to a single, inescapable point of detonation. I close my eyes, take a breath that does nothing to steady me, and press it. The screen refreshes. Published. The air in the room shifts. I feel him move behind me, the bunk's frame groaning softly under his weight. I don't turn around. I brace for the impact, the sharp inhale, the clipped question. The cold, tactical argument about operational security and unforeseen consequences. It's done. His footsteps are silent on the concrete, but I feel him approach. He stops behind my chair, his presence a solid wall at my back. I can feel the heat of him. I wait for the storm. My name is in it, I say, the words a challenge flung over my shoulder. Full context. Your role in the suppression, the unit, everything. I know. That's it. No anger, no protest, just two flat, accepting words. I spin the chair around to face him. He's already dressed, his dark jacket zipped, his expression unreadable. He looks like a man walking to his own execution, and the calm in his steel gray eyes is more disarming than any outburst. You're not going to try to stop me? Negotiate a redaction? Give me a lecture on the 15 ways this complicates your life? Would it change anything? No. Then no. He crosses his arms, his gaze never leaving mine. You publish the truth. My name is part of that truth. The consequence is the point. I stand up, the chair rolling back and hitting the steel desk with a hollow clang. Consequence? Grant, they'll bury you. They'll strip your credentials, drag your name through every mud pit they can find. Your career is over. A muscle ticks in his jaw. It was over the day I took a paycheck to look the other way. This is just the public notice. He says it with the same detached efficiency he uses to assess a threat or clear a room. He's not minimizing it. He's treating it like a factual element of the environment, a variable that can no longer be controlled. I just lit the fuse on your entire world. You lit a fuse that was already burning. I've just been standing on the powder keg. He takes a single step forward, closing the small space between us. You did your job, Zara. Now let me do mine. The fallout from this will be immediate. We need to move. His hands, usually resting with that ready stillness, hang loose at his sides. He isn't looking at the threat. He's looking at me. The protocols, the binders, the clearances, it was all just a very expensive, very legal cage. The words come out low, stripped of their usual tactical precision. And I was the attack dog they let out on a very short leash. I'm not sorry for protecting you. I'm sorry it took your article to make me stop protecting them. The apology doesn't land like a plea. It's a statement of fact, a casualty report from a war I didn't know he was fighting inside his own head. I've spent my entire career hunting the kind of silence that lets institutions fester. The silence of men in rooms who see the rot and look the other way for a pension. This isn't that. This is the silence that comes after the bomb goes off. The ringing in your ears when the world has already been shattered and all you can do is survey the wreckage you helped create. He isn't asking for my forgiveness. He's just finally naming the thing that's been choking him for years. You think I don't know the difference between a coward and a captive? The fight drains out of my voice. I've spent my life interviewing both. I watch his shoulders, the rigid line of them relaxing a fraction. Not in relief, but in a kind of grim acceptance. The man who made that first choice, the one who chose the cage, is gone. This man, the one standing in the rubble of his own making, is the one who stayed. He pulls a slim, encrypted laptop from his go bag and sets it on the steel table beside mine. The two screens cast competing glows onto his face. They'll use my former access, he says, his voice all business, but a different kind of business. They'll try to discredit you by association. They'll say you were compromised by a corrupt source. Me? Compromised? I lean over his shoulder, my curls brushing his jacket. I prefer the term strategically partnered with a primary source. It's all about framing. A dry, quiet sound escapes him. Not quite a laugh, more like a release of pressure. Noted. His fingers fly across the keyboard, pulling up a network of names and connections I've only ever seen from the outside. This is the operational chart for the task force that handled the Sterling case. My deputy director, Elias Vance, is the primary architect of the cover-up. He reports directly to Managing Director Croft. He points to a name, and for the very first time, it's not a theory. It's a fact delivered by the man who took their orders. The trust isn't a warm feeling. It's a cold, hard data transfer. Croft, I repeat, committing the name to memory. He signed off on the internal review that buried the witness testimony. He did, and he'll be the one authorizing the response to your article. Grant highlights a series of internal protocols on his screen. They'll move through back channels first. Plant doubts with favored outlets. It'll be 48 hours before any official denial. I pull up my own files, a list of my most trusted editors and fellow journalists. So we beat them to it. We give my network the full, unredacted files before the smear campaign can gain traction. We don't just publish. We proliferate. He turns his head, our faces inches apart. His steel gray eyes are calm, assessing the strategy not as a threat to my safety, but as a tactical play. A distributed target is harder to hit. It's a solid plan. I know it is. I hold his gaze. You're not going to tell me it's too risky. It is risky, but the risk of doing nothing is greater. He turns back to the screen, his shoulder pressing against mine. I'll compartmentalize the data packages. You handle the distribution list. We move in 3 hours. We work in silence after that, a new rhythm between us. The click of my keyboard, the soft tap of his. He passes me a secure drive without a word. I slide a notepad with a list of encrypted contacts toward him. It's not a reset. It's a rebuild, brick by careful brick, with both of us knowing exactly how fragile the foundation is. A grim, unexpected smile touches my lips. It feels strange on my face, like a muscle I haven't used in weeks. They wanted this, I say, my voice quiet in the hum of the servers. I tap a finger on the screen where Deputy Director Croft's name glows. Sentinel. They wanted you disgraced and me discredited. 2 separate problems with 2 separate solutions. Isolate, contain, neutralize. Grant doesn't look up from the manifest he's pulling for the data packages. Standard operational procedure for a containment breach. But we're not a breach anymore, are we? I lean back, the cold metal of the chair seeping through my thin shirt. We're a joint operation. His typing stops. He turns his head, just enough to catch my eye. The harsh light of the screen sharpens the angles of his face. Is that what this is? It's what they'll see. A federal agent with a grudge and a reporter with a vendetta. A perfect, messy, uncontrollable alliance. They prepared for a takedown. They didn't prepare for a mutiny. I push away from the desk and stand, pacing the short length of the bunker. The confined space can't contain the energy crackling through me now. Their entire playbook is based on division, on keeping people in their separate little boxes where they can be managed. You don't talk to me, I don't talk to you. We stay afraid and alone. I stop in front of him, planting my hands on the steel table. But we're in the same box now, Grant, and we're reading from the same page. He finally looks up fully, his gaze level. It's a dangerous page. It was always dangerous. The only difference is now we're both holding it. A real laugh escapes me, short and sharp. They tried to pit us against each other. My truth against your silence. My recklessness against your control. But they miscalculated. How? They thought your silence was loyalty, and my recklessness was a lack of discipline. I meet his steel gray eyes, feeling the first true lift of resolve since I pressed publish. It's not hope. It's something harder. Something more durable. They didn't understand that your silence was a cage, and my recklessness is a precision instrument. They wanted us divided. A slow, almost imperceptible nod. Instead, we are aligning.
Chapter 20. Grant. The fluorescent lights in Thomas Reed's office cast everything in stark relief. The mahogany desk, the leather-bound law books, the manila folders stacked with military precision. I sit across from him, my hands flat on the polished surface, watching him review the documents I've just placed before him. This is comprehensive. Thomas adjusts his wire-rimmed glasses, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of a man who's seen careers end in rooms like this. And incendiary. It's accurate. I lean back in the chair, the leather creaking under my weight. Every operation order, every suppression directive, every name on the chain of command. 15 years of federal misconduct, documented and witnessed. He flips through the pages with methodical precision, his expression unreadable. The Sterling case alone implicates Deputy Director Croft, Commander Vance, and at least 6 other federal agents. The plea deal manipulations involve Judge Kessler and District Attorney Arden. This isn't just corruption, Grant. This is a network. I know what it is. I pull out my encrypted phone and place it on the desk between us. I also know what happens to people who try to expose it. That's why I need counsel. Thomas closes the folder and removes his glasses, cleaning them with deliberate strokes. Internal Affairs will want a sworn deposition. They'll want corroborating evidence. They'll want you to wear a wire. No wires. I'm not running an undercover operation. I'm providing testimony. I tap the folder. Everything in there is documented fact. Dates, signatures, operational codes. They don't need me to entrap anyone. They need me to authenticate what they already have. What they already have is a journalist's expose and the word of a disgraced federal agent. Thomas replaces his glasses, his gaze sharp. Your credibility is compromised the moment you walk through their door. My credibility was compromised the moment I took orders to bury evidence. I stand and pace to the window, the city sprawling below in neat, manageable grids. The difference is now I'm choosing to be compromised in service of the truth, instead of in service of a cover-up. Thomas picks up his phone, his fingers hovering over the keypad. Inspector General Morrison runs clean investigations. If anyone can handle this without it disappearing into a bureaucratic black hole, it's her. Then make the call. He dials, and I listen to the one-sided conversation, the careful legal language that transforms 15 years of silence into an official proceeding. When he hangs up, his expression is grim. She'll see you today. 2 o'clock. Federal Building, 17th floor. Thomas pulls a legal pad from his desk drawer and begins writing. You'll give a preliminary statement. They'll schedule a formal deposition within 48 hours. Once you walk into that room, there's no taking it back. I don't want to take it back. The Justice Department will fight this. They'll claim national security exemptions, executive privilege, operational necessity. He tears the page from the pad and slides it across the desk. They'll argue that exposing Sentinel compromises ongoing operations. I glance at the list of potential charges and consequences. Breach of oath, violation of federal secrecy statutes, obstruction of justice. The irony isn't lost on me. Let them argue. Zara's article is already published. The network is already exposed. All I'm doing is providing context. I fold the paper and slip it into my jacket pocket. And accountability. Thomas leans forward, his elbows on the desk. Morrison mentioned something else. Judge Kessler's sentencing patterns are already under review. Arden's plea deal statistics have been flagged by the Public Defender's Office. Your testimony won't be the opening shot, Grant. It'll be the confirmation they've been waiting for. The room falls quiet except for the hum of the air conditioning and the distant sound of traffic. I think of Zara, probably pacing the bunker right now, fielding calls from editors and preparing for the media storm. She lit the fuse. Now I'm handing them the charges. How long before this goes public? Multi-agency inquiry? Thomas checks his watch. 6 hours, maybe less. Morrison runs a tight operation, but she also knows the value of momentum. Once Internal Affairs, the Inspector General, and the Justice Department start coordinating, the leaks will follow. I move toward the door, then pause. Thomas, when this breaks, and it will break, they'll come for everyone involved. Zara, me, you. Are you prepared for that? He straightens his tie, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Grant, I've been preparing for this conversation my entire career. The question is whether you're prepared to finish what you started. I turned the door handle, the cool metal solid under my palm. I started this 15 years ago when I chose silence. I'm finishing it now. My encrypted phone buzzes against the conference table as I exit Thomas's building. 3 missed calls from my former unit coordinator, Jake Morrison. No relation to the Inspector General. I don't return them. The text arrives before I reach my car. Need to talk. Urgent. I delete it without responding and slide behind the wheel. The engine turns over with mechanical precision, a sound that used to represent reliability. Now it just sounds like machinery. My phone rings again. This time it's Captain Walsh from the Baltimore field office, a man I've worked protective details with for 8 years. I let it go to voicemail, then listen to the message while idling at a red light. Grant, heard you might be having conversations you shouldn't be having. Call me back. We need to discuss your options. Options? The word tastes like copper in my mouth. I had options 15 years ago. I chose the wrong ones. The next call comes from Detective Ray Cortez, my former partner on joint federal-local operations. This time I answer. Ray, Jesus, Grant. Tell me you're not doing what I think you're doing. His voice carries the strain of a man watching his world tilt sideways. Tell me you're not burning bridges you can't rebuild. I'm not burning bridges, Ray. I'm acknowledging they were already ash. You think this makes you righteous? You think... I hang up and power down the phone. The silence that follows feels different from the operational quiet I've lived with for years. This isn't the absence of noise. It's the presence of choice. I drive to the bunker where Zara's been monitoring threat levels, expecting to brief her on escalating surveillance, tightened security protocols, expanded perimeters. Instead, I find her reviewing intelligence reports with something approaching relief. The harassment call stopped. She looks up from her laptop, stylus balanced between her fingers. Not reduced. Stopped. Dead air since this morning. I drop my keys on the counter and review the threat assessment board we've maintained for weeks. Red pins marking hostile contacts, yellow flags for surveillance attempts, black markers for direct intimidation. The pattern that's dominated our security planning has flatlined. They're not retreating. They're repositioning. I trace the timeline on the whiteboard, connecting dots that suddenly form a different picture. March and Arden aren't running intimidation campaigns anymore. They're running damage control. Zara sets down her stylus and leans back in her chair. You mean they're too busy covering their own exposure to focus on threatening me? Investigations disrupt operational capacity. When Internal Affairs opens files, when the Inspector General schedules depositions, when Justice Department lawyers start pulling records. I tap the board where threat indicators cluster around specific dates. The intimidation machine breaks down because the intimidators become targets. She pulls up news feeds on her secondary monitor, scrolling through breaking headlines. Deputy Director Croft requested immediate reassignment. Judge Kessler's clerk filed for emergency medical leave. District Attorney Arden canceled all public appearances. They're not protecting the network anymore. They're protecting themselves. The realization settles between us like a shift in atmospheric pressure. For weeks, we've operated under siege conditions, every movement calculated around hostile surveillance and direct threats. Now, the battlefield has changed entirely. How long will it last? I check my watch, calculating investigative timelines against bureaucratic momentum. Until they figure out whether they can contain the damage or if they need to eliminate the source. The weight I've carried for 15 years lifts without warning, like stepping from a windowless basement into sunlight I'd forgotten existed. My shoulders drop, my breathing deepens, and for the first time since Operation Sentinel began, I'm not calculating angles of attack or exit strategies. I'm just standing in a bunker with a woman who refuses to accept comfortable lies. You look different. Zara studies my face with the same intensity she brings to source interviews. Less like you're bracing for impact. I've been bracing for 15 years. I move to the window, watching traffic flow in predictable patterns below. waiting for the moment someone would ask the right questions, preparing for the conversation I was too afraid to start. And now, I turn back to her, and the words come without the careful editing that's defined every professional interaction since I took the federal oath. Now, I'm done protecting people who don't deserve protection, done serving an institution that's forgotten what service means. Zara closes her laptop and gives me her full attention. The deposition with Morrison. You're going to tell them everything. Everything. The commitment settles into my bones like muscle memory. Names, dates, operational codes, suppression orders. Every document I signed, every cover-up I participated in, every time I chose compliance over conscience. They'll destroy your career. My career was destroyed the day I decided silence was safer than truth. I pull out my phone and scroll through the missed calls from former colleagues. These people calling me, they're not trying to save my career. They're trying to save their own. The phone buzzes again. Another unknown number. I decline the call and power it off entirely. Ray Cortez told me I was burning bridges I couldn't rebuild. I drop the phone on the counter, the sound sharp in the quiet room. He's right, but the bridges were built on compromised foundations. They needed to burn. Zara stands and moves closer, her expression shifting from professional interest to something more personal. What happens after Morrison's deposition? Congressional hearings, Justice Department investigations, media scrutiny. I meet her gaze directly. They'll examine every case I worked, every operation I supported, every decision I made, and they should. You're not just choosing truth over institution, she says quietly. You're choosing accountability over self-preservation. The observation hits deeper than tactical analysis or threat assessment. For years, I've justified silence as operational necessity, compliance as professional duty, inaction as strategic patience. Now those justifications dissolve like smoke in clear air. The institution trained me to follow orders without question, to trust the chain of command above personal judgment, to believe that loyalty meant never asking whether the mission was right. I lean against the counter, feeling the solid weight of decision. But loyalty without conscience isn't loyalty. It's complicity. My encrypted phone chimes with a message from Thomas. Morrison moved the meeting to 1 p.m. She's fast-tracking the preliminary hearing. I show Zara the text. 1 hour. Nervous? Relieved. The word surprises me with its accuracy. For the very first time in 15 years, I know exactly what I'm walking into. Zara spins the monitor toward me. The blue light reflects in her eyes. No fear, just calculation. The final draft, she says. I'm not redacting your name. I'm not softening the timeline. I lean over her shoulder. The headline is bold, aggressive. Below it, the first paragraph lays out the Sentinel operation. By paragraph 3, I see it. Grant Calloway, then a tactical lead, enforced the containment protocol. It's plain, naked, indicting. It's accurate, I say. It's a confession, she counters. Once this goes live, there's no spinning it. No comment. You become part of the story. I was always part of the story. I was just hiding in the margins. I reach past her, not to close the laptop or secure the room, but to scroll down to the section detailing the chain of command. You missed a link here. Vance didn't just sign off. He authorized the specific suppression funds. I have the transaction codes in the file I gave Thomas. Zara looks up at me, surprise flickering across her face. You want me to add more evidence against your own unit? If we're doing this, we're doing it with full exposure. No shadows left to hide in. She types the addition, her fingers flying. For weeks, I've tried to pull her into my world, secure perimeters, controlled exits, silence as a shield. Now I'm stepping into hers. The weapon isn't a Glock or an encrypted radio. It's sunlight. Total transparency. Updated, she says. Her thumb hovers over the publish key. Last chance to pull the plug, Grant. I can run this anonymously. Source A. No. I rest my hand on the back of her chair. Put my name on it. She presses the key. The screen refreshes. Published. The tension that usually fills the space between us, the friction of her rebellion against my control, evaporates. We aren't protector and asset anymore. We're two people standing in the wreckage of a lie, deciding to build something solid on top of it. Done, she says, exhaling a breath she seems to have been holding since we met. Good. I straighten up, checking the time. Now let's get ready for the fallout.
Chapter 21. Zara. The progress bar crawls across the screen, digesting 3 terabytes of institutional rot. I don't just upload the article, I upload the raw data. The sentencing charts mapping Judge Kessler's conviction disparities. The financial funnels linking the public defender's office to Warden Arden's private accounts. And finally, the kill shot. The 2018 federal threat assessment that Grant's team was ordered to bury. I explicitly unredact the signatures. System active. The CMS flashes. The story is live. The link is shareable. The damage is irreversible. My phone sounds off against the desk surface 5 seconds later. Mary Reynolds doesn't wait for the notification to settle. It's up, Mary says, her voice steady but tight, the way it gets when she's staring down a cease and desist order. I'm already seeing pings from the aggregator bots. We're going to crash the server in 10 minutes if IT doesn't throttle the traffic. Let it crash. The cached version is already mirroring on 3 external sites. Good, because the takedown notices will hit your inbox within the hour, Mary warns. I just got a tip that March's legal team called an emergency summit 20 minutes ago. They knew this was coming. Let them bill their billable hours. Zara, listen to me. This isn't a standard defamation suit. Paper rustles on her end. She's already strategizing. They won't attack the facts because they can't. They're going to attack the methodology. They'll go after the source protection. They'll allege stolen classified material regarding Grant's documents. And they will pressure the advertisers to blacklist the entire platform. I glance at the screen. The comment count is already ticking up, a digital landslide beginning its descent. They can try to discredit the messenger, Mary, but the documents are out. They can't unring a bell this loud. They don't have to unring it. They just have to make so much noise that no one can hear the note. Mary says, get your go bag. If they can't stop the story, they'll try to stop you. The corporate statement is going to paint you as a radical, endangering active officers. It's going to get ugly before lunch. I didn't write this for it to be pretty. I disconnect the call and look at the upload confirmation one last time. I wrote it to be true. I don't use the passive voice. The style guide Mary usually enforces sits ignored on the coffee table. In the copy now burning across the internet, mistakes weren't made. Assistant District Attorney March fabricated evidence. Suspects didn't die in custody. Warden Arden's containment team asphyxiated them. I stripped every euphemism from the prose until only the ragged, ugly truth remained. And right in the midst of the blast radius, I placed Grant. Not as an anonymous whistleblower, but as a named witness. Former tactical agent Grant Calloway testifies. The phrase appears 12 times in the piece, a sledgehammer striking the bedrock of their defense. My laptop fan screams, struggling to cool the processor as the analytics dashboard refreshes. The graph line doesn't climb, it goes vertical. We just passed 100,000 unique views, I say, though Grant is the only one in the room to hear it. He doesn't look up from his own tablet, where he's likely monitoring the security perimeter, but his jaw is set hard. Twitter is a war zone. The hashtag Kessler Files trends #1 globally within 40 minutes, dethroning a celebrity breakup. Underneath it, the discourse fractures. Half the timeline calls me a hero, the other half demands my arrest for treason. Doxing attempts flood the comments section. surfacing old addresses, my parents' names, the license plate of a car I sold 3 years ago. My burner phone rings. I answer without checking the ID. Ms. King, a producer from MSNBC Shout talks over a chaotic newsroom background. We have the governor's office issuing a denial in 5 minutes. We need you live to respond. Can you give us a location for a satellite truck? No location. I'll do remote via encrypted link only. That works? Do you stand by the allegation that the federal monitor was complicit? I don't allege it. I say, watching the view count tick past 200,000. I proved it. The receipts are in paragraph 4. I hang up. The story isn't mine anymore. It's spilled out of the servers and into the streets. On the television muted in the corner, a Chiron flashes red. DOJ announces probe into Kessler Court. It took them years to build the lie. It took us less than an hour to burn it down. The timeline accelerates. Usually, justice drags its feet, tripping over subpoenas and motions to dismiss. Not today. Today, the system is hemorrhaging, and the administrative tourniquets are being applied with frantic, violent speed. CNN breaks the feed first. Judge Kessler suspended effective immediately. The state Supreme Court didn't even wait for a hearing. They cut her loose to stop the infection from climbing the appellate ladder. That was fast, I say, watching the stock footage of Kessler walking into the courthouse play on a loop. She looks untouchable in the clip. She looks like a liability now. Standard containment, Grant murmurs from the kitchenette. He's reassembling his sidearm, the click of the slide loud in the quiet room. They cut off the limb to save the body. My laptop pings with a secure alert from a source inside the clerk's office. Internal Affairs just kicked down the door at the 4th Precinct, seizing servers. They aren't investigating, they're scrambling. It's a race between the shredders and the warrants. The Sentinel Group acts next. A corrective officer at the Arden facility leaks a memo to my encrypted Dropbox. Emergency Audit Protocol Alpha in effect. Audit mode. I notate the update, typing fast, which implies a pause in operations, but in reality, it means they're tossing the physical logs into the incinerator and overwriting the security backups. It won't work, Grant says. He doesn't look up, but his tone is final. Not with the federal threat assessment public. If the timestamps on their audit don't match the federal surveillance logs I provided, they add obstruction of justice to the RICO charges. They're panicked. I lean back, the adrenaline finally cooling into a hard, dense focus. I'm not surprised. I mapped this reaction out on my wall 3 months ago using sticky notes and red string. When you turn on the lights in a cockroach infestation, the bugs don't surrender. They scatter. The sirens start wailing 2 streets over, not for us, but likely for the district attorney's office downtown. The beast is eating itself alive. The alert hits my phone at 3:47 p.m., 43 minutes after the story broke the internet. Sentinel Corrections Corporation has called an emergency press conference. The live stream link spreads across social media faster than wildfire in drought season. He's making a statement, I tell Grant, angling my laptop screen toward him. Elias March himself. Grant's hands pause mid-reassembly on his weapon. That's not protocol. Corporate executives don't respond to investigative pieces personally. They let the legal team handle damage control. Unless the damage is too big for lawyers to contain. The stream loads, revealing a marble-columned conference room that screams, old money and older power. March steps to the podium like he's accepting a humanitarian award instead of denying conspiracy charges. Silver hair perfectly styled, navy suit that probably costs more than my annual rent, and that politician's smile that never quite reaches his eyes. Good afternoon, March begins, voice smooth as aged whiskey. I'm addressing these reckless allegations personally because they represent more than an attack on Sentinel Corporation. They represent an attack on the very foundation of criminal justice reform. Reform, I snort. That's what we're calling mass incarceration for profit now. Grant moves closer to the screen, his jaw tight. He's not denying specifics. He's reframing the narrative. Ms. King's so-called exposé, March continues, relies on fabricated documents, discredited sources, and the testimony of a disgraced federal agent with a documented history of insubordination. My blood pressure spikes. Documented history of insubordination? They're throwing you under the bus before the wheels even stop turning. Standard playbook, Grant says, but his voice carries an edge. Attack the messenger when you can't attack the message. March leans into the microphone, his tone shifting from corporate polished to righteous indignation. For 30 years, Sentinel has worked tirelessly to provide cost-effective rehabilitation services to overcrowded state systems. We have reduced recidivism, improved conditions, and saved taxpayers billions of dollars. These baseless accusations threaten not just our company, but the thousands of families who depend on our work. Thousands of families, I repeat. He means the shareholders. The federal review cited in this hit piece was conducted by rogue agents operating outside their mandate, March declares, his smile never wavering. The findings were rightfully suppressed because they violated federal intelligence protocols and endangered ongoing operations. Grant's knuckles whiten around his tablet. Rogue agents. Right. Furthermore, March continues, we will be filing criminal charges against Ms. King for theft of classified materials, conspiracy to commit espionage, and endangering federal personnel. We will seek the maximum penalty under the Espionage Act. The conference room erupts in shouted questions from reporters. March raises a hand, silencing them with practiced authority. I have built my career on transparency and accountability. Today, I'm announcing that Sentinel will be opening our books completely to federal auditors. We welcome this scrutiny because we have nothing to hide. Nothing to hide except the financial records they've been shredding for the past 2 hours, I mutter. This concludes my statement. Thank you. March steps away from the podium without taking questions, leaving a room full of reporters shouting into dead air. The stream cuts to black. I close the laptop and look at Grant. His expression is unreadable, but his hands are steady as he slides the magazine into his sidearm. Well, I say, that was illuminating. He's scared. Grant holsters the weapon, scared enough to put his face on camera and lie directly to the American public. Good. I reach for my phone, because now we know exactly how hard to push.
Chapter 22. Grant. The 17th floor of the federal building usually smells like floor wax and ambition. Today it smells like panic and ozone. The DOJ task force has commandeered the main conference suite, turning mahogany tables into triage stations for career-ending evidence. I stand in the storm, no longer a ghost in the machine but the wrench thrown into the gears. We have terabytes of data, Mr. Calloway, the lead agent says, gesturing to the servers humming against the wall. But without a directory, it's just noise. It's not noise, I say, stepping up to the whiteboard where they've projected a scan of a redacted operational order. It's a dialect. You're reading it like civilians. You need to read it like operators. I pick up a marker. This room used to be a place where I received orders that kept me awake at night. Now, I'm the one giving the briefing. I circle a seemingly innocuous routing code in the header. That's not a filing reference. It's a funding authorization from the Off-Books Contingency Fund. Anything with that prefix bypasses congressional oversight. The room goes quiet. The scratching of pens on notepads is the only sound. I'm not just handing over documents. I'm handing them the keys to the castle. Page 42, Inspector General Morrison says, sliding a manifesto across the table. He's a bulldog of a man, built for digging up bones people want left buried. Thomas Reed sits beside him, legal pad ready, watching me with the calm focus of a surgeon. The timestamps don't line up with the flight logs. I look at the paper. I don't need to read it. I lived it. Because the logs were doctored 3 hours after we touched down, I say. My voice is steady. For 12 years, my throat has felt tight every time I thought about this operation. Today, I can breathe. Look at the signature at the bottom. The loops on the R are too wide. That wasn't signed by Deputy Director Vance. It was signed by his Chief of Staff, authorized verbally. Can you prove that? Thomas asks, pen hovering. I can do better, I say, tapping the highlighted margin. See these initials? EM. That's Elias March. He wasn't even in the government chain of command, yet he was initialing approval on tactical extraction orders 3 days before the site went dark. Morrison looks up, eyes widening. He was directing federal assets as a private contractor. He was running the show, I correct him. We were just the muscle, and this document proves he ordered the scrub. Thomas writes it down. The friction of the pen against the paper sounds like a lock clicking open. The truth isn't a weight in my ruck. It's ammunition. The room shifts gears at 1400 hours. It starts with a vibration. 1 phone on the mahogany table, then 3. Then every device in the room lighting up in sequence like a runway approach. A junior agent sprints in from the hallway, breathless. She doesn't need to speak. She just points the remote at the wall of monitors. CNN is already live. Aerial footage shows FBI windbreakers swarming a brownstone in Georgetown. That's Kessler's residence, Thomas murmurs, leaning forward, his calm facade cracking just enough to show the shock underneath. On screen, Judge Kessler is led down her front steps. No robes, no gavel, just a confused old woman in a cardigan, with her hands cuffed behind her back. The architect of the sentencing pipeline, reduced to a perp walk. 2 Sentinel VPs just got picked up at Dulles trying to board a flight to Dubai, Morrison announces, reading off a secured tablet. And we have confirmation on the precinct sweep. Captain Whitmore is in custody, surrendered his badge 10 minutes ago. The invincibility of the network wasn't concrete. It was glass. I watched the chaos unfold on the screens. The panic tickers, the corporate statements denying involvement, the visual dismantling of a billion-dollar extortion racket. They ruled by fear, but fear doesn't work when the person signing the checks is in the back of a squad car. I pull my own tablet from my jacket. For weeks, the screen has been a nightmare of red indicators, simulated proximity alerts, IP intrusion attempts, hostile surveillance detected. I refresh the feed. The red dots blink out. The GPS tracker that had been shadowing Zara's apartment complex since Tuesday? Gone. The bot farm flooding her socials with death threats? Silent. The unfamiliar sedan parked down the street from her office? It moved 5 minutes ago and hasn't returned. Grant? Thomas asks, noticing my focus. What is it? Silence, I say. I turn the screen to show him. The threat matrix is flatlining. It wasn't some omnipotent artificial intelligence hunting her. It was hourly workers, off-duty cops, and hired contractors. The money dried up, I tell him. The guys running the surveillance didn't get their midday check-in or they saw their bosses on TV. The machine didn't break, Thomas. The operators just went home. Danger usually fades. It rarely unplugs. I stare at the clean map. The physical threat is over. Now the real mess begins. I step out of the conference room into the hallway, away from the hum of servers and the smell of stale coffee. The air is cooler here. My phone buzzes against my ribs, a single long vibration. Administration, not tactical. I pull the device. It's an encrypted notification from the firm's dispatch holding queue. Subject: Contract 89Z King. Status: terminated. Reason: conflict of interest / federal witness protection assumption. Thomas exerts a quiet presence at my shoulder, cleaning his glasses with a silk cloth. He glances at the screen, his expression unreadable but knowing. It was inevitable, Grant, he says. You can't be her paid security and the prosecution's star witness. The defense would shred her credibility if they could paint you as a hired gun whose paycheck depends on her narrative. We need the separation. I stare at the notification. For months, keeping Zara breathing was a matter of angles, exit routes, and suppression fire. I woke up mapping the geometry of her apartment. I went to sleep listening to the frequency of her breathing. Now, a digital form letter is telling me the mission is scrubbed. The DOJ is putting a standard marshal detail on her for the trial phase, Thomas adds. Verify and monitor only. No private contractors. My thumb hovers over the acknowledge button. The old instinct flares, the one that insists nobody else is good enough, that a standard detail will miss the shift in a shadow or the lack of a reflection in a window. But then I recall the empty threat matrix on the screens inside. I think of Zara standing in the middle of the whirlwind she created, not as a victim, but as the inevitable force. She doesn't need a human shield anymore. The war has moved from the streets to the courtroom, and she's the one holding the weapon now. Confirm it, I tell Thomas, sliding the phone back into my pocket. You're okay with standing down? I'm not standing down, I say, feeling the tension that has been a steel rod in my spine since the day I met her finally slacken. I'm just changing lanes. She doesn't need me to catch bullets. She needs me to stand in the box and tell the jury exactly who fired them. I hit the call button for the elevator. I'm walking away from the principal, and it doesn't feel like abandonment. It feels like the only way to actually finish the job. The automatic glass doors slide open, dumping me onto the concrete steps of the plaza. The afternoon air is thick with city exhaust and the smell of impending rain, but it hits my lungs differently than the recycled oxygen of the briefing room. I pause at the curb. For 20 years, my movements have been dictated by a grid of protocols. Step left to shield, step right to evade, stay silent to survive. My brain still itches for the weight of the earpiece, for the reassuring static of a command frequency telling me where to go. There's silence instead. I look at the skyline. The buildings aren't sniper hides or extraction points anymore. They're just steel and glass. I expected the loss of my career to feel like an amputation, a violent stripping of purpose. I thought I'd feel exposed without the shield of a badge or a corporate contract. Instead, the crushing weight on my shoulders is gone. I didn't destroy my life back in that conference room. I reclaimed it. I'm not standing here because I was ordered to hold the line or because I'm terrified of the consequences of breaking rank. I'm here because I finally decided where the line actually is. Zara is waiting in her living room when I key in. Theoretically, my access codes should be revoked by morning, but tonight the green light still blinks. She stands by the window, watching the street, but turns the moment the latch clicks. The apartment is quiet. The frenetic energy of the investigation, the scrambling for encrypted drives, the shouting matches over safety, has settled into a thick, heavy calm. I place my agency badge on the kitchen counter. It makes a final sharp clack. Thomas says the marshals take over at 0800, she says, her voice lacking the usual defensive edge. She isn't looking at me like an obstacle to her work anymore. The wary assessment is gone. They're capable, I say, leaning against the doorframe. Standard rotation. You'll be safe. I know. She crosses the room, stopping just inside my personal space. A week ago, I would have stepped back to maintain a tactical perimeter. Today, I stay rooted. So, the job is done. Mission accomplished. The job is done, I agree. She searches my face, looking for the professional detachment I've worn like armor since the day we met. She won't find it. The contract is void. There is no client, no principal, no asset. Just us. You're still standing in my hallway, Grant. I am. Why? I reach out, my hand finding the curve of her waist, not to guide her away from a threat, but simply to touch her. The distinction changes everything. Because I'm not ready to leave.
Chapter 23. Zara. My phone vibrates against the glass table like a trapped insect, the sound drilling into the morning silence. The 28th floor of this borrowed crisis suite feels less like a headquarters and more like a high-altitude bunker. Below, the city is waking up, a gray sprawl of gridlock and steam. But up here, the air is recycled and thin. I stare at the chaos spread out before me, half-drunk coffees with lipstick stains on the rims, tangled nests of charging cables, and stacks of printouts that Mary has been highlighting since 4 a.m. The news feeds on the wall monitors are muted, but the chyron with my name on it keeps looping. CNN just doubled the offer for the primetime slot, Mary says, not looking up from her laptop. Her voice is scratchy, worn down by 3 days of nonstop negotiation. NPR is pitching a serialization. They want 10 episodes, deep dive, full production support. And the catch? I pick up a lukewarm Americano. Standard indecency clauses. They're worried about your vocabulary. I snort. They're worried I'll call a spade a shovel and a cop a criminal. The offers are piling up like sandbags. A major network wants a recurring segment, 6 figures, wardrobe budget, makeup team. I read the email over Mary's shoulder. It's thick with corporate sedative, collaborative editorial guidance, reputational risk strategies, tone modulation for broader appeal. They want the brand of Zara King, the leather jacket, the glare, the viral outrage, but they want to scrub the actual politics until it's safe for advertisers. They're trying to buy the fire so they can control exactly what it burns. Look at this one. Mary slides a heavy packet across the glass. It lands with a dense thud. It's the poison chalice. The network logo at the top is blue chip, old money. The salary creates a dizzying number of zeros. I flip past the perks and the non-competes to the section Mary has flagged in red ink. Talent agrees to calibrate rhetorical framing regarding ongoing systemic concerns to align with network neutrality standards. I read it twice. It's elegant language for a gag order. They want me on screen, visible and validated, but only if I agree to soften the blows. It's March and Kessler all over again, just wearing tailored suits instead of badges. They couldn't scare me into silence, so now they're trying to price me into it. Calibrate rhetorical framing. I read aloud, the words tasting like ash. That's a polite way of saying, shut up about the bad apples. It's a lot of money, Zara, Mary says, though her eyes are hard, testing me. I toss the contract onto the pile of trash. It's severance pay for my conscience. Tell them to go to hell. I snap the heavy laptop shut, cutting the glare of the contract before it burns into my retinas. The silence throughout the room is heavy, but it doesn't feel oppressive. I walk to the floor-to-ceiling glass. 30 stories down, the traffic crawls like beetles through the canyon of steel and concrete, but the city doesn't look like a potential crime scene anymore, and I don't feel like a target. The view looks like a jury waiting for a verdict. I pull up the personal contact for the executive VP of broadcasting. No agents, no lawyers to dilute the blow. I hit the call button. Ms. King, we were just discussing the answer is no, I say. My voice flat and final against the hum of the air conditioning. Your standards are designed to protect the people I investigate. I'm not calibrating my framing, I'm aiming it. I end the call before he can pivot to a counteroffer. My thumb hovers over my social media app. I type 5 words, hit post, and toss the phone onto the sofa cushion. Truth has no tone settings. Within seconds, the screen lights up. Notifications scroll in a rapid blur. News alerts, retweets, fury from the establishment pundits, vindication from the streets. Mary watches the digital riot unfold on her own tablet, ignoring the sudden frantic ringing of the landline. She leans back, interlacing her fingers behind her head. A slow, shark-like grin spreads across her face. You realize you just set fire to a $10 million bridge on live feeds. I stopped traffic on it first. I return to the table and pull the iPad closer. My finger swipes left, deleting an offer for a syndicated column. Swipe. A podcast deal that requires script approval. Swipe. A book deal that wants to focus on my personal journey instead of the systemic corruption. Gone. All of it. We act like we need their airtime, I tell Mary, the adrenaline cooling into something solid in my gut. We don't. I built this platform in the trenches. Taking it corporate now just puts a ceiling on the work. So we stay lean. We stay dangerous. I correct her. No filters. No boards of directors sweating over ad revenue or liability insurance. Just the work. The knot that has been twisting in my chest since Grant first dragged me into that safe house finally unspools. The dizziness of the past month vanishes. I've stopped trying to survive the industry and remembered how to fight it. This is my center of gravity. The curve on the main monitor stops looking like a gentle hill and turns into a cliff face, climbing straight up. Traffic just hit 300% of our baseline, Mary says, tapping a stylus against her teeth. And we haven't even crashed the server yet. I need to call the hosting company. I lean over her shoulder, watching the numbers run like water. Usually, a spike this sharp means I've pissed off a bot farm or a police union, resulting in a flood of death threats and doxing attempts. But the semantic analysis tools aren't flashing red for hostile. They're glowing green. My encrypted signal notifications are practically vibrating off the table. I pick up the phone and scroll. It's not hate mail. It's ammo. I worked in the 12th Precinct Records Room in 2014. One message reads, Subject, misfiled incident reports. Check the attachment. Below that, my firm handles civil litigation for the King County District. We have depositions that contradict the mayor's statement. Call me. It's an avalanche. Low-level bureaucrats, paralegals, cops who joined the force to help people and realized they were just cogs in a shredder. They've all been waiting for someone to light a flare so they could find the exit. I turned down the network money, and the streets took that as a signal that I can't be bought. Look at the inbox, I say, tossing the phone to Mary. She catches it, scrolling fast. Her cynical newsroom squint softens. Pro bono offers from 3 major civil rights firms. A subpoena request from the DOJ watchdog office. Zara, you aren't just reporting the news anymore. You're crowdsourcing the investigation. I sit back on the edge of the desk, crossing my arms. The real weight hits me when I open the public DMs. A mother whose son was coerced into a plea deal. A man who still walks with a limp from a resisting arrest charge that never happened. Thank you for saying it loud. One reads, I thought I was crazy for 10 years. Now I know I was just outnumbered. The analytics dashboard pulsates, the vertical line holding steady. This isn't the cheap heat of a viral takedown or the adrenaline of a scoop. It's something heavier, denser. It's trust. I look at Mary, and I don't feel like I'm running for my life. I feel like I'm holding the line. The crisis suite transforms from a bunker into a war room. It takes less than an hour for Mary to mobilize the cavalry, digital strategists, freelance researchers, and cryptographers who responded to the beacon. She stands at the head of the conference table, the glass surface now littered with schematics rather than contracts. I want the secure drop partitioned by precinct, Mary directs, pointing a marker at a young data journalist who's typing furiously. Tier 1 verification goes to the legal team. Tier 2 goes to the fact-checkers. Nothing goes live until we have 2 independent confirmations. She spins toward the whiteboard, erasing the remnants of the network's tone policing notes and replacing them with a flowchart of operational transparency. We're opening the document repository, she announces to the room. If they want to call us agitators, let's show them the receipts. Full public access to the raw data sets. Let the audience do the math themselves. The frantic energy that usually defines Mary, the editor perpetually bracing for a lawsuit, evaporates. In its place is a terrifying competence. She isn't just managing a journalist anymore. She is architecting an institution. She caps the marker and steps back, surveying the bustling room. Her shoulders drop, the perpetual tension in her neck releasing. She looks at the chaos she's conducting and smiles. This is the machine she always wanted to build, stripped of corporate breaks and red tape. I leave her to the logistics and drift back to the floor-to-ceiling glass. The sun is dipping below the skyline, bleeding orange and violet across the steel horizon. The city lights are flicking on, a sprawling grid of millions of lives. The familiar knot of anxiety that has lived in my chest for weeks, the one that tightens every time a car door slams or a phone rings, doesn't clench. It's not that the danger has vanished. The threats are still real, the enemies just as powerful. But looking at the reflection of the room behind me, superimposed over the darkening city, I realize I've stopped waiting for permission to exist. Grant found his footing by stepping into the truth of his past. I'm finding mine by refusing to shrink into the future. I place a hand against the cold glass. I am not a liability to be managed or a story to be softened. I am the signal. The equilibrium in the room shifts. I can feel it in the air, a subtle vibration in the floorboards. I'm not just the asset he's protecting anymore. I'm the leverage, and I'm finally ready to wield it.
Chapter 24. Grant. The floorboard under my desk groans every time I shift my weight. It's the third structural quirk I've cataloged in this office, a glorified closet in a shared legal co-op 4 blocks from the courthouse. The paint is peeling near the ceiling. The chairs are salvaged from 3 different decades, and the window lacks any tinting or ballistic rating. It just lets the sun hit the scuffed hardwood unchecked. I prefer it to the sterile, soundproofed bunkers I spent my career inhabiting. Those rooms were designed to keep secrets in. This one is designed to let them out. I organized the intake files on the cheap laminate desk. The client list isn't made up of VIPs or foreign dignitaries anymore. It's a whistleblower from the sanitation department, a civil rights attorney convinced her car is tagged, a freelance journalist verifying a source's digital footprint. I run the assessments with the same rigorous precision I used for federal ops, but the objective has inverted. I spent 15 years learning how to exploit human vulnerabilities. Now I identify them so they can be reinforced. Every gap I close, every encrypted channel I set up, feels like stitching a wound I helped inflict. A frantic public defender drops a stack of redacted police reports on the corner of my desk without stopping. "Need to know if the timestamps are impossible," she calls out, already halfway down the hall. "I'll have it by noon," I say to the empty doorway. My phone buzzes against the wood grain. The screen lights up with a restricted number, followed by an encrypted email notification. It's a firm out of D.C., a private military contractor operating under a bland logarithmic shell company. They want a risk mitigation specialist for a contract in the Levant. The retainer offered is 6 figures. The job description is littered with the usual euphemisms: sensitive asset recovery, discrete parameters, off-book contingencies. I don't even finish reading the scope. I hit delete and block the domain. 2 days ago, it was a tech conglomerate wanting to stress test a union organizer. Before that, a political strategist looking for dirt. I reject them all with a speed that surprises me. My nervous system, once wired to equate obedience with safety, is learning a new baseline. No opacity, no shadow ops, no systems built on fear. If I can't sign my name to the work, I don't do it. I turn back to the public defender's file, uncapping a red pen. The sunlight hits the paper. I find the first discrepancy in the police timeline within 30 seconds. This is the work. And at last, I own it. The door to the shared suite opens and the air shifts. Zara walks in, bypassing the receptionist who has finally learned not to ask for her ID. She carries a tablet in one hand and 2 coffees in the other, setting a cup on the scarred laminate surface of the conference table before claiming the chair opposite mine. She doesn't wait for permission to start. She wakes the tablet screen, bringing up the floor plan for the community center where she's launching the investigative series next week. "I know you're going to hate the atrium," she says, sliding the device toward me. "It's all glass." In the past, I would have vetoed the location immediately. I would have cited ballistic coefficients and sight lines, packed her into a convoy, and moved her to a windowless basement with a single controlled entry point. Today, I just look at the blueprints. "It's a fishbowl," I agree, tapping the stylus against the digital rendering. 3 vantage points from the street, and the structural pillars create blind spots for the floor team. If you set the podium here, you're exposed from the balcony. "I need the natural light for the live stream," she counters, leaning forward. She isn't asking for permission. She's presenting a variable. And I need the audience to feel accessible, not contained. Barrier grid is out. I don't argue. I simply zoom out on the map. If we keep the glass, we need to control the exterior perimeter. I can pull a permit for the sidewalk, push the pedestrian traffic back 20 feet. That neutralizes the street-level threat. And the balcony? We staff it. 2 volunteers, one of my guys, unobtrusive. She studies the map, tracing the line I've drawn. Acceptable. This is the new rhythm. I outline the risk tiers, high, medium, managed, and she weighs them against the impact of her work. I am no longer the arbiter of what is safe. I am the consultant on how to survive the danger she chooses to inhabit. There's a secondary exit here, I point out, highlighting a service corridor. It's tight, but it leads directly to the loading dock. If things go sideways, this is your line. She looks at the route, then up at me. There's no defiance in her eyes anymore, just calculation. I can work with that. I nod, closing the file and opening the logistics tab. I'm not holding the leash anymore. I'm just making sure the ground is solid when she decides to run. We walk out of the building into the midday glare. 3 months ago, I would have scanned the rooftops across the street before letting her step onto the pavement. I would have kept a hand hovering near the small of her back, a physical anchor ready to drag her to cover. Now, my hands stay in my pockets. Zara walks beside me, not ahead, not protected in my wake. When a courier bike swerves too close to the curb, she sidesteps it with an easy, fluid motion before I can even tense. She doesn't look at me for reassurance. She just keeps talking about the layout of the atrium. "If the lighting fails," she says, checking her phone as we navigate the pedestrian traffic. I'm blaming the grid, not the spooky aesthetic. "If the lighting fails, it's because you overloaded the circuit with that projector," I correct her. She bumps my shoulder with hers. It's a casual, grounding weight. We move in tandem, cutting a path through the lunch rush. The frantic vigilance that defined the last 6 months has recalibrated into a steady background hum. I am no longer a wall between her and the world. I'm just the man walking next to her. The shift bleeds into the spaces where the job ends and the rest of the time begins. Mornings start in her kitchen. The sun hits the yellow tiles while the coffee maker gurgles, a sound that used to grate on my nerves for drowning out ambient noise. Now it's just the sound of Tuesday. Zara sits on the counter, legs swinging, reading formatted drafts on her tablet while I scramble eggs. She steals toast off my plate. I drink the rest of her abandoned tea. We don't discuss logistics or escape routes. We talk about the weather or the coffee roast or nothing at all. Evenings settle in my office. She curls up in the mismatched armchair in the corner, headphones on, editing audio files while I finish risk assessments for the week. The silence between us isn't empty. It isn't a void waiting to be filled by a threat call or a gunshot. It's heavy, warm, and terrifyingly permanent. It's the quiet of having nothing left to hide and nowhere else I need to be. The blue light of the television flickers across the living room walls, but the sound is muted. Zara is asleep with her head on my thigh, her breathing slow and rhythmic against the denim of my jeans. A few months ago, she slept like a wire pulled tight, jerking awake at the sound of a settling floorboard. Now she is heavy, entirely unbothered by the world outside the window. I rest my hand on her shoulder, feeling the steady rise and fall. My other hand holds a tablet, but I stopped reading the security briefs an hour ago. Instead, I'm looking at a digital calendar. It's open to November, 7 months away. In the teams, looking 7 days ahead was optimism. 7 months was a fantasy. You survived the mission, you debriefed, you waited for the next packet. There was no long game. But here, in the quiet of this apartment, the timeline stretches out, unthreatening and vast. Zara shifts, mumbling something incoherent before settling back down. Her laptop is open on the coffee table, displaying a registration page for a media conference in Chicago. Next year. She filled out the forms yesterday. She put me down as her emergency contact without asking, and she booked a distinct +1 for the gala dinner. I look at the confirmation on the screen. It's not a contingency plan. It's an assumption. She assumes I will still be here. She assumes we will traverse the next turn of the calendar together, not because I am paid to catch a bullet, but because there is nowhere else I intend to go. The realization hits me with a force that adrenaline never could. This is the terrifying part. Taking a bullet is simple physics. You stand in the way, you take the damage. Building a life requires a durability I haven't tested yet. It demands I put down the shield and let the days accumulate without disaster. I scroll to November on my own device. I tap the date of the conference. I don't flag the venue for exits. I don't check the local crime statistics. I just type Chicago and hit save. Zara sighs in her sleep, her hand curling loosely around my wrist. I turn off the tablet and lean my head back on the cushions. The dark is just the dark now, and I'm looking forward to the morning.
Chapter 25. Zara. The key turns with a slick, oiled slide. No jiggling the handle, no shoulder check before pushing the wood inward. I step over the threshold and wait for the old phantom weight to settle on my chest, the tightness that says check the corners, check the exits. It doesn't come. The apartment smells like canvas white paint and floor wax, sharp and clean enough to burn the stale memories out of the drywall. The last time I was here, I was packing a go bag while protesters screamed my name from the sidewalk and glass shattered 2 floors down. Now, the afternoon sun cuts distinct dusty geometric shapes across the refinished hardwood. It feels reclaimed. It feels like mine again. Grant stands near the kitchen island, hands loose at his sides. Tragic hero utility vest gone, replaced by a simple charcoal button-down. He hasn't taken up space in the center of the room like a tactical obstruction. He's staying in the periphery, letting me breathe the air first. Contractors finished the punch list yesterday, he says. His voice is low, stripping out the command frequency he used to broadcast. You can change the paint if the white is too clinical. It's perfect, I say, running a hand over the counter. It's quiet. He nods and gestures toward the entryway. Walk with me. We move through the rooms, but it's not a patrol. He points to the light fixture above the hallway mirror. Wide-angle lens embedded in the chaotic pattern of the glass. It covers the door and the living room approach, but it doesn't blink and it doesn't record audio unless you toggle it. I look up. Even knowing it's there, I can't distinguish the lens from the design. Subtle. Invasive security creates fatigue, Grant says, moving to the balcony doors. You'd turn it off within a month if it felt like a prison. He taps the frame. It looks like standard aluminum, but the sound it makes is dull and dense. Reinforced strike plates and shatter-resistant laminate on the glass. It won't stop a tank, but it buys you 5 minutes against a sledgehammer. And the locks are manual from the inside. No smart home integration to hack. He moves to the router, humming on the shelf. This, however, is military-grade encryption. It tunnels your traffic through 3 proxy servers before it hits the ISP. I set the parameters, but the admin keys are yours. You decide who gets on the network. He hands me a slip of paper with the codes. He's not holding on to the keys. He's looking at me, checking for the flinch, the resistance I used to wear like armor. Safety without the cage, I say, pocketing the paper. Consultant's recommendation, he replies, the corner of his mouth ticking up. Client has final say. The tour ends in the kitchen, silence stretching between us where the briefing usually goes. Grant checks his watch. Reflex, not impatience. He is already calculating the exit route, the shift change, the distance he needs to put between his profession and my private life. I'm ordering from that spicy place on 4th, I say, dragging a heavy cardboard box onto the pristine quartz island. The tape rips with a satisfying screech. Stay. Grant pauses, his hand half raised to a pocket that doesn't hold a radio anymore. Zara, the perimeter is secure. You don't need a babysitter for pad thai. I know, I say, digging through the packing paper. That's why I'm asking. I pull the flaps back, revealing a chaotic jumble of ceramics. My grandmother never bought a set in her life. She bought stories. Pick the ones you like. He stares at the box. It's not a tactical decision. There is no wrong answer, which usually paralyzes men like him. Grandma scouted them from yard sales, I explain, dusting off a cobalt blue rim. None of them match, so don't try to organize them. Grant reaches in. His hands, usually scarred from handling recoil and steel, move with surprising hesitation. He bypasses the sensible beige soup bowl and lifts out a cracked sun-yellow deep dish and a shallow one painted with faded roosters. He sets them on the counter like he's placing a foundation. He isn't entering the space. He's inhabiting it. The yellow one holds more heat, he notes, deadpan. Good choice. I lean back against the sink, the cool ledge digging into my lower back. I'm barefoot, my toes curling against the new floorboards. This feels fragile, this domesticity, and I need to break it before it hardens into something false. The tech is good, Grant. The locks are solid. I cross my arms. But you know I'm going to piss someone off again, probably by Tuesday. Maybe bigger than the last time. He rests his elbows on the island, leveling those steel gray eyes at me. I counted on it. I need you to get this. I'm not going to lower my voice to make your job easier. I'm going to chase the leads that bleed. I'm going to scream into the microphone when they try to cut the feed. I step closer, closing the distance until I can smell the clean soap scent of him. You can't protect me from myself, I say. It's not a warning, it's a terrifying promise. Grant doesn't stiffen. He doesn't offer a platitude about keeping me safe. He just looks at the mismatched bowls, then back at me, unflinching. I'm not trying to put out the fire, Zara, he says, his voice rough and steady. I just want to be the one standing there when the smoke clears. That's a nice line, I say, but I keep my eyes on him, searching for the caveat. But usually, people who want to be there when the smoke clears are the ones trying to keep the fire from starting in the first place. Grant pushes off the counter, standing fully upright. He doesn't cross his arms or broaden his stance. He just looks at me with that absolute terrifying clarity. I don't want in front of you, he says. The sentence lands like a gavel strike. It's the antithesis of everything his career taught him. To intercept, to shield, to take the hit. He isn't offering to be my wall anymore. He's offering to be the flank. He understands that the fight is mine to pick, mine to scream about, and mine to win or lose. He's just promising I won't have to watch my own back while I do it. Good, I breathe out, the last knot of professional resistance in my shoulders finally unraveling, because I hate looking at the back of your head. It is a nice head, he murmurs, reaching for the pad thai. The sun dips lower, dragging long, lazy shadows across the floorboards. We migrate to the living room, hauling the rolled-up vintage rug I salvaged from storage. It smells like old wool and victory. Watch the corners, Grant directs, backing up toward the window. He's holding the heavy end with a grip that could crush a windpipe, but is currently just protecting the fringe. We unroll it, and he immediately tries to align it perfectly parallel with the wall. I nudge it 3 inches crooked with my toe. He looks at it, twitches, and then leaves it alone. That's love, I think. Next is the bookshelf, a flat-pack nightmare I bought on impulse. We wrestle it upright, but the moment we let go, the entire frame lists dangerously to the left. Structural integrity compromised. Grant notes, deadpan. I laugh, and it's not the hysterical, adrenaline-soaked laughter of surviving a car chase. It's just funny. We fix it with a shim made of folded cardboard, arguing over the physics of the tilt until we're both grinning. Later, I plug in a floor lamp, casting a warm amber glow against the new paint. My shoulder brushes his as we stand back to evaluate the room. There's no earpiece chatter, no threat matrix running in the background, no go bags by the door. The apartment feels safe, not because of the reinforced glass or the encrypted router, but because we're deciding where the light goes. The city outside turns into a blurred watercolor of sodium orange and brake light red. For the first time in months, I don't scan the skyline for snipers or distinct silhouettes on adjacent rooftops. I just see the city I fought for, the city that tried to chew me up and spit me out, breathing quietly below us. Grant leans against the door frame, thumb hooked in his pocket. The tension that used to wire his jaws shut is gone, replaced by a leisurely exhaustion. He looks less like a weapon in storage and more like a man wondering where we're going to put the coffee table. "We need a rug there," he says, nodding at the empty stretch of hardwood near the balcony. Aesthetic choice? Acoustics. The echo is terrible. "You just want to muffle my footsteps so you don't wake up when I get water at 3 a.m. I never sleep through anything, and you walk like you're trying to indent the floorboards." I bump his arm with my shoulder. He's warm, solid. The heat doesn't radiate the desperate urgency of the safe house or the frantic friction of the extraction van. It's steady. It's boring, in the most magnificent way possible. I look around the room. It's messy. There are boxes half unpacked. The bookshelf leans slightly to the left despite our best efforts, and the sharp scent of paint still lingers. But it's not a holding cell. It's not temporary. It doesn't have a go bag by the door or a predetermined expiration date. "I was thinking about a desk in the corner," I say, pointing to the spot with the best light. "Big enough for 3 monitors and a chaotic amount of paperwork. I'm going to make a mess of this place, Grant." He follows my gaze, evaluating the space not for cover but for capacity. I can run the cables behind the molding, keep it clean. And a chair. Not ergonomic. Something velvet. Something impractical. "I'll find you one that swivels." He reaches out, his fingers brushing the nape of my neck. A touch so light it anchors me completely. We aren't calculating exit times anymore. We aren't measuring the hours until the next threat assessment. The future isn't a thing strictly for survival. It's a thing for design. I lean back into his hand. The silence in the room isn't the heavy, loaded quiet of a predator waiting to strike. It's a blank page. "We have time," I whisper, testing the weight of the words. Grant's eyes soften, the steel gray catching the lamplight. "Yeah, we do." Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn romance.
Chapter 26. Grant. Bright sunlight cuts through the unwashed window of the shared office space, hitting the scuffed laminate of my desk. No blackout curtains here. No situational awareness monitors on the walls. Just a corkboard where someone has pinned a flyer for a yoga class. I stare at the inbox on my laptop. The subject line reads, Strategic Risk Management / High Discretion Required. I know the dialect. High discretion is corporate shorthand for burying a problem that breathes. The sender is a private equity firm looking to manage sensitive personnel issues. 10 years ago, I would have packed a bag. 5 years ago, I would have asked for the routing number. Today, I hit delete. The next one is a retainer offer from a defense contractor. It's enough money to buy this building. The catch is buried in the metadata. Unrestricted travel, non-disclosure agreement signed before the initial brief, total operational obscurity. They want a ghost. My finger taps the trackpad. Trash. The hallway outside my door rumbles with the noise of affordable legal counsel. A paralegal drops a stack of files. The heavy thud vibrates through the floor. Someone laughs near the communal coffee machine that always smells like scorched beans. It's loud, unsecured, and chaotic. It's the furthest thing from the sterile, hushed tactical centers where I spent my career waiting for the order to move. I lean back, the cheap office chair groaning under the shift in weight. Freedom is noisier than I expected. My hand rests on the serrated spine of my Benchmade knife. It's currently serving as a paperweight for a stack of manila folders that have nothing to do with cover-ups. I pull the top file, a junior accountant at a logistics firm. She found a discrepancy in the shipping manifest that points to human trafficking. She doesn't need handling. She needs a secure comms channel and a walking route to the district attorney's office that doesn't get her killed. I pick up a red pen and circle the risk factors in her initial statement. The criteria have changed. I don't take clients who want to hide. I don't take contracts where the objective is silence. If a potential client can't tell me why they need protection in the first 10 minutes, they can hire a mall cop. I'm done being the silencer. I'm the wall they stand behind when they decide to speak. I don't need to trigger the door sensors to know who just walked in. The rhythm of the steps is distinctive, heavy enough to assert presence, light enough to move fast. A cardboard cup lands in the only clear spot on my desk, steaming and dangerously close to my keyboard. Black, 2 sugars, Zara says, hooking a hip against the edge of the laminate. Fuel for the righteous. I smile as I glance up from the encryption keys I'm building for the accountant. I didn't order this. Consider it a donation to the cause. She gestures to the trash can where I dump the corporate offers. My sources tell me you turned down a blank check from a defense firm this morning. You're developing a reputation, Calloway. For what? For being difficult. Her grin is wicked, sharp edges and bright eyes. It used to make the hair on my neck stand up, a warning sign that she was about to do something reckless I'd have to fix. Now the tension in my shoulders just dissolves. A recovering mercenary with a monk complex. It's very tragic, hero of you. I take clients who listen. That's not a complex. It's a survival strategy. Whatever helps you sleep at night, St. Calloway. She taps the side of my head, her fingers lingering against my temple for a split second before she pushes off the desk. She drops into the visitor's chair in the corner, a hideous orange fabric thing that came with the lease, and kicks her boots up onto a stack of old magazines. She pulls her laptop from her bag, immediately filling the small room with the furious clacking of keys. I go back to my screen, but the room feels different now. Usually, silence in a workspace means everyone is holding their breath, waiting for the breach. This is just quiet. You write your R's like a serial killer, she mumbles 10 minutes later, squinting at a note I left on the margin of her last draft. You type like you're trying to murder the keyboard, I shoot back without looking up. It's called passion. Look it up in your tactical manual. Under P for potential hazard? She snorts, and the sound settles into the room. I verify the last line of code and lean back. For 15 years, I scanned every shadow for a threat. Now, the only thing in the periphery is her. I don't feel the need to watch the door. The routine settles in like cement. Solid, permanent, foundational. It's strange how quickly the adrenaline fades, replaced by the mundane logistics of two people occupying the same orbit. Mornings start in her kitchen. I used to sweep this room for listening devices. Now I'm just looking for the French press. I grind the beans while she reads the early comprehensive brief on her tablet, stealing sips from my mug before hers is ready. We commute to the office together, not in a staggered convoy, but in her beat-up sedan with the radio playing terrible pop music. Lunch is usually takeout eaten over open files. Dinner is a coin toss. My place if we want quiet, hers if we want access to her ridiculous spice rack. I wash the dishes. She dries. The silence between us isn't loaded anymore. It's just rest. I check the locks before we sleep, but the action has lost its edge. It's no longer a preparation for war. It's just closing the house down for the night. We walk back to her apartment on a Tuesday evening. The city hums around us, sirens in the distance, the rattle of a passing train. My eyes still track the movement of pedestrians, categorizing behavior, but the tension in my gut is gone. I'm on the street side of the sidewalk, a habit I won't break, but my hand is in my pocket, not hovering near my waistband. I got an invite to a digital media summit in Berlin next month, Zara says, stepping over a crack in the pavement. 3 days, maybe 4 if I stay for the workshops. Berlin in November is very gray, I note. Gray is atmospheric, plus Spiegel wants to meet. She bumps her shoulder against my arm. You busy that week? I might be bringing on a junior analyst. Need someone to handle the intake on the pro bono cases so I can focus on the risk assessments. I calculate the dates in my head. If I onboard him early, the schedule clears up. So you could come, she says. It's not a request for security. It's not a demand for a bodyguard. I could come, I agree. Good. I need someone to carry my luggage. I'm expensive labor, Zara. I'll put it on the expense account. And I think I know how to pay you. We turn the corner onto her block. We're planning travel logistics across international borders, and I'm not thinking about extraction points or hospital routes. I'm just thinking about buying tickets. The floor lamp in the corner casts a warm amber cone over the couch, leaving the rest of the room in comfortable shadow. The only sound is the rhythmic scritch-scratch of a red ballpoint pen against paper. Zara is buried up to her chin in the yellow throw blanket. It's a hideous object, knitted, heavy, and the color of a traffic hazard sign. We stood in the home goods aisle for 20 minutes debating it. I argued it attracted attention and clashed with the existing neutral palette. She argued that tactical grayish wasn't a personality trait, and that a living room shouldn't look like a holding cell. She won, obviously. She always does. Now, seeing the way the wool bunches around her shoulders while she massacres a draft with red ink, I admit the defeat was strategic. I'm sitting in the armchair, a book open on my lap that I haven't read a line of in 10 minutes. My eyes trace the line of the window frame. Blackout shades are up. The streetlights bleed in from outside. Old habits trigger a reflex, my brain automatically calculating the sight lines, the glass thickness, the entry points. But the calculation stalls out. There is no threat vector. The phone isn't encrypted. The door is locked, but only with a standard deadbolt. For 20 years, my location was dictated by orders. Go here. Secure this. Neutralize that. If I was in a room, it was because someone paid for my body to stand between a VIP and a bullet. Proximity was a job requirement. I look back at Zara. She chews on the end of the pen, frowning at a paragraph, then crosses the whole thing out with aggressive loops. The contract is over. The threats are neutralized. The invoice was paid months ago. There is no tactical justification for me to be sitting in this chair, listening to the hum of her refrigerator. I shift my weight, settling deeper into the cushion. I'm not holding a perimeter. I'm not running out the clock on a shift. I could walk out the door right now, and the world wouldn't end. She would be safe. But I recognize the feeling in my chest. It isn't the cold tension of duty. It's the terrifying, unfamiliar weight of permanence. I'm not here because I have to be. I'm here because I refuse to be anywhere else.
Chapter 27. Zara. The desk smells like particle board and victory. I put it together myself an hour ago, sweating over unintelligible diagrams and stripping 2 screws, but it stands level in the corner of the living room. The lamp I thrifted casts a pool of warm golden light over the keyboard, leaving the rest of the apartment in a soft, unfinished gloom. Cardboard boxes still line the hallway, mute, patient sentinels waiting to be unpacked. I open a new document. No header, no byline, no breaking or exclusive or urgent. Just a blinking cursor on a white field, waiting for the truth I don't sell to subscribers. My reflection hangs in the dark window glass. For months, I looked at that glass and saw a target. Now, I just see a woman in a t-shirt, tired but upright. I start typing. The silence was the loudest part. I write about the nights in the safe house, the way the air felt too thin to breathe, the specific metallic taste of adrenaline that lived under my tongue for weeks. I list the missteps, the sources I pushed too hard, the corners I turned without checking, the arrogance of thinking I could outrun a system designed to crush people like me. I type out the fear I refused to show Mary, the terror that woke me up gasping at 3 a.m., convinced the footsteps in the hall were coming to finish the job. Then I write about the footsteps that were actually there. Grant. I type his name and watch the letters sit black and heavy on the screen. He terrified me. Not because of the gun on his hip or the way he could clear a room with a look, but because he was an unmovable object in a life where I survived by being fluid. He was a cage I didn't ask for. My fingers pick up speed. I document the difference between the violence I investigated and the violence of letting someone in. The threats outside were simple. They wanted to silence me. Grant was complicated. He wanted to keep me alive, even if it meant I hated him for it. I hated needing him. I hated that his competence made my independence feel like a costume. I write about how the fear of death slowly morphed into the terrifying realization that I was safe, and that I didn't want him to leave when the danger did. Staying is a choice. Vulnerability is a choice. I stop typing. The cursor pulses. I survived the story. Now I have to survive the peace. For years, I treated autonomy like a hoard, something to stand guard over, with a sharp stick and a sharper tongue. I thought letting someone else cover my blind spots meant admitting I couldn't see, that accepting a shield was the first step toward wearing a leash. I was wrong. The suffocation I felt wasn't his control. It was my own panic at the thought of relying on anyone but myself. I stare at the words on the screen. Grant never wanted my surrender. He just wanted me to survive long enough to keep fighting. The difference between a cage and a fortress is who holds the key. I'm not handing mine over, but I'm done locking him out. Protection isn't a transaction where I pay in obedience and he pays in safety. It's a choice. A mutual, terrifying, deliberate choice to let someone stand close enough to take the blow. I don't navigate to the CMS. I don't schedule a blast to the subscriber list. This isn't for the public record. It isn't leverage or content. I hit print. The machine on the bookshelf whirs, rhythmic and jarring in the quiet apartment. I cherish the noise. Digital files are slippery, easily deleted or shared. Paper has weight. Paper is real. I gather the warm sheets, feeling the static cling against my fingers. I walk into the living room. Grant is occupying the corner of the sofa, a paperback resting on his knee. He's not scanning the perimeter. He's not checking the window lines. He's wearing a soft gray t-shirt that strains slightly across his shoulders, completely at ease in the space I swore I'd never share. When I step in, his eyes lift to mine. Gray, steady, and devoid of the professional distance he used to wield like a weapon. He doesn't ask what I'm holding. He waits. My pulse hammers harder than it did when the tear gas hit. Exposing corruption is easy. You just have to be angry. Exposing yourself requires something sharper. I cross the room and extend the stack of paper toward him. Read this. I don't offer context. I don't offer a disclaimer. I just hand him the raw, unedited map of my own resistance, offering him the one thing I've never given anyone else, the full story, off the record. I sit on the cushion beside him. The springs groan under the shift in weight, settling us into a proximity that used to feel like a threat assessment and now feels like gravity. Grant holds the pages in his left hand. The lamp turns the cheap printer paper translucent, lighting up the words from behind. I watch his eyes. They track left to right, steady, unskipping. He doesn't speed read this like he's scanning a hostile environment for exits. He reads like he's memorizing. At the paragraph about the safe house, his jaw tightens. A muscle feathers near his temple. At the line about my resentment, the way I despised his competence because it highlighted my helplessness, the corner of his mouth ticks upward. It's a ghost of a smirk, acknowledging the war we fought in that kitchen. He turns the page. His fingers are large, calloused from years of recoil and rough terrain, but he handles the paper like it's archival parchment. He treats the weakness I wrote down with the same precision he treats a loaded weapon, with absolute respect. He finishes the last page. He aligns the edges of the stack on his thigh, a reflexive moment of order, then sets them on the coffee table. He doesn't critique the prose. He doesn't offer a tactical analysis of my emotional state. He just turns to me. The gray eyes aren't scanning for threats over my shoulder. They land on me, heavy, solid. You held back on the third page, he says, his voice low, vibrating in the quiet room. You were angrier than that. It's not an accusation. It's a validation. Something inside my ribcage, a mechanism that has been grinding its gears against the friction of self-preservation for a decade, finally slots into place. Click. The perpetual tightness between my shoulder blades dissolves. I didn't realize I was holding my breath, holding it since the first threat letter, maybe since before I even met him, until it rushes out of me. I've spent my entire career anticipating the asterisk, the spin, the misinterpretation, the inevitable betrayal of people who say they support the work but hate the woman doing it. I wait for the flinch. It doesn't come. Grant saw the fear beneath the bravado, and he didn't look away. He didn't try to fix it, and he didn't try to use it. He just witnessed it. I look at his hands resting on his denim-clad knees, hands that destroyed his own career to keep me breathing. I lean back against the cushions, the adrenaline finally draining away to leave a clean, quiet stillness. I don't have to be a symbol here. I don't have to be bulletproof. I just have to be. I shift my weight, just an inch. My shoulder presses against his arm, a deliberate collision of bone and muscle. He doesn't stiffen. He doesn't scan the room for the source of the movement to neutralize it. He just leans back, accepting the contact, his breathing syncing with the quiet rhythm of the apartment. The heat radiating off him feels different now. It's not the fever pitch of a tactical extraction or the desperate friction of a safe house hookup. It's steady. It's the temperature of a home, not a bunker. I look at the dark window again. The city is out there, sprawling, messy, hiding 1,000 secrets I haven't dug up yet. There are corrupt council members to audit, dark money trails to follow, stories that will make people scream threats at me on the sidewalk. My pulse kicks up, but it's not fear. It's hunger. I used to think survival was a solo sport. I thought checking your six meant admitting you couldn't trust your own eyes. I looked at Grant and saw a contingency plan, a break glass in case of emergency measure that I resented needing. But sitting here, the silence settling around us like fresh mortar, I realized I was looking at the map wrong. Grant isn't a blast shield. He isn't a firewall I put up to keep the world out. He's the reason I can walk back into the fire without burning down myself. I'm going to chase that lead on the housing authority next week, I say. The words hang in the air, a promise of trouble. Grant looks at me. He knows the danger. He knows the players involved. A month ago, he would have recited a risk assessment code or ordered me to stay put. Now, he just nods, his eyes clear. I'll start the recon, he says. Not no, not be careful. Just we do this together. I rest my head back against the cushion. I'm not waiting for the other shoe to drop anymore. I'm not bracing for impact. I'm just bracing for the morning. For the first time, I don't feel like I'm surviving the next 24 hours. I'm choosing them. I want the next deadline. I want the next fight. And I want him there for it. Not because I need saving, but because the view is better when you aren't watching it alone. I close my eyes. I'm ready.
Chapter 28. Grant. Usually, silence makes my hair stand on end. In my line of work, quiet is just the breath before the breach. It's the sound of a perimeter being tested, of a surveillance team settling into position. But here, in the low, amber light of Zara's living room, the silence isn't a warning. It's just air. I look at my boots. They're shoved under the coffee table, toes pointing in, heels touching. A tactical disaster. If we had to move, I'd lose critical seconds just getting them on. A month ago, leaving them like that would have felt like negligence. Tonight, looking at them, I don't feel the urge to correct the error. My holster is locked in the safe in the bedroom. My phone is on the counter, face up, screen dark. The encrypted comms piece that has lived in my left ear for the better part of a decade is sitting in a drawer in my own apartment across town. The city lights drift across the floorboards, pale yellow stripes cutting through the room's warmth. I listen. No heavy footsteps in the hallway. No engine idling too long on the street below. Just the hum of the refrigerator and the rustle of papers as Zara organizes her notes on the couch opposite me. She stands up, stretching her arms overhead, her spine curving in a long, lazy arc. She walks past my chair, her movement fluid, unhurried. In the safe house, every time we touched, it felt like a collision. High velocity, desperate, fueled by the adrenaline of knowing we might be dead by morning. It was survival instinct masquerading as passion. This isn't that. As she passes, her hand brushes my shoulder. It's casual, automatic. I reach up, catching her wrist, not to restrain her, but just to anchor the contact. She stops, looking down at me. Her pulse against my fingertips is steady, slow, rhythmic. I'm not checking her vitals. I'm not shielding her body from a sniper's line of sight. I pull her gently, and she steps between my knees, her hands settling on my shoulders. The heat radiating off her isn't the fever of fear. It's just her. For 15 years, I've entered every room calculating the fastest way out. I've mapped exits, identified choke points, and planned extraction routes before I even said hello. But sitting here, looking up at the woman who almost got me killed and then saved my life, my mind is blank. I'm not looking for the door. I'm not checking the time. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. My hands slide up her sides, feeling the warmth of her skin through her thin t-shirt. I stop thinking. I don't plan my next move, assess risk, or calculate odds. I just pull her down into my lap and find her mouth with mine. It's not a frantic kiss. It's a sure one. My mouth opens over hers, tasting of her and the dark coffee she'd been drinking. My hands cup her face, her neck, slide into the dense curls at the base of her skull. I can feel her smile against my lips. Finally, she breathes into the small space between our mouths. Finally what? You're not overthinking the floor plan. Her fingers work at the buttons of my shirt, popping them open one by one. Her palms slide over my chest, tracing the lines of old scars I've never explained. She doesn't ask. She just maps them. We stand in a single, fluid motion. She wraps her legs around my waist as I lift her, her arms locking around my neck. The walk to the bedroom is a tangle of discarded clothing. Her shirt flutters to the floor. My belt buckle clatters against the hardwood. We don't break the kiss. I lay her down on the bed, the sheets cool against our skin as we finish stripping. The city light paints her in silver and shadow. I take my time, my mouth traveling a slow path down her stomach. She arches off the mattress, a sharp intake of breath hissing between her teeth. Well, that escalated fast, and unfortunately, escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version.
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount. Her finger traces a slow, absent circle over my sternum. I stare at the ceiling, waiting for the old instincts to kick in. The part of my brain that should be cataloging street sounds, analyzing shadows. It's silent. All I hear is the faint hum of the city and the steady beat of her heart against my ribs. I'm not listening, I say, my voice low. For what? For the door. For the window. For a car that doesn't belong. I turn my head, my lips brushing her hair. I'm just listening to you breathe. She goes still for a moment, then lifts her head. Her eyes search mine. What does that feel like? I don't have a tactical term for it. There's no code. Ease. A slow smile spreads across her face. She settles back down, her hand resting over my heart. I love you, you know. The words don't surprise me. They feel inevitable, like the final piece of a report slotting into place. The truth, verified. Her laughter vibrates against my side. You remember that? I remember everything, and it no longer tortures me. It's bliss.